Welcome to the National Highway Survival Game. The cold voice of a young girl exploded in the minds of 5 billion people all at once. Half of Blue Planet's population has already been slaughtered and turned into NPCs to launch this game. You're the lucky ones, alive for now. But don't celebrate yet. Behind you lies an abyss of man-eating black fog. Gather supplies, upgrade your vehicle, and keep running. That's the only way to survive on this endless highway. Ding! You have consumed the rule tier unique item God's redemption. The world has reset. You have been reborn. The system prompt meant for me alone rang out in my mind. My eyes snapped open. I was wearing that faded school uniform. Between my fingers, an ancient bronze coin was slowly vanishing. I'm still alive. I reached for the red string around my wrist. There used to be a peace coin tied there. Day 1 of highway survival. Was it this bronze coin that did it? My 5 fingers suddenly clenched into a fist. Lu Ruyan, Lin Foam, that backstabbing pair. I must have been blind to ever save them. 3 months of struggling through the apocalypse. I'd done good, and I'd done evil. I'd seen through human nature, and I'd memorized every opportunity and every death trap on the road ahead. That was my edge. I forced down the murderous rage churning in my throat. Delaying my start for revenge. Now that would be truly stupid. Those 2 small fries, if I ran into them, I'd just crush them along the way. I looked around. An abandoned parking lot, wrecked cars scattered everywhere. Countless people, teleported here by some mysterious force, stood atop the scrap metal ruins. The terrified, the lost, those searching for loved ones, and those manic to the point of madness. Exactly the same as my start in the previous life. Not a detail different. Ding. Starting bonus. You may upgrade the scrap metal before you for free, one time, converting it into your exclusive vehicle. Vehicle type is your choice. For each day you survive, the system will distribute a corresponding reward. Black Fog Countdown, 9 minutes and 59 seconds. This zone's chat and trading channel is now open. The next second, the zone-wide channel blew up. Just got off work and now it's highway survival? Hope my fat pig of a boss got slaughtered. Haha. Where's this place? Can some kind soul call the cops for me? My phone got stolen. Don't be an idiot, girl. What kidnapper has this kind of power? Hurry up and pick a vehicle before the black fog swallows you. 10 vehicle types. Which one do I choose? Somebody help. I'm going with the off-road vehicle. On the road in 2 minutes. The hell? A city bus? Would any moron actually pick that? Slow, clunky, and a gas hog. Not even a dog would choose it. Facing a screen full of mockery, my gaze stayed calm. I pressed straight down on the bus, the one nobody had any faith in. A dog won't pick it. I will. The bus burns fuel, but it burns diesel. Less competition, no one fighting over it. And the space is huge. It'll be a mobile fortress down the line. When it transforms into a mecca, it'll be even. Dozens of times bigger than a regular bus. One stomp, and I'd flatten a whole crowd. Not to mention the exclusive lane I get right at the start. While everyone else is stuck in a traffic jam from hell, I'll be cruising straight through. I remember it clear as day. Right at the start, there's a massive, deadly pileup. People die by the dozens. Last time around, I nearly died right there myself. VRRMM. Countless mechanical parts glowed white, snapping together piece by piece. The bus in front of me was taking shape, inch by inch. Vehicle loading progress. 23%. Time remaining, 6 minutes. My brow furrowed. 6 minutes. Looks like I won't have time to get out and scavenge for starting supplies. Another message popped up in the channel. HLP. I'm Lin Man, a flight attendant. I can't drive. Any big shot willing to take me in? My expression didn't so much as flicker. Women like that in the apocalypse, aside from a little dopamine hit, they're utterly useless. Besides, I can't be sure she isn't fishing for a mark. In the end times, the only person you can trust is yourself. Unless I could awaken as a beast master and contract myself a nice, obedient beast girl. Then maybe I'd reconsider. That's right. This world has a handful of beast girls, zombie girls, and a whole lot more monsters. I closed the chat and idly swiped through the system panel. Then my gaze froze. The shop interface was already lit up. The rules clearly stated it wouldn't unlock until I'd collected 100 highway coins. Highway coin balance, 625. The instant I saw that number, my heart started pounding. My assets, they'd been reborn right along with me. I immediately opened the shop skipping past the food, the basic supplies, and the game loans, heading straight for the special exchange section on the last page. Random God-tier vehicle talent, unique. Price, 1,000 highway coins. My pupils constricted sharply. So there really was a God-tier talent. What that mysterious merchant told me last time, it was true. A God-tier talent for only 1,000? Even ordinary talents cost 10,000. But I only had 625. I was still short. Hold on, there's the game loan. Detecting host funds, 625. Credit rating, excellent. Available principal, 500. Interest, 500. Total repayment, 1,000. Repayable over 10 days, 100 per date. 3 consecutive days overdue will result in the host being erased by the system and refined into an item or NPC. My eyes turned grim. Last time around, I'd watched with my own eyes as an A-list celebrity took out a loan, couldn't pay it back, and got refined into a blow-up doll, priced at 100 and hung up in the trading zone. But fortune favors the bold. There's no way in hell I can't pay this back. Loan it, I confirmed without a moment's hesitation. Every second's delay risked someone else snatching it. Who's to say there isn't a second reborn player out there? Loan successful. Balance, 1,125. Exchange for the unique God-tier random vehicle talent. Confirm. Exchange successful. Balance, 125. Boom. In an instant, the vehicle I was in erupted with brilliant golden light, wrapping my entire body in its glow. Everyone around me was busy upgrading their own vehicles. No one paid attention to my side. Their cars gave off a pale white glow too, but compared to this dazzling gold surrounding me, they weren't even in the same league. Congratulations, host, you've unlocked God-tier trait. Effect, 1 golden attribute per level. This talent is eternally unique across the entire world. Would you like to broadcast it on the World Channel? Decline. I didn't hesitate for a second. A tree that stands taller than the forest will be battered by the wind. Before I had real power, showing off would only invite disaster. I suppressed the surging excitement in my heart and watched the bus taking shape before me. No shouting, no calling out. The moment the upgrade finished, I'd receive my first ability. The black fog behind me crept closer, step by step. Quite a few people had already fired up their cars and sped away. From within the mist came bursts of piercing, agonized screams, nothing like human voices. It made my scalp crawl. At that very moment, my bus was fully assembled. I stepped into the driver's seat. Vehicle upgrade complete. It has been deeply bound to the host's soul. Please name it. Everlasting Night. Naming successful. All attributes have been digitized. Simply think of the system to view them. System. With a single thought, 2 panels appeared before me. Vehicle, Everlasting Night, LV1. Defense, 20 space, 60 cubic meters speed, 30 kilometers per hour weight, 20 tons. Host, Chenyi, age 22. Remaining lifespan, 60 years. HP, 100/100. Physique, 10. Adult average is 10 equals 10 to 100 attack power. Spirit, 10. Madness, 15/100. God-tier talent triggering. Drawing your exclusive golden attribute. The next second, countless cards tumbled before my eyes like rolling waves. Then, in a flash, they froze. Every faded gray and white card dissolved away, leaving a single pure gold card etched with ancient divine runes hovering quietly in midair. The instant I read the attribute clearly, my breath caught. Speak of the devil? Class change card, God-tier beast tamer. An exclusive divine companion. Trait, God-tier beast tamer. Contract rule. Any creature of the opposite sex that stays on your vehicle for a full 24 hours, or that falls into a near-death state, can be forcibly bound by a soul blood pact. Eligible contract targets. All, demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, humans, gods, and immortals alike. Talents. Beast taming aura. Companion recovery speed times 10. Host affinity with the opposite sex permanently +10. Tyrant sovereign. Companions are 100% loyal and will never betray. Hearts in sync. You can communicate with your companions through thought. Beastmaster. The vehicle serves as the companion space. Each level up adds 1 more contract slot. Every successful contract with the opposite sex grants 90. Percent chance to gain a random attribute bonus. Current contract slots available. 1. Never betrays you and can communicate telepathically. No wonder it's God tier. In my past life, I was betrayed horribly, so I understood the weight of those words better than anyone. I stared at the panel, the corner of my mouth twitching. Opposite sex? Force contract? And it comes with attribute points too. Whatever. A woman's a woman. For the sake of power, I'll just tuck away that whole men and women should keep their distance thing for now. Beast Tamer. In theory, the strongest class there is. A one-man army. With the right pairing, you're invincible. But that's just in theory. In reality, beast tamers have no skills whatsoever except the contract itself. In this apocalypse, just keeping yourself alive is hard enough. Feeding a contracted beast on top of that? Nearly impossible. And that's not even counting the fact that everyone else has to survive a week of hell, cheating death a dozen times over, just to unlock the class change. I had it from the very start. The heavens were practically spoon-feeding me. And the real kicker, I already knew exactly where to find a living god-tier creature. Creature quality, 7 ranks. Inferior, common, superior, rare, epic, legendary, god-tier. It was a succubus. Female. Perfectly fitting the forced contract when near death condition. I lifted my eyes toward the churning black fog in the distance. Change of plans. First, I head deep into the black fog and lock down the contract with her. A fully grown god-tier creature has combat power rivaling a god. Even the strongest player on the entire server in my past life only ever managed to contract a single legendary tier. A living god tier? Nobody had even laid eyes on one. Let's hope she hasn't kicked the bucket yet. If I move now, I should make it in time. I turned the key. The bus let out a low, deep growl and slowly rumbled to life. Click. VRRROM. I'd barely driven a dozen yards when a burst of laughter came from the lane beside me. A punk with dyed blonde hair rolled down the window of his RV and pointed at me. Holy crap, there's actually an idiot who picked the bus. Starts with only 5 liters of fuel, and that iron coffin guzzles gas like crazy. I bet he doesn't even make it 5 kilometers. Picking a bus right out of the gate? Did you get your brain slammed in a door, or what? I shot them a glance and didn't bother responding. These people could finish leveling up in 2 or 3 minutes, yet they insisted on dragging their feet till the last second, clogging up the tail end of the road. Once the black fog rolled in, unless they ditched their vehicles and became scavengers, not a single one of them would get away. The deadliest thing on the highway was never running out of food or water. It was traffic. Unless you'd been through it before, you'd never understand the value of a bus. Diesel was a wide-open market. Nobody fought over it. The body's a heavy beast, but it gets its own dedicated lane and never gets stuck. It's massive tonnage, so nobody dares to stage a fender bender scam. And there's plenty of room, so the renovation potential is maxed out. No luxury RV could ever compare to a mobile fortress. August weather, 104 degrees, stifling like a steamer. I casually spent 1 highway coin and swapped it for 2 ice-cold Cokes. I twisted one open, PSSSSD, and the fizz slid down my throat. Oh, what the hell? He's got Coke. In an instant, the blonde punks were. Eyes bloodshot. Sitting in that leaky tin can of a bus felt like being in a sauna. An ice-cold Coke was a straight-up luxury. Yo, kid, toss us a few bottles. Roll with us, and we'll hook you up with some fine little honeys, the tied-up kind. 15, 16-year-old punks, still wet behind the ears and already talking filth. I couldn't be bothered to even look up. I cranked the wheel hard, and the bus swung straight onto the empty side road next to us. He's driving over there? He's asking to die? A car just clipped the line a second ago and got blown to pieces. He's fine. Wait, look at the ground. Bus lane only. The whole crowd went dead silent in an instant. Everyone stared at the main road jammed up like a can of sardines, then at the bus cruising down the wide-open lane, getting farther and farther away. They were kicking themselves. Damn it. If I'd known, I'd have picked the bus too. Which idiot was it that said the bus was useless? Behind them, the black fog grew thicker and thicker, the countdown about to hit 0. And me? I rolled out of the parking lot without a single thing in my way. Behind me were countless envious, desperate stares. A full third of the players were still stuck in place, unable to budge an inch. Black fog reaches parking lot. 3, 2, 1. 0. The game has officially begun. Building B, Zone F007, ages 14 to 40, current population 9, 921/10, 000. Rule 1. Completing missions, killing monsters, and opening supply crates all grant random rewards. Rule 2. Obey the rules strictly. The enforcer's punishment is more terrifying than any demon does. Rule 3. Control your emotions. Madness is scarier than death. 60 for bloodlust, 80 for frenzy, 95 to mutate into a monster, 100 unknown. Beginner mission. Reach the Happiness Town station, 100 kilometers away, before 1800 hours today. Rewards distributed by rank. Anyone who fails to arrive in time will be erased. The moment the system voice faded, panic and black fog swept through the parking lot together. One beautiful woman got so frantic she wet herself in her seat, slumping over the wheel and bawling. The black fog slowly devoured the people in the back rows. The first to be swallowed were exactly those loudmouthed punks from before. Seconds later, the screams mixed with the sound of flesh being torn apart, clear as day even from far away. Player madness plus 30. Player madness plus 80. Congratulations to Zhou Xingxing, first to mutate into a zombie, awarded the skill Fast Runner. The crowd completely lost it. The black fog wasn't actually fast, about the same speed as a walking person. But the roads were packed solid, and with the frenzied ones slashing and crashing around, dozens of cars piled up in a chain of rear endings, a dead end. Run? Forget the damn car. The fog's eating people. There's a lunatic hacking people with a knife. Help! The cruelty of the apocalypse shattered the peace of the old days in a single instant. Trampling, hacking, screaming, one tragedy after another played out. I watched it all in the rearview mirror, my face blank. Familiar scene. Familiar ending. Nice guys don't make it to the end. That's a lesson I paid for in blood last time. Bang, bang, bang. A crowd who'd abandoned their cars swarmed the doors, pounding on the glass hard enough to make it rattle. Stop the bus. Open up. Let us on. Come on. Kid, saving a life is a bigger deed than building a temple. You deaf, you son of a bitch. Open the door, or I'll smash your windows. Another wreck up ahead. 4 lanes bottlenecked down to 1. Only the bus lane was still wide open. I didn't feel a shred of pity. Save you? Why don't you go save the people behind you? I floored the gas. The bus tore away from the crowd and left them in the dust. Cold-blooded bastard. That loser's gonna get what's coming to him. When he hits a stop, I'm the first one to cut him down. A mob raging in impotence, spitting curses to vent their fear. There's another bus behind us. Hope flared through the crowd in an instant. Behind me, a bald, honest-looking middle-aged guy came rolling up in his bus. Seeing the road packed with people, he instinctively hit the brakes. Clunk. The moment it stopped, the doors were pried open from the outside. A scar-faced man hauled himself aboard, a blood-soaked fire axe slung over his shoulder and a can of diesel in hand. Blood-curdling screams erupted from inside. A few underlings gripping wrenches piled in after him, sealing off the doors. Haha, this bus belongs to Biao now. Hand over your supplies, and you stay. Don't, and you get out. I flicked my eyes to the rearview mirror. A familiar figure had slipped aboard that bus in the chaos. Sang Biao from the Axe Gang? Good thing I hadn't let up on the gas back there. Get tangled up with that guy, and I'd be dead for sure. I gripped the wheel and watched the churning wall of pitch-black fog behind me. Right now, I had to plunge straight into the black fog and make a pact with that succubus princess. Anyone else charging into the fog at this moment would have 0 chance of survival. But I'd unlocked the shop ahead of time, so my situation was different. Special exchange. 1 year of lifespan equals 1 standard safe pass. Limit 10 per day, server-wide. Once equipped, your vehicle gains immunity from the black fog for 1 hour. I bought every last one. Exchange successful. Lifespan minus 10 years. Safe pass times 10. Remaining lifespan, 50 years. Good thing nobody else had unlocked the shop yet. Otherwise, there's no way I'd have snagged these. 10 years gone, and my chest felt a little tight, but nothing else. Lifespan could be bought back with highway coins, so I wasn't worried. I also exchanged for a dose of zombie serum to guard against infection. Exchange successful. Highway coins minus 10. Serum times 1. Balance, 114. Ready to go. I pushed straight ahead. No driving against traffic. Going the wrong way just gets you stuck. Besides, Rule 2 was crystal clear: obey all traffic laws. The punishment from the enforcers is more terrifying than any monster. The enforcers wouldn't show up out here. But 3 months of survival had drilled the rules into me. I stuck to them on instinct. Racing down the bus lane, I grabbed 3 wooden supply crates along the way: a can of diesel, a fire axe, and a pack of tissues. Diesel. Now I don't have to buy fuel from the shop. I filled the tank and kept going. I didn't waste time on the roadside crates. There was only one thing on my mind: making a contract with the succubus. Only by binding her to me could I finally rest easy. Here it is, a place I can turn around. I whipped the vehicle around and drove straight toward the black fog. A few players on the roadside stared, baffled, pointing at me from across the median. Is that guy insane? Driving into the black fog. An idiot who can't even tell which way is up. Shame about that bus. I didn't care. I held my speed and plunged straight into the black fog. One all-clear pass used. Black fog immunity for 1 hour to. A faint white glow hummed to life, wrapping around the entire vehicle. Even with my high beams on, I could only see a dozen yards ahead. The fog was packed with zombies, and all kinds of twisted monsters roamed and snarled in the darkness. Every so often, a player's scream tore through the air. There's a car. Save me. Help. I'm the daughter of the Ma family. Get me out of here and my dad will give you 100 million. Frenzy +1. Please remain calmed. A woman, her chest bitten into a bloody mess, staggered against my car door, pounding on it wildly. A blindingly fast zombie was right on her heels. It was that punk with the bleached hair who'd mocked me for choosing the bus earlier, Zhou Xingxing. Ha ha ha. Little missy, you've been hit by daddy's half-step stumble bite. Be a good girl and become my zombie host. I swerved into another lane and left her behind. It's the end of the world and you're still scamming people for money. I kept to the bus lane and drove straight for the heart of the black fog. The low-level monsters, affected by the all-clear pass, scattered out of my way. License passage. Smooth sailing. Passing the entrance to a parking lot, my peripheral vision caught the corpse of a middle-aged man, his skull bashed open with a blunt weapon, a blood-red axe symbol painted on the ground beside him. Not a flicker of emotion crossed my face. Just as I'd figured, the Axe Gang. Killing people and stealing their cars, exactly like they did in my last life. About 30 minutes later, I reached the source of the black fog and slowly eased on the brakes. Before me, a massive rift in space stretched across the heavens and earth, endlessly spewing thick black fog. Long fangs lined the edges of the rift, like a monstrous, gaping mouth. Above it, a giant blood-red eye slowly rotated, scanning its surroundings. And the moment it spotted my car, it locked onto me and wouldn't let go. I paid it no mind. That eyeball didn't attack on its own. As long as I didn't provoke it, it wouldn't move. I quickly scanned the scene. My eyes fell on the plaza in front of the rift. There, resting quietly, was a semi-transparent black egg, its surface shimmering with faint iridescent light, strikingly otherworldly against the black fog. The egg stood about as tall as a person, and through its shell, I could just make out a graceful, curled-up silhouette inside. I immediately pulled up the panel. Target: unhatched succubus girl. Race: demon, magic immune. Bloodline: mutated divine class. Age: 18 level, LV0. HP: 1/999 beauty, 98 spirit/physique, 1. Abilities: not yet awakened. Status: near death. Insufficient innate energy, unable to break the shell on her own. System evaluation: rare divine class creature. A love-obsessed, extremely lustful species. If you're a man, protect yourself. A bad egg that slept for 18 years. Recommended use: make egg fried rice for a permanent +10 physique. I frowned. Lustful? How lustful could a beauty this gorgeous possibly get? Egg fried rice. +10 physique? Is this some kind of sick joke? This is my exclusive battle pet. The happiness of my entire second life is riding on this egg. In my last life, this egg was discovered by an adventuring party half a month later, and by then, both the egg and the girl inside were long dead. Because her figure and looks were absolutely top tier, her photo dominated the entire regional channel for 3 straight days. The system had even analyzed that she died not long after the server opened. A bad egg, huh? Whatever. After forming a contract, I'll have tenfold recovery, enough to max out her HP. Time to contract her and see what she awakens. I pulled the car up to the edge of the black egg and pushed the door open. In an instant, every zombie and mutated monster nearby froze at once, heads snapping around in unison, eyes locked dead on me. The safe passage card only protected the inside of the car. Step out, and you got hit like everyone else. Countless monsters came charging with shrieks. I moved fast. Out of the car, scooped up the black egg, spun around, and dove back inside. Slam. The door shut hard. The whole thing took less than 3 seconds. The monsters swarmed in, but an invisible barrier held them firmly at bay. They caught the scent of a living human and clawed frantically at the empty air, shrieking in desperation, completely helpless. I let out a breath and checked my status. My skin hadn't been contaminated by the black fog. Saved myself a vial of serum. Just then, a faint, incredibly weak gasp came from the egg in my arms. I looked down. I'd carried it too hastily just now. The shell had knocked against the car door and cracked open. Clear amniotic fluid seeped out, and a sweet, yogurt-like scent instantly filled the car. Crack. The fracture kept spreading. With a loud crunch, the shell shattered completely. Shit. Don't die on me. The succubus egg broke apart at my feet into a puddle of slime. Ignoring the disgust, I plunged my hand into the slick egg white and grabbed that soft little body. I fished her out, soaked to the bone, curled up in a tight ball, her face deathly pale, her chest not rising even a fraction, like she was dead. Ding. A dying god-tier creature has been detected in the vehicle. Initiate contract. Do it. Do it now. Still breathing. Relief washed over me. If she'd actually been dead, this whole risky trip would have been for nothing. Please feed 1 drop of fresh blood to complete the master-servant contract. I bit into my fingertip and brought it to her lips. The moment the drop of blood fell in, she latched onto my finger like a little beast that had been starving for a decade, baring her little fangs and sucking wildly. HP +1, HP +1. Recovery numbers kept popping up over her forehead. Soul contract in progress. 5%, 20%, 50%. Hey, we agreed on 1 drop. Are you addicted now? I'm not a snack pack. I grumbled, but the warmth slowly returning to my palm made me keep my hand right where it was. A gold-red glow spread from my fingertip, flowing across her body, finally settling on her lower belly as a peach-colored, rose-shaped magic seal. In the center of the petals, my name was faintly etched. You tattooed my name on too? Ding. Contract complete. Succubus abilities awakened. Bonus reward. All stats +5. A warm current surged out from inside her, wrapping around me, reshaping my body. Hearing, sight, smell, all 5 senses were dialed up by some mysterious force. My stomach clenched, and 6 rock-hard abs appeared out of nowhere. All stats +5. Those 5 points alone are worth over 1,000 road coins on the market. I flexed my fist. This body could now go toe-to-toe with a pro athlete. The girl in my arms flushed pink, her ice-cold body gradually warming. Her lashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, a pair of wine-red irises, misty and full of confusion and clinging attachment. I'd barely caught my breath before she burrowed into my chest, the tip of her nose brushing against my neck. A yogurt-sweet fragrance mixed with a soft, unique scent hit me full force, and I froze all over. I hurriedly pulled off my t-shirt and wrapped it around her tempting body. I didn't mind being shirtless myself, but my pet couldn't be running around naked. She nestled in obediently, gripping the hem of my shirt, nuzzling my chest with a pair of dainty little horns. My ears burned, my throat went sweet, and I forced a nosebleed back down. A little heart-shaped tail even coiled around my thigh. I quickly set her down on the seat. A soft, milky voice piped up. "Master, hungry." "Oh, so you can talk." My heart lurched. She wasn't going to want more blood, was she? A vampire? She blinked, revealing 4 little fangs, and instead hugged me tighter, chomping down on my peck. "Ow, ow, ow, it's bleeding. There's nothing to suck out of here, no food." Hey, I was completely out of options with her, so I pried open her little mouth and shoved a bottle of cola in. God-tier biology works scary fast. In an instant, she figured out how to drink, hugging the bottle and gulping it down. Drink up. This stuff will fill you up. The little succubus settled down and sat off to the side, drinking ice-cold cola as your first meal right out of the womb. From now on, I'll call you Cola. She nodded blankly. Cola. I want Master to hold me. I patted her head. Master has to drive. You're already 5'5". Go entertain yourself. The binding of the demon marks stirred a wave of obedience deep inside her, and she did as she was told. We're heading back now. From today on, you're going to help Master with things, got it? She learned incredibly fast, nodding her head like a bobblehead. The last thing I wanted was a succubus who could only think about men. Ding. Black Mist immunity has only 10 minutes remaining. Please plan your time accordingly. I immediately got back in the driver's seat, turned around to catch up with the main convoy, and pulled up her stats panel. Name, Cola, God tier. Affinity/loyalty, 100 max. Race, demon, magic immune, unaffected by Black Mist infection. HP, 27/1009. Body/spirit, 2. Abilities. Lucky right hand. The first treasure chest opened each day is upgraded by 1 grade. 1 use per chest. Charm body devour. Staying in close physical contact with a beloved opposite-sex master grants a permanent +1 to all stats and +10 HP daily, with unlimited growth. Charm aura. +5% to all stats for allies. Wound licking. Her saliva or bodily fluids have healing properties, rapidly closing wounds. Long-term use yields additional miraculous effects. 4 skills. Chest upgrades plus unlimited growth. A god-tier contract really is something else. Venturing into the Black Mist was a gamble that paid off. In this life, I'm sure to reach for so much more. Like the Chosen One. I'm not the only one with power. In the Black Mist and the Highway Cataclysm, countless people will awaken. In my last life, I was just a bottom-feeding worm scraping by. This life is different. I looked down. The teeth marks on my chest and the cut on my fingertip had all healed, leaving behind the sweet scent of strawberry cake. Just then, a glint of silver flashed in the rearview mirror. Visibility in the Black Mist was pitifully low, but my instincts for resource crates were dead on. That was my taillight sweeping across a chest and reflecting back. There's a silver treasure chest buried under the fissure too? I didn't even notice it just now. Thinking back to how rushed I was stealing the egg, it made sense. I burned another safe pass and turned around, heading straight for the fissure. Ding. 1 safe pass used. Granted 1 hour of Black Mist immunity. Rights. Time remaining, 1 hour 05 minutes. Cola, go grab that treasure chest. Little Cola set down her half-finished can of cola, let out a milky little burp, and hopped off the bus. She and I were connected heart to heart. Communication between us was effortless. A moment later, she came waddling back, struggling to carry the chest in her arms. As a purebred demon, the black fog, the zombies, and the monsters wouldn't lay a finger on her. Good girl, Cola. I'll make you something tasty later. She flashed a sweet grin. Home. Cola's the best. I was about to pop the chest open when I suddenly remembered her luck ability. On day 1 of survival, most players would be lucky just to stumble onto a black iron supply crate. Silver chests were a rare find. Even if I ran into another silver chest tomorrow, I could save it and let her open it. But this one, I'd open it now. Cola, open it for your master. She reached out with her dainty little hands and fumbled with it a few times. The chest didn't budge. Frustrated, she bared her teeth and looked ready to just gnaw it open. Easy, just press this button. With that hint, she blinked in confusion and pushed it down. Whoosh, a blinding white light flared, then slowly shifted to gold. A golden orb floated up, and beneath it, pressed against the bottom of the chest, was a yellowed slip of paper. Half buried in the afterglow, I didn't notice it at first. Ding. You've obtained a level 5 finished vehicle kit. All-in-one bath restroom. Includes a water resource collector, producing a steady 5 tons of clean water daily. Install now. A level 5 finished product, and it comes with unlimited water. Now I'm really set. I'd originally planned to scavenge a junked RV and haul it along. No need for any of that now. Install it. Do it now. The bus gave a slight shudder, and gold light flashed. A gold-plated compartment, maybe 80 or 90 square feet, materialized out of thin air at the back of the cabin, sleek and solid. I pushed the door open. A two-person bathtub, a dryer, clean towels, a full set of toiletries, and a water tank reading full. With setup like this, you sure we're here to survive? I clicked my tongue. Cola, you really are my little lucky charm. Go take a bath first. I'll drive. Cola doesn't know how. Master, help me. I tapped into our mental link and knew instantly. This little rascal understood everything. She was just playing dumb. She carried inherited memories. She probably knew even more than I did. Time was precious, and the no-incident card was still ticking down, and that thing cost me years off my life. For this single card, I'd already aged 10 years. The priority right now was breaking out of the black fog, or I'd waste another one. Go wash up yourself. I pointed at the bathroom, my tone flat. Fine. She blinked at me, then obediently went in. Soon, the sound of running water filled the bathroom, mixed with her humming, a tune she'd learned back in the womb. I leaned back in my seat, speeding down the road, and couldn't help but laugh. A god-tier demon pet, born knowing everything, even how to use a bathtub. It's a waste of water. In the desert, water is life. One flush burns through nearly half a ton. Even as I said it, I found myself flip-flopping. This is a being who could one day rival the gods. So what if she uses a little extra? I'd even thought about selling her bathwater. Everyone's short on water these days. Then I shook my head. Her bathwater drains into the sewage system, and on the way out it helps cool down the vehicle. Midsummer in the desert with no AC, it's brutally hot. I need to get this vehicle upgraded to level 2 ASAP. Then I'll not only have AC, but also a private room and a growing area. First to upgrade gets a 100 road coin reward. That reward? I'm taking it. No question. Upgrading to level 2 costs road coins, which I've got. And water can be traded for upgrade materials, which basically locks in that reward ahead of time. As I drove toward Happy Town, I sorted through the memories from my past life. Stations have ranking rewards, but a bus is slow. It can't compete with sports cars. First place only nets a dozen or so road coins anyway. That kind of chump change isn't worth my time. So I might as well grab extra supplies along the way. A bus has plenty of room to haul them. Just then, Cola came out wrapped in a bath towel, scrubbed clean and smelling sweet. She walked straight over and crouched down at my feet, tilting her head up at me like a cat that had just gotten groomed. Master, I'm all done. I looked down and swallowed hard. Hair down to her waist, skin so soft it looked like you could pinch water out of it. The natural allure of a succubus. Most men wouldn't stand a chance. Good thing this little beauty is my familiar, mine and mine alone. Otherwise, I'd be eaten up with jealousy. But right now it's the apocalypse, and my life's on the line. I don't have time for that kind of thing. I glanced down at myself, covered in slime, then checked the time. Half an hour at most before we clear the black fog. Plenty of time. I hit the brakes. Wait for me out here. Don't wander off. Okay, she nodded, blushing. In under 3 minutes, I finished my shower, got back to the driver's seat, and started up the vehicle. Now that's the stuff. For me, this body hadn't been washed in 3 months. A luxury like that was a first. 11 a.m. I casually picked up the emptied silver treasure chest and was about to toss it aside when I spotted a grimy sheet of parchment pressed against the bottom. If you didn't look closely, you'd think it was part of the chest lining. Underneath the parchment sat a collar with a little bell. Huh? There's more in here. I pulled the items out. Special tracking collar. Once worn, the host can view the wearer's location within an effective range of 100 kilometers. Royal relic. A mysterious merchant is willing to buy it back at a high price. Something the mysterious merchant wants? This thing's got to be worth a fortune. Sell it, and maybe I can just kick back and coast. Plus, it's a tracker. I'll put it on Cola first so she doesn't get lost, then sell it when I run into the mysterious merchant. Then I unrolled that blood-stained scroll of parchment. The abandoned egg of the Abyssal King. Take her, and the Black Abyss will be watching you. Black Abyss King? I raised an eyebrow. Never heard of him. I wasn't scared. Even the gods had to play by the rules in this game. So who the hell was this Black Abyss King? So what if he was watching me? What was he gonna do? Stare me to death from a distance? I shook my head and smirked, staring out the window at that giant eyeball. Not the least bit afraid. One hand on the wheel, I picked up the bell with the other and gave it a gentle shake. A crisp jingle echoed through the cabin. Cola, come here. Her snow-white little feet came pattering over. Pretty, isn't it? Master, is this for me? MHM. I reached over and fastened it on her, a leather-strapped bell around her fair, slender neck. Perfect fit. Don't ever lose this thing, got it? Ding. Tracking bell now binding to vehicle. She was thrilled. In her eyes, this was a bonding gift from her master. Yes, yes, a gift from master. I'll treasure it with my life. Binding successful. I sent her to the back seat to wait. She fiddled with the bell like she'd discovered a whole new world. I pulled up the tracking function, and a succubus icon popped up, showing her exact location and distance with pinpoint accuracy. Not bad. I took one glance and closed it. I sped along toward Happy Town, keeping an eye out for supply crates along the way. I picked up 4 junk crates and 2 wooden ones, scoring a bottle of motor oil, a fire axe, 2 sausages, a bag of spicy snack strips, and a roll of garbage bags. Cola hopped out and hauled everyone back. The crates were small enough for her to carry. After another half hour or so, the bus finally burst out of the black fog. The moment we cleared it, I spotted a scrawny zombie in the wasteland up ahead, head down, gnawing on a corpse to recover its strength. Hell, lucky me. An old friend. Zombie, Zhou Xingxing. HP, 2/250. Physique, 2/20. Skill, fast runner, 20 meters per second. Status, abnormal, overindulgence, slowly recovering. I pulled over and grabbed the fire axe. This kind of mutant dropped highway coins. Cola's HP hadn't fully recovered yet, so I left her behind. Stay put in the car and don't come out. Okay. She pressed against the window, watching me hunt with curious eyes. The zombie's foul, reeking drool masked my scent, and it didn't notice me until I was right on top of it. Too late. You sneaky old bus driver. Why is it you again? Quick, precise, ruthless. 2 or 3 swings of the axe, and its head rolled clean off. You kill me, and my billions of descendants will avenge me. And it went silent for good. I walked away without a scratch, all because it was drained to its absolute limit. I scanned the area. For now, nothing else dared crawl out of the black fog. Ding. Kill. Kill mutant zombie X1. Highway coin +1. Obtained. School uniform X1. This guy overindulged himself, drained down to his last drop of blood. An easy win for me. System announcement. Congratulations to player Eternal Night for scoring the region's first kill. Rewards issued. Revolver X1, Universal Fuel X3, Mineral Water X10. That's it. A first kill reward this lame isn't even worth giving. The public chat instantly blew up. Holy crap. First kill gets a gun, fuel, and water? I'm crying with envy. What the heck did Eternal Night kill? I just ran someone over and got nothing. Eternal Night, big shot, spare me a bottle of water. My little sister's dying of thirst. I couldn't be bothered, so I closed the screen. I gathered up my loot, got back in the car, and dropped the highway coin into the coin slot. Balance, 115. Still need, 885. You're amazing, master. Cola clapped and cheered. I changed her into the brand new school uniform I'd just picked up. Now you don't have to run around naked, and it'll be easier for you to hop out and grab supplies. Master, I'm hungry, she said with a frown, her stomach growling. My stomach was empty too. I pulled out the last of our rations, a sausage each, plus an extra pack of spicy strips for myself. I let her have a tiny bite, and it was so spicy she yelped out loud, which cracked me up. But food this scarce just made us hungrier the more we ate. With a massive loan hanging over my head, I didn't dare waste a single cent. I opened the region-wide channel. In less than half a day, only 8,000 some players were left across the whole region, and the public chat was flooded with desperate cries for water. This was a desert. Aside from the traffic jams, the water shortage had become the biggest problem of all. I posted a message, purified water, trade for food or upgrade materials. Friend requests instantly flooded in. Big shot. I've got no supplies. Can I put it on credit? I'll pay back double tomorrow. Bro, can I trade black stockings? I licked one. It's salty, good for replenishing your salt intake. Hey handsome, give Big Sis some water first, and when we reach the station Big Sis will spend the night with you, okay? Freeloaders, blocked, every one of them. Big shot, 1 bucket of instant noodles for 2 pounds of water. Finally, someone reliable. I accepted the friend request and replied with 2 words, Deal. I didn't use mineral water. I bagged up water from the collector in a trash bag. The collector had measurement markings. 2 pounds was exactly 1,000 milliliters. On the central console, the trade was complete. Just to test it out, I taught Kola how to handle transactions. To my surprise, with her full loyalty and our uncanny sync guiding her, she learned it in a little over 10 minutes. A god-tier creature. Her learning ability is downright terrifying. Hee hee. So can I trade for more yummy snacks? Of course. From then on, Kola handled the trades while I focused on driving. Relying on 5 tons of purified water a day, she went on a trading spree. 18 servings each of instant noodles and sausages, 12 servings of milk and bread, 1 pack of cigarettes, 2 servings of dried fish. Package, diesel 11, lumber 15, steel 8. A solid haul. Full and satisfied, I pulled up the upgrade panel. A level 2 vehicle upgrade requirements. Lumber 50, steel 50, rubber 20, glass 20, highway coins 30. Still short on materials. Gotta gather faster. Once I hit level 2, I could form a contract with a second beast, finding Kola a good little sister so she'd stop clinging to me all the time. Heading toward Happiness Town. Corpses littered the roadside the whole way. Most survivors had died killing each other. The mutant beasts and zombies only clustered around the black fog, harmless for now. The fog crawled along at 6 miles an hour, and I'd left it far behind. Less than 25 miles to my destination. The road grew crowded with people and cars. The moment a supply crate hit the ground, it got swarmed. A single sausage or a bottle of water was enough to make people beat each other bloody. I was grateful that this time around, I didn't have to fight for scraps. 5 tons of purified water a day, traded directly for supplies. What's not to love? Kola sprawled in front of the center console, managing trades. She learned fast. The cabin filled up in no time, and the little one stared at the food, drooling. I rewarded her with a bottle of milk, and she happily gave me 2 kisses back. Master, we've only got 3 tons of water left. Still trading. Trade it. Just keep enough to drink. The tank only held 5 tons anyway. Once it filled up, the water collector shut down. Leaving it unused was just a waste. I'll go load up some more water. Go ahead. I'll watch the screen for you. She pattered off toward the bathroom. Immediately, another request popped up on the console. Eternal Night Boss, can I trade diesel for water? Sure. 5 pounds of water for a barrel of oil. Everyone drove gas cars, so diesel had no market. My tank was already full. I just finished that when another message came in. Boss, I've got a blueprint. Can I trade it for a weapon? A blueprint? My spirits perked up. Now that was the real hard currency in the apocalypse. The other person's handle was Chubby Chien. What blueprint? A level 1 wooden bed blueprint. I laughed. No wonder nobody wanted it. A wooden bed couldn't compare to water, oil, or weapons, and the RV came with its own bunks. But honestly, I didn't want a bed. Even a beat-up wooden one beat this lumpy, rock-hard seat. I glanced at the pile of fire axes beside me. More than I'd ever use. I'll trade a fire axe, but you'll have to throw in something extra. A fire axe was worth way more than a wooden bed blueprint. I never let myself come out on the losing end. How about I add 2 barrels of diesel? Deal. Thank you so much, boss. I had an axe of my own, but the axe gang stopped me on the road and took it. Those 3 words, axe gang, instantly brought back memories from my last life. Sang Biao had built his whole empire by robbing people on the road early on, snowballing until he became a monster nobody in the district dared to cross. This time around, you won't be so lucky. I frowned, already forming a plan. I selected the trade. A flash of white light, and the axe was swapped for a sheet of parchment. Single bed. Materials. Wood X3, sponge X1. Craft. It even came with a 4-inch sponge mattress. Better than I'd expected. Yes. Ding. Crafting successful. Please choose a placement location. Next to the driver's seat. When the white light faded, a single bed sat there, firmly anchored in place. I pressed my hand down on it, softer than the one that came standard with a top-tier RV. Kola was just coming out of the bathroom. The second she spotted the new bed, she pounced on it. Wow, did Master make this for me? It's so soft and comfy. My face went stiff with embarrassment. This bed was supposed to be for me. Oh, whatever. She'd been a big help today, so I'd let her have it. Master, the bed's so big, We can sleep on it together. The corner of my mouth twitched. The bed was 6.5 feet long and 3 feet wide. Barely enough for one person, let alone two. What were we supposed to do? Stack ourselves like pancakes? Knock it off. You keep an eye on the trades, and I'll focus on driving. Okay. The minutes ticked by. The purified water was almost all traded away, and Cola had gotten so tired she'd flopped onto the bed and fallen asleep. I didn't wake her. She'd done a lot for me today, and her HP still hadn't fully recovered. Staying by my side, let her enjoy the tenfold recovery bonus from being a beast tamer's companion. I pulled my gaze away and looked toward the roadblocks stretched across the highway in the distance. My eyes darkened. That was Sha Biao's roadblock. Even the bus lane had been sealed off with a scrapped city bus. They didn't stop just anyone. When they ran into people who were genuinely united or reckless enough not to care about dying, they'd size them up and respectfully wave them through. But I was alone. He'd have me pegged as easy pickings. There was no dodging this one, and I hadn't planned to. At least the shop had items I could buy in a pinch. I opened the system shop. Weapons, Tier 1. Fire axe, 1 coin. Compound bow plus 10 arrows, 3 coins. Grenade, 5 coins. Revolver plus 18 rounds, 15 coins. I redeemed 1 handgun and 7 grenades. Ding. Highway coins minus 50. Remaining, 65. This money had to be spent. Sure, the system had given me a gun, but it was far from reliable. Today's gauntlet had only 2 outcomes: break through or die right here. There was no third option. Nobody knew what kind of man Sha Biao was better than I did. The bus rolled slowly forward, its speed dropping to a crawl. The road ahead was completely blocked. Thousands of people and vehicles were crammed up against the barricade, all held in check by just a few dozen men. It wasn't that no one fought back. It was that the ones who did were scattered and disorganized, throwing their lives away one by one. The roadblock was built from wrecked vehicles piled across every lane, leaving only a single toll gate opening. And those vehicles had been stacked up by the resistors themselves. The crowd murmured, thick with fear. What do we do? I've got nothing to pay the toll with. Don't you have a daughter? Up front, old Zhang handed over his daughter and bought himself a way out. But my daughter's not here with me. Then how about sending your wife over to give it a shot? I stopped listening. The only gap up ahead was guarded by a few dozen burly men wielding fire axes. Over 1,000 people, tamed into submission by just a few dozen, meekly handing over their supplies. It reminded me of my past life, and I understood. You couldn't really blame them. The weak preying on the weak was normal. But faced with organized bandits, once people's resolve scattered, whoever stuck their neck out first would find no backup coming, only bystanders and mockery. When order collapses, the first thing to crumble is never the fists, it's the trust between people. If that's true even in peacetime, how much more so at the end of the world? I swept a cold, detached gaze across the sea of faces. And that was when 2 figures, so familiar they made my stomach turn, crashed into my line of sight. Lin Feng, Lu Rian. Under the shade of a tree, 2 bodies pressed together, intimate enough to sting my eyes. Lu Rian, Lin Feng. My hands clenched suddenly on the steering wheel, veins bulging, throbbing. Cheating bastards. I forced the words out through gritted teeth. In my last life, I treated them like family. Ridiculous. Ding. Host's emotions are fluctuating. Madness plus 5. Current madness, 20. The system's chime faded, and my heart sank. 3 months of surviving the apocalypse still wasn't enough. To think my heartstrings could still be pulled by 2 lowly ants. I closed my eyes. Scenes from my past life surged back. The poison, the swinging blade, the curses, the sneers. 2 pairs of hands, working together to shove me into the abyss. When I opened my eyes, all that remained was a lake of ice-cold water. Betrayal is the norm at the end of the world. 9 out of 10 people die by the blade of the one they trust most. The human heart is more worth guarding against than any zombie. 19 miles an hour won't kill a man. Drawing my gun early would only tip them off. Right now, the biggest threat was Sang Biao. First, I'd take out the bandits blocking the road, then finish off this pair of cheating dogs on the side. I let go of the wheel and eased into the line of paying vehicles, rolling slowly toward the only opening in the roadblock. Not far off, Lu Rian swayed her hips and slipped eagerly into Sang Biao's tent. She wanted to use her 23-year-old body to climb Sang Biao's ladder. Too bad. Sang Biao had already taken his inner circle off to fight over the rankings, leaving behind nothing but a bunch of street punks thrown together at the last minute. Her little scheme was doomed to come up empty. I pulled my gaze back, fingers grazing the cold barrel of the gun at my waist, then patting the 7 grenades in my pocket. The shouts at the toll point came in wave after wave. 1 share of water, 3 shares of supplies, 1 share of gasoline. Good, you can go. Next, you there, driving the bus, get over here. Cooperate with the inspection. The men guarding the gate had long since locked their eyes on my big bus, the one that could haul people. To build his gang, the thing Sang Biao needed most was exactly this. A bus big enough to cram people into. The tattooed man leading the pack raised a hand to stop the traffic, a fire axe dangling from his grip, flashing a mouthful of yellow teeth in a wide grin. Get out for inspection. You want to jack my ride? It was written all over his face. I drew my gun. Holy shit. You. How the hell do you have a gun? The tattooed man froze in place, not daring to move a muscle. Everyone behind him just stared, dumbfounded. A stationary target. Way too easy for me. Bang. 1 shot. Right through the head. A few of the ones with a death wish came charging in, swinging their axes. Our revolvers only got 6 rounds. Cover your heads. Boys. Take him down, and we run this whole district. Bang bang, bang bang bang. A full cylinder, emptied in one go. Can't hit the head? Then it's the chest, the neck, the legs. The dense crack of gunfire exploded across the scene, striking fear into everyone. The survivors in the back who hadn't fled yet went dead silent, terror written on every face. Regular player frenzy value plus 30, regular player frenzy value plus 80. This bus driver's actually got a gun. Could he be a night walker? What are you standing around for? Make a break for it now. You want to stick around and die with the black fog. A savior's finally come to save us. The murmurs were kept extremely low. On the other side, I emptied my cylinder. The thugs blocking the road were already scared out of their wits. I slowly raised my second revolver, fully loaded. The gunfire jolted Kolo awake. Master, what happened? Good timing. You're coming down with me to collect supplies in a minute. The lackeys blocking the road were nothing but a ragtag mob, not a shred of unity among them. The moment their little leader and a handful of the reckless ones dropped dead, their morale collapsed instantly. Except for a few frenzied ones still unloading cargo in the tent, everyone else was just scrambling to save their own skin. They knew that with this many of them rushing at once, they might actually be able to take me down. But nobody wanted to be the first sacrificial lamb. Don't run. Hold the line. I'll go get backup. Back up my ass. The guy's got a gun. You've got the balls. You hold it. Each one ran faster than the last. When it's time to have fun, they leave me out. When it's time to loot, suddenly it's all on me. Screw these bandits. Whoever wants to be one can have it. The collapse came even faster than I'd expected. I looked back at the tent, still rocking rhythmically. That was the only place left with anyone alive. I popped the pin off a grenade and lobbed it in with precision. Boom. Severed limbs and body parts flew everywhere. After the blast, all that remained was the sound of sharp, agonized gasps and a few stifled wails. Lu Ruyan was among them. She hadn't died on the spot, but shrapnel had left her body riddled with wounds. In this apocalypse with no medicine and no doctors, all she had left was to wait in agony for death. I spared her a distant glance, then looked no more. Compared to putting a bullet in her for a quick release, this was far more satisfying. The grudge of an ant, settled with a flick of the hand. I'm not one to dwell on grudges, and I couldn't be bothered to kick someone when they're down. She was no longer worthy of standing at my level. I scanned the area but didn't see Lin Feng. A flicker of cold contempt crossed my eyes. This guy actually ditched his own woman and ran off alone. I wasn't about to waste time hunting for him in the crowd. Every second wasted was a second I could have spent surviving. I pulled Kola out of the car to help move the supplies. The place was piled high with the loot the Axe Gang had stolen. Ill-gotten gains, but I took them without a shred of guilt. Timber plus 18, steel plus 13, rubber plus 11, dried fish plus 10. The vehicle system kept tallying up the count. Hauling cargo with a gun in one hand, I suddenly felt a chill run down my spine. I whipped around. Over 1,000 survivors were circling me, eyes gleaming like predators. The Axe gang had long since scattered. Only these people remained. Every one of them had that same look: greed, frenzy, and a trace of fear. The frenzy stat had warped their minds, making them a lot less afraid of death. So many supplies. He's all alone, and he's got some girl dressed up like a succubus with him. But his eyes are so red, he'll kill us. You think he's out of bullets? And right then, Lin Feng was cowering in the crowd, trembling. He'd recognized me, but he didn't dare show his face. In his memory, Chun Yi was a timid coward who wouldn't fight back even when bullied, let alone kill anyone. He couldn't wrap his head around how I'd changed into this. Gunning down bandits, not caring whether my girlfriend lived or died. He even had a hunch that I'd long since figured out what he and Lu Ruyan had going on behind my back. I couldn't be bothered with the crowd's commotion. I fired 2 shots into the ground at their feet, then flashed the row of grenades on my belt. One already mutated survivor, fearless of death, lunged at my cargo rack. Bang, bang. 2 shots. Dead on the spot. This is no savior. He's a straight-up killer. Run for it. The crowd, only mildly affected by the frenzy, scattered in every direction, terrified by the death. You there. Hold it. Get over here. I pointed my gun at a few of the men. Boss, I was just here for the show. Don't kill me. Cut the crap. Help me load up, or die. An hour later, the bus was packed to the brim. I fired up the engine and drove off. 60 cubic meters of space, and I'd filled at least 40. I couldn't take the remaining supplies with me, so I just left them for the guys who'd helped me load up. Whether they could hold on to them was their problem. The guy with the gun is gone. It's just a few empty-handed men left. Grab it quick. In the rearview mirror, I watched a slaughter erupt, 100 times more brutal than the one before. The have-nots tearing each other apart. It made my scalp crawl. Interesting. The real beasts haven't even made their move yet, and people have already descended into chaos among themselves. The red glow in my eyes slowly faded instead, my frenzy value dropping from 45 to 43. Deep breaths, regulating the frenzy value. This was the calming technique I'd earned with blood in my previous life. Looking at the truckload of supplies, I had enough to upgrade my vehicle 2 levels, maybe even 3. Master, so many people died back there. Are you scared? I shot back. She's my contract beast. From here on out, every single day would be soaked in this kind of bloodshed. She needed to get used to it, and fast. Scared? Hee. Cola loves the smell of fresh blood. I'm totally pumped right now. I remembered the way she'd sucked my blood, and my mouth twitched. Cola, from now on, no drinking human blood. Cola won't drink blood. Cola drinks milk. Milk tastes way better than blood. She immediately fished out a bottle of whole milk, plopped down cross-legged on the bunk beside me, and shot me a timid glance, as if asking, "Can baby drink this?" "Go ahead." I nodded and kept driving. Before long, the system made another announcement. Current survivors remaining in this zone, 6,821. 3 or 4,000 living, breathing lives. Here, they were nothing but a string of cold numbers. Numbers don't bleed, but behind every single one had been a person who wanted to live. Player Sang Biao, 999th to arrive, time 13:55, no reward. The delayed announcements came in one after another. It was already 4 in the afternoon. The reason they were only being pushed now was that only those who'd reached Happiness Town could see this ranking. That's right, I'd arrived long ago. They called it a town, but it was really just a makeshift station. It was surrounded by old walk-up apartment buildings, and every vehicle had to park inside a massive public park. Ding! You have arrived at Happiness Town, ranked 5,022nd, no reward. Please park your vehicle within the white lines to ensure protection from attack. Others may only enter your vehicle with your permission. Sanzang the monk and Huzi the mercenary. Still these two, taking the top 2 spots. I didn't overthink it. I casually picked a bus stall and pulled neatly inside the white-lined frame. The next second, the vehicle gave off a faint white glow. It was under protection. 8 more buses were parked beside me, all claimed by Sang Biao. They were completely empty right now, everyone having gone into town to scavenge for supplies. I had no intention of going out. Word was that Happiness Town was haunted, dangerous even in daylight. On top of that, Sang Biao held grudges and would stop at nothing for revenge. I'd taken his stuff. He'd never let it slide. They had numbers on their side, so I'd lay low for now. Getting my vehicle up to level 2 was the real priority. Ding. Upgrade to level 2 bus. Yes. Please choose an upgrade path. 1. Balanced. Types. 1. Balanced 2. Survival 3. Combat. Without hesitation, I chose number 1. The survival type was comfortable and could regenerate resources, a mobile fortress, but it couldn't withstand a raid. The combat type could mount weapons, sturdy and fierce, a mech of the future, but hard to sustain on your own. The balanced type covered both. It wasn't the best at any one thing, but it was the most suitable for a lone traveler. On a solo journey, going far matters more than going fast. Ding. Selection confirmed, balanced type. VRMMM. The vehicle entered upgrade mode. One by one, the supplies inside turned into points of light and melted into the chassis. Estimated upgrade time, 30 minutes. Master, our little car, it looks like it's getting bigger. I couldn't help pinching her cheek. Yeah. Cola, has your HP bar recovered yet? Nope, not even a tenth back. But if Master holds Cola, I can recover way faster. My face went dark with lines. Why is this succubus a little indecent? Did her lust stat just kick in? Are you serious? She nodded like crazy, her face the picture of pure innocence. Fine. I opened my arms. It's not like I'd lose anything. The little succubus cheered and dove straight into my embrace. That gorgeous, delicate body pressed against me, and I nearly couldn't hold it together. Good thing I was ready this time. No nosebleed. The soft, warm sensation sent a ripple through my chest, and a faint, refreshing fragrance drifted into my nose, instantly sweeping away all my exhaustion. Master smells so good. It's like there's all this warm life energy pouring into Cola's body. HP +1. HP +1. Before long, I noticed something odd. It rose by 1 point every 5 minutes. The girl wasn't lying. Her recovery rate really had doubled. Man, if she could actually top off all 1000 HP, she'd basically be a living flesh shield from here on out. The little succubus wrapped her arms around my neck, tilted her head, leaned against my shoulder, and just like that, she fell asleep. Asleep in 1 second? What kind of godly constitution is that? I felt a little envious. Half an hour later, holding her close and breathing in that faint fragrance, I drifted off comfortably too. Ding. Your vehicle has been successfully upgraded. Ding. Server-wide announcement. Player Endless Night is the first in the entire server to upgrade to a level 2 vehicle. Rewards. Highway coins plus 100, bronze blueprint chest times 1. The system's broadcast slowly stirred me awake. I actually fell asleep. Good thing this is a safe zone. The instant I opened my eyes, I saw a crowd swarming around the outside of the bus. At the front stood that vindictive Biao, the guy who held every grudge. I opened my eyes and ran straight into the dense mass of figures outside the window. My hand shot to the revolver at my waist, knuckles tightening around the grip, my gaze sweeping coldly across the whole scene. 100 or so of them. Here's the English translation. A crowd of them, led by the scar-faced Biao. No need to guess. Every last one of them was from the Axe Gang. What caught me off guard was a familiar figure in the crowd, Lin Feng. Turns out, before he ever came crawling to my side, he'd been one of the Axe Gang's men. Wait, the ones who tried to kill me in my last life. Could it have been the Axe Gang pulling the strings? Our eyes met, and Lin Feng flinched, shrinking back behind the others. In this life, he was pathetically spineless. I didn't dwell on it. I kept scanning the crowd and quickly zeroed in on a few of them. Faces ghostly pale, sweat beading on their foreheads, eyes rimmed with red. My pupils contracted. Possessed by a wraith. Heh, Eternal Night, you're in fine spirits. Biao's voice dripped with amusement, his lecherous eyes glued to me and Cola sleeping in the car. Took my stuff, leveled up, and now you're snuggled up with a woman, sleeping like a baby. You don't plan on giving me an explanation? He had the look of a man who thought he had me dead to rights. My gaze turned ice cold, killing intent surging through me. This wasn't just an insult. It was a mountain of blood debt piled up from my last life. But I loosened my grip on the gun. They had more men than I had bullets, and there were a few possessed wildcards hiding in the mix. Going head-to-head wasn't worth it. I raised my hand and, swish, yanked the car curtains shut. An exclusive accessory of the Level 2 vehicle, it blocked out every prying eye. This pack of possessed men was going to kick off a bloodbath tonight. All I had to do was sit back and watch. Outside, ignored, Biao's earlier mockery instantly became a clown's one-man show. His face went livid. Fuck. You really think one crappy gun lets you strut around like you own the place? He'd heard people say a revolver held 6 rounds, tops. Smash it. Drag that little punk out. I want his life, his car, and his woman. With Biao backing them, his goons grabbed their weapons and started pounding on the car. Whoa! A flash of white light exploded, sending them all sprawling to the ground. Ding! Vehicles within a parking space are protected by the system and cannot be attacked. Boss, this spot's got some kind of shield. We can't even dent it. Biao ground his teeth in fury. Damn it, almost forgot about that stupid rule. Kid, I don't believe you can hide in there forever. You few, keep your eyes glued to him. The rest of you, come back with me. You got it, Biao. I couldn't even be bothered to spare the shouting and banging outside a single glance. I got up and carried the sleeping Cola over to her little bed. The level 2 vehicle came with built-in AC. I set it to 60 degrees and grabbed 2 bath towels to use as her blanket. It was the peak of summer. That crowd outside was steaming in a sardine, and while I sipped milk in air-conditioned comfort. I twisted open a bottle of whole milk and tipped it back, the rich sweetness smoothing out the edge of malice in my chest. As for those clowns still standing outside, at this point, they were basically offering themselves up as free vessels for the wraiths. I pulled up the brand new vehicle panel. Eternal Night, LV2. Highway coins, 165, daily loan repayment, 100, 10 days remaining. Defense, 50 speed, 90 kilometers per hour fuel consumption, 65 L per 100 kilometers. Durability, 10 tenths weight, 100 tons. Breeding room, LV0, upgradable basic bedroom. LV0, upgradable. Weapon slot, 1, ready to load. Installed parts, LV5 golden bathroom with water resource collector. LV1 single wooden bed. Items held, bronze blueprint chest, revolver ×2, grenade ×3, fire axe ×3. Talent, 1 gold trait per level. Activated traits, 1. God tier beast tamer, contract 1/2. Contracted beast, Cola, God tier succubus. You have 1 fresh gold trait draw available. I glanced back at the cabin. The rear half had already been remodeled into a separate little room, with a breeding chamber and a staircase added under the domed ceiling, though for now it all sat empty. Outside, a new external weapon port had been mounted onto the body. Just as I thought, a bus has way more room for modding. 3 or 4 other vehicles combined wouldn't add up to even half of this thing. I steadied myself, looked at the trait draw, and pressed it without a moment's hesitation. Ding! Drawing now. The gold and crimson cards spun wildly, blazing with golden light. Then, it locked into place. Congratulations. You've obtained a God-tier trait. Infinite Devour. Effect. Your vehicle can devour ownerless scrapped cars and the corpses of slain beasts, randomly gaining attribute boosts and supply chests. I clenched my fists hard. My heart was pounding, and my breath caught for half a beat. Infinite Devour. A doomsday fortress that could grow without limit, with no ceiling, and it dropped supply chests, too. Over 3,000 cars had been scrapped across the entire district today, all of them ownerless. A crazy idea took shape in an instant. Head out tonight and swallow every last one of these treasures. I checked the system clock, 5:45 p.m. About 15 minutes left until the 6 o'clock settlement. I looked at Cola, fast asleep on the bed, then shot a glance at the bronze blueprint chest and forced down the urge to open it. Waiting until tomorrow to use her lucky right hand to upgrade the chest would maximize the payoff. At the same time, I remembered the God-tier beast tamer trait. Every level up let me contract 1 more beast. The wraiths in Happy Town were all rare tier, immune to physical damage, not bad as contracted beasts, and perfect for guarding the vehicle. But they had no physical form and would possess people and mess with their minds, so I had no way to deal with them for now. The second beast can wait. I pulled up the LV3 upgrade panel and gave it a quick scan. LV3 upgrade requirements. With 200, glass 100, alloy. Steel nail ×50, mechanical core ×1, road coins ×300. A level 3 bus already needs a mechanical core. In my last life, I drove an off-road vehicle and didn't run into this rare material until level 4. Here's hoping tonight's car devouring drops 1. While my mind was wandering, the clock jumped straight to 6 o'clock. In the distance, a bolt of lightning came crashing down, ending the lives of every player who hadn't finished their tasks. A cold announcement rang out on schedule, exploding in the minds of everyone across the entire zone. Ding. Building B, Zone F007, Survivors, 6098/10,000. Congratulations to the players who arrived on time. Each receives 1 road coin. Accumulate 100 coins to unlock hidden permissions. Those who failed to arrive on time have been erased and converted into NPCs or puppet props. Reminder, never leave the white line zone or you'll lose protection. Good night. See you tomorrow. The moment the announcement ended, the chat channel instantly flooded. That was terrifying. I made it into town right on the buzzer, and every car behind me got fried by lightning. You'd throw your lives away just to grab supplies. Next time you won't be so lucky. What good is 1 road coin? This garbage system won't let anyone live. Upgrading to a level 2 car costs 30 coins. Everlasting Night is definitely cheating. I'm reporting him. Tiger, aren't you all curious what 100 road coins can unlock? Holy crap, the number 2 ranked Tiger just spoke up. Tiger, that stuff's way beyond us. No point even dreaming about it. Master Sanzang, you're mistaken, my friend. As long as everyone helps one another, every single person could unlock it right now. The number 1 ranked master is talking too. How do we help each other? Teach us. I glanced at it, then closed the chat window. My advantage from the shop is almost gone. Everyone's leveling up fast. Sanzang and Tiger will both hit level 2 by tonight at the latest. If I stop moving, they'll catch up in no time. It's like rowing against the current. If you don't push forward, you fall back. In the apocalypse, that truth is crueler than ever. I turned the key. The engine let out a low, steady hum. The level 2 vehicle had completely shed its old, falling apart rattling. The body was rock solid, and its speed left every level 1 car in the dust. I cranked the wheel, pulled out of the parking spot, and headed for the abandoned highway shrouded in black fog. Time to test out the power of unlimited devouring. Ding. You have used 1 safe pass. Not long after I left town, inside Biao the Beast's bus, a blood-curdling scream suddenly erupted. Several of his underlings, possessed by wraiths, eyes bloodshot, swung fire axes and hacked 2 people to death in a frenzy. Stay back. Biao, what do we do? They won't die no matter how hard we cut. I don't believe it. Watch me blow their heads off with 1 arrow. At that very moment, the lackeys I'd sent to guard my car door came back too. Only now their eyes were bloodshot. Their faces drained white as they pounded on the doors from outside, sealing off any escape route for good. And at this very moment, I'd just come across my first junked vehicle. Ding. Ownerless RV detected. Initiate devour. My fingertip was about to hit confirm. A white shadow drifted through the car. Ding. Ownerless RV detected. Initiate devour. Yes. That abandoned RV suddenly went translucent, shattering into a sky full of glowing motes. All of it sucked straight into my vehicle. Devoured tier 1 RV times 1. Vehicle magic resistance permanently +1. Shoddy treasure chest times 1. The shell of the double-decker bus flashed blue. Current magic resistance 1. Beside the driver's seat, a treasure chest dropped down with a clunk. My heart leaped. Permanent magic resistance. Normally that kind of stat doesn't unlock until you hit a tier 3 vehicle. With it, I could tank a wraith's psychic attacks head-on. The thought had barely settled when a soft thump-thump came from inside the car. Ding. Wraith intrusion detected. I flinched. It was already inside. I clearly played my safe passage card. I stared at the white shadow flickering through the car interior, my voice dropping low. It slipped in during the gap while I was swapping cards. Lucky little thing. I didn't panic. Panic would only hand it an opening. This thing doesn't kill, it possesses. It gnaws at your will, amplifies your fear, your resentment, prying your madness meter higher bit by bit, until it drives a person into a raving, walking corpse. Too bad for it. It ran into me. A mindset forged crawling out of a heap of corpses in my last life, plus the 5 points of magic resistance I'd maxed out earlier. Psychic attacks fear, nothing more than magic resistance. Creepy little thing, I said, the corner of my mouth curling up. If you've got the guts, last a full 24 hours on my bus. With 5 points of magic resistance and a heart like mine, I'd win those 24 hours easy. If it wanted to squat here and refuse to leave, I'd just contract it outright. If it wanted to run, well, that bought me some peace and quiet. Besides, riding shotgun was Cola, with her magic immune constitution. I didn't stop. I eased down on the gas, the dim yellow headlights carving steadily through the black fog as I kept hunting for my next target. Devoured tier, 1 sports car times 1. Speed permanently +1. Shoddy treasure chest times 1. It even boosts my top speed? I grinned. This infinite devour power was even more broken than I'd imagined. One junked vehicle after another went down my gullet. The roadside was littered with wreckage left behind by the previous owners. Some had turned into madness-crazed zombies, others into system-modified puppets, wandering the empty streets with no purpose. Those were the ones who hadn't made it through the first night. Devoured tier, 1 heavy truck times 1. Defense permanently +1. Common treasure chest times 1. Devoured tier, 1 van times 1. Space permanently, +1 cubic unit. Low-grade treasure chest times 1. Devoured level 1 off-road vehicle times 1. Durability permanently +1. Low-grade treasure chest times 1. In just a dozen minutes, dozens of cars went down the hatch. My level 2 vehicle's base defense, originally 50 points, climbed to 57. Its top speed and durability were shooting up right before my eyes, and treasure chests were piling up all over the car. Meanwhile, Happiness Town had already erupted into chaos. I only pieced together what happened over there later. On Sang Biao's bus, the 2 possessed underlings had been cut down by his own hands, but the specter came out without a scratch. It just turned around and burrowed into someone else. Biaoji, tons of people in the group are dealing with the same thing. Their buddies suddenly went berserk and started hacking at people. They're saying it's a specter. Didn't the system say we'd be fine as long as we didn't cross the white line? Sang Biao's heart sank. It wasn't until 2 more of his underlings lost control and went mad that he finally believed it. They'd run into a specter. We're done for. We're just ordinary people. What have we got to fight a specter with? Before the words even left his mouth, that white mist suddenly shot out, lunging straight at Lin Feng in the crowd. Ding! A crisp ring. The vicious specter was blasted away by a streak of golden light, its true form revealed on the spot before it could even scream. Ding! Congratulations, Lin Feng, for slaying a specter. Reward: Black Iron Treasure Chest times 1, Highway Coins times 2. The treasure chest clattered to the ground. Lin Feng looked utterly bewildered, reaching up to touch the copper coin around his neck. It was faintly hot and glowing. One corner of the coin had chipped off. This whole scene fell right into Sang Biao's eyes. He stepped forward, yanked the coin free, threw his head back, and laughed like a madman. A magic treasure. Huh, it's a magic treasure. Then he narrowed his eyes at Lin Feng. Kid, what's your name? Back to the other side of the story. I'd just finished devouring a car when a soft, sweet little voice came from the passenger seat. Master, I'm so hungry. I want instant noodles. The little girl's stomach was growling and growling. She'd woken up starving. But I acted like I hadn't heard a thing and just kept driving. Cola's wine-red eyes lit up in an instant, locking straight onto the baby specter in its spirit form. A semi-transparent little girl specter perched on my shoulder, both tiny hands clamped tightly over my ears. The little girl specter met Cola's gaze and, like a mouse spotting a cat, spun around and fled. You messed with my master, and now you think you can run? As a divine-blooded succubus, Cola had a natural dominance over lower-tier specters. The little girl specter was just about to phase through the wall when Cola's sharp shout nailed it in place, unable to move. In that instant, my whole body felt light. My blocked hearing and senses all came flooding back. I turned my head and only then saw that little face plastered with a "Please feed me" look. You're awake. Before I could finish, I saw the little girl swishing her devil tail, its tip bound around a wisp of pale white mist, waving it at me smugly. My pupils shrink. That wisp of white mist was the specter that had slipped into the car. Master, I'm hungry. I want instant noodles. That thing tied to your tail? Is that a specter? Oh, this? Just a mischievous little troublemaker. Kola arched an eyebrow. Show yourself already and apologize to my master. The white mist suddenly condensed, and a timid, semi-transparent little girl took shape, plump and pale, looking utterly harmless. But I knew this was a thing that could kill you without leaving a trace. Mister, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. She kept her head down. I'd had my eye on the treasure in your car for a while, so I slipped in the moment you stepped away. The instant she materialized, the system panel popped up in sync. Species, Spectre, Physical Immunity. Level 3. Quality, Rare. HP, 3/3. Mental Attack, 10. Abilities, Possession, Enhanced Perception. I immediately pulled over, the gleam in my eyes growing brighter. Kola, you actually subdued a rare tier Spectre just like that? Bloodline suppression. This was the sheer confidence of a divine tier creature. Hee hee. So master, can I eat my instant noodles now? Of course. I'll make them right now. I got up and made the noodles, deliberately tossing in a sausage. Kola buried her face in the bowl and wolfed it down. Clearly she'd been starving. But I found myself staring at that little specter girl, lost in thought. In my past life, I'd heard a rumor. There was a beast tamer who formed a contract with a specter and had it possess a vehicle, turning it into a car spirit, transforming an ordinary car into the safest apocalypse fortress in the entire zone. Kola, beat her to the brink of death. You got it. Kola grinned wickedly at the trembling little specter, and the sight alone made the girl's hackles rise. No, I only have 3 HP. Big sister, I'm begging you. Humph. When you were messing with my master just now, weren't you having a grand old time? Kola flicked the heart-shaped tip of her tail, and a bone spike shot out, striking the little specter precisely in the neck. HP -2. A blood-curdling scream tore out, and the little girl's form could no longer hold. The white mist churned and surged, transforming into a specter bride in a flowing white wedding gown. Radiantly beautiful, voluptuous, easily a 9 or above. Oh, so you were playing innocent. I smiled with amusement. Ding. A dying rare-tier specter has been detected in the vehicle. Initiate beast contract. I glanced at that white wedding gown, then at the words physical immunity printed boldly on the panel, and my heart surged with joy. One with physical immunity, one with magic immunity. Contract. The moment the word left my lips, the system drew a thread of essence from within me and branded it onto the specter bride's forehead, where it unfurled slowly into a cloud-in thunder pattern. At the same time, a small, delicate cloud pattern mark appeared on my wrist. Connected to the succubus mark still on me, it was now crystal clear. I had 2 contracted beasts. Ding. Congratulations on successfully contracting a rare-tier shadow wraith. Bonus reward, Spirit +3, Special Attribute Point +8 centimeters. A wisp of murky blue vapor seeped out of her body and poured entirely into mine. A wave of coolness washed over me from head to toe, and I couldn't help but shiver. Once I'd absorbed the spirit energy, my vision grew sharper, as if someone had wiped away a layer of fog inside my head. Then my gaze landed on that 8 centimeters. Ding. This attribute is a body mutation attribute and can be freely applied to any body part. Where should I put it? I mulled it over for a while. Let's go with height. My limbs stretched slightly, and my once 5 feet 8 inches frame shot straight past the 5 feet 11 inches mark I'd always dreamed of. Not bad. I can even get taller. I glanced down, and my movements froze. Seems like a certain part grew by 8 centimeters too. I shook my head, deciding not to dwell on it, and pulled up my personal panel. Name, Chunyi. Human. Age 22. Quality, inferior. Height, 180 centimeters. Class, God tier beast tamer. Level, 1, vehicle level, 2. HP, 100/100. Physique, 15. Spirit, 18. Madness, 5. System assessment, an inferior human, barely qualifying as outstanding among your kind. Here's hoping you live a little longer. Not bad. I chuckled. In my last life, I busted my ass for 3 whole months just to hit numbers like these. Besides, this time around I'm a god-tier beast tamer. Hand-to-hand combat is the dumbest way to live. I closed the panel and looked at the silent wraith bride. What's your name? Master, my name is Bai Ling. The moment the contract was formed, she knew all the rules. Whatever schemes she'd had before were long gone, and she cooperated completely. Bai Ling, you can possess this bus of mine, right? Yes, master. She nodded obediently. I tilted my chin slightly toward Kola. She understood immediately, drew back her tail, and released her hold. Having learned her lesson from the bloodline suppression, and with the contract brand on her forehead, Bai Ling no longer harbored the slightest treachery. She bowed respectfully and settled into her proper place. At my signal, she transformed into a wisp of white mist and drifted into the bus's central console. The next second, the entire vehicle gave a faint shudder, a very pale ghostly white halo sweeping across it. A miniature figure in a white wedding dress appeared on the central display, none other than Bai Ling. From now on, this metal shell of a bus was her body. Ding! Beast and vehicle fusion successful. Quality upgraded to epic tier. After the fusion, Bai Ling was both startled and delighted. Master, I think I've awakened Devour to grow stronger. Ability? I wasn't surprised. This was just an offshoot of the vehicle's infinite Devour trait. But Bai Ling was over the moon. Awakening an extra ability meant her bloodline had leveled up outright, jumping from a rare-grade wraith straight to an epic-grade beast under my command. Bai Ling, you can control this vehicle? The little figure on the screen nodded like crazy. I can. This bus is my body now. She rushed to prove herself. I can drive for you, guard the bus, and even give you a heads up if someone tries to ambush us. Good, I said in a low voice. From now on, only our people get on and off this bus. Don't ever let a single stranger in. Got it. Bai Ling understands. HP +1. Her health ticked up out of nowhere, and it caught her off guard. When a wraith gets hurt, it's supposed to heal painfully slow, yet this wound had closed on its own. Master, did you heal me? She could clearly feel it. This restorative power only existed when she was near me. Lucky you. Kola slurped her instant noodles, putting on the airs of a little mistress. My master has a god-tier beast aura. Getting to follow him is a blessing you earned in a past life. So work hard from now on. Yes, Bai Ling will serve master and the young mistress well. That's more like it. I watched the two of them, one big, one small, with a cool eye, then grabbed a piece of bread and washed it down with milk. All I'd eaten the whole day was 1 cup of instant noodles, and I was starving. Supplies were plentiful, so there was no need to ration. Other players had gone the entire day hungry. Some were pushed to the brink and had to drink their own urine just to survive. Out here in the desert, moisture evaporated fast, and dehydration could kill you at any moment. But none of that was my concern. The second I finished eating, I had Bai Ling take over the wheel while Kola and I sat down to open crates and take inventory. The bus once again cut smoothly through the black fog, devouring everything in its path. Devoured level 1 RV ×5. Vehicle magic resistance permanently +5. Low-quality treasure chest ×3. I'd also figured out the rules. Cars too badly damaged wouldn't yield a chest when devoured. Master, I sense a bronze treasure chest nearby. You can find chests even in the black fog? I can. My perception is psychic. It isn't blocked by line of sight. It's just that my mental power is still weak, so I can't move the chests myself. My eyes lit up. A living radar. Once her mental power grew, she'd be able to grab chests and collect loot for me too. Kola, go get it. Okay, master. She went without a word of complaint. This kid was the most obedient little sweetheart. I kept sorting through the mountain of supplies, feeling a twinge of regret. Too bad Bai Ling had no physical body, or she could have lent a hand too. Ugh, there's just too much stuff. It's a sweet kind of trouble. And so they went, raiding, hoarding, upgrading, all along the way. Meanwhile, over in Happiness Town, an eerie rift had torn the place open, and many more had fallen. Luckily, there weren't many creepers in the town, so in the end only a few hundred died, and the survivors weren't exactly defenseless either. Master Sanzong chanted an ancient scripture and released one wraith after another. Huzi used a boy's urine to ward off evil, barely managing to drive away the female ghost clinging to him. As for Sha Biao, relying on that copper coin he'd snatched from Lin Feng, his ghost kill count actually topped even Master Sanzang's, simply because too many of his boys had gotten possessed. Damn it, why does this piece of crap coin lose a corner every time I use it? Lin Feng, do you have any more or not? Sha Biao rubbed the coin, wincing. A few more kills, and it'd be spent for good. Biao, you already searched me. I really don't have any more. Lin Feng shrank into the corner, trembling like a leaf. Sha Biao narrowed his eyes, still convinced the kid wasn't being straight with him. A sharp-faced, weaselly advisor pulled him aside, lowering his voice. Biao, Lin Feng doesn't respond to force. Didn't his wife, Lu Rian, get hurt? If we bring her back, Lin Feng low you big. And then, how could he not cough up everything he's got? Sha Biao's eyes lit up. Good idea. Grab that recovery serum from the black iron chest and use it on the woman. One of his boys panicked. Biao, that's our only life-saving serum. Why waste it on some? You don't know shit. You can't catch the wolf if you're too cheap to bait the trap. Sha Biao gripped the half coin, his tone dead certain. These ghosts each drop black iron chests. We can score another coin easy. What's one jar of serum? Before he'd even finished, another blood-curdling scream ripped across the square. In their scramble for resources, they'd long since strayed past the safe zone. Two of his boys got possessed, eyes blazing red as they lunged at the crowd. Sha Biao spat. Damn it, these ghost bastards have got a real grudge against me. Bring it on. I'll send you all straight to hell. After 5 or 6 solid hours of nonstop devouring, Cola and I kept cracking open chests, listening to the endless stream of notification chimes. I couldn't wipe the grin off my face. Racing and devouring the whole way. After a few hours, we'd swallowed nearly 1,000 junked cars. The vehicle's stats skyrocketed, and there were so many treasure chests that my hand cramped from opening them all. I wiped the sweat from my temple, cracked open a sports drink and chugged half of it, then leaned back into my seat and pulled up the panel. Vehicle, Evernight LV2. Found Car Spirit, by Ling. Car Spirit status. HP 3/3, Willpower 10. Defense, 220. Magic Resistance, 398. Durability, 102. Storage, 260 cubic meters. Top speed, 190 kilometers. Vehicle modification, deployable. Hiss. I sucked in a sharp breath. Forget the balance type Tier 2 vehicles. Not even the combat types could match these stats. A total powerhouse across the board, no weak spots whatsoever. The vehicle was packed to the brim. If I rationed carefully, there was enough to keep me comfortably fed for a whole month. As thrilled as I was, I didn't dare get greedy. I only had 2 safe pass cards left, and there was no way I could swallow up the remaining few thousand vehicles within 2 hours. Without the card's protection, staying in the black fog meant certain death. In my past life, God knows how many players ended up buried in this fog. It was crawling with Tier 3 and 4 monsters, elusive NPCs, and even a regional boss that could crush a Tier 3 vehicle with a single swat. I downed the last of my drink and steadied myself. Bai Ling, turn around. Back to Happy Town. We'll come back for the rest next time. Yes, master. Bai Ling smoothly maneuvered the bus into a U-turn at the intersection ahead. Even at 190 miles per hour, the chassis stayed rock steady, and that G-force pinning me to the seat was the real deal. 100 kilometers of road, knocked out in half an hour. The town ahead was blanketed in white fog, no way to push any further. Everything would only return to normal once the next mission unlocked, which meant I was stuck here too. Bai Ling, don't bother with a parking spot. Just stop in the plaza. Got it. She brought the bus to a smooth halt dead center in Happy Plaza. With the cola on my side and nearly 400 points of magic resistance, I wasn't the least bit scared of the wraiths. This whole setup was pure bait. I was just waiting for them to come to me and cough up gold coins and treasure chests. I knew the black fog had stopped for the night and wouldn't flood into town. Aside from a few stray wraiths here and there, this place was about as safe as it got. Not long after the bus settled, the clock struck exactly midnight. Ding! Congratulations to all surviving players on successfully making it through Survival Day 1. Server-wide survival reward. Highway coin ×1. Universal repair wrench ×1. Effect. Repairs all vehicle damage, restores durability, and provides step-by-step maintenance tutorials. The cold notification popped up on every survivor's screen at the same time. As for those who'd already lost their vehicles and been reduced to wasteland scavengers, they only got a single highway coin, no item. Everyone who'd survived a night of wraiths was suddenly pumped, like they'd been shot full of adrenaline. The chat group instantly exploded. Damn, the system's handing out repair tools now? Did it grow a conscience? Who unlocked the shop? How the hell do you do it? This is killing me. Just join Master 3 Burial's mutual aid group, and it unlocks. 1 highway coin for 2 bottles of iced cola. So good. Wait, iced cola. I signed up too late. Gotta wait a few more days. A few days is lucky. I've got to wait over 10. Biao the Brute spotted the business opportunity instantly and jumped in. Want to get yours early? Come find me at the Axe Gang to unlock the store. Just 2 highway coins service fee, activated on the spot. The moment that message dropped, sure enough, a bunch of impatient players slid into his DMs. Staring at a screen full of unlocked messages, I'd opened the special exchange window early, hoping to grab a few trouble-free tokens. But the second it hit 12 and refreshed, the number flickered and went blank. The daily limited batch of trouble-free tokens. I was 0.1 seconds too slow, and somebody had already cleaned them all out. Who the hell is this? Single for a few decades, huh? Hands that fast. Does lifespan not cost you a dime? I couldn't help cursing under my breath, my face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Then I checked the newly refreshed talents. Starting price 10,000. God tier talents. Not a single one left. Ding. System has automatically deducted 100 highway coins for your daily loan payment. Remaining principal and interest, 900 highway coins. Current balance, 66. Duh. Great. Didn't snag a single token, and now my pockets are scraping bottom too. If I don't rake in some cash, I won't even be able to make tomorrow's loan payment. As for that Sang Biao lurking in town with his greedy eyes, I didn't spare him a second thought. Master, there are wraiths coming. Bai Ling's voice carried a hint of excitement. Bang, bang, bang. Dull, heavy impacts exploded. Wraiths were smashing into the car like maniacs. Ow, what kind of junker is this? Ramming it splits my skull open. A few little wraiths had finally caught a car that hadn't pulled into a spot and wasn't under protection. But they never expected the sheet metal to be this ridiculously tough. My eyes lit up. Cola, head on down. Bring your master some gold coins. Cola happily pushed the door open and hopped out. The second the little wraiths saw a girl step out of the car, they were scared out of their wits and turned to bolt. Mamma mia, why is there a demon in that car? Run for it. You show up and then you want to run? Since when could you fly? The demonic sigil on Cola's belly rippled, and in an instant 2 purple-red bat wings unfurled behind her. 1 light flap and she shot into the air. Within a few breaths, she'd caught up to the fleeing wraiths. Locked down by her succubus aura, the little wraiths couldn't budge an inch, nailed in place all in a row. Great demon lord, we didn't mean to ram your car. Please spare us. Heh. Didn't mean to, so you did mean to. Cola flicked out sharp claws from her fingertips, and the little heart at the tip of her tail transformed into a silver hook. My master's still buried under a mountain of debt, so I'll just borrow a few of your little lives, trade him for some gold coins. There was no gore. I only saw her hovering midair, gently clawing at a few frozen wisps of white mist. With a swing of the silver hook, the wraiths dissolved completely. Ding. Congratulations, Eternal Knight, for slaying 3 wraiths. Obtain black iron chest ×3, highway coins ×6. Clang, clang. 3 iron chests slammed hard into the ground, instantly drawing a ring of prying eyes from all around. The car owners huddled inside their own vehicles, faces pressed against the glass, staring intently. The square. Holy crap, what is that? Razor claws, silver hooks, ram horns, bat wings. Don't tell me that's the succubus from the legends. That girl's got serious swagger. Face and body, absolutely flawless. She grabbed the crate and got on the bus. Isn't that the first tier, 2 vehicle in the whole zone, Eternal Knight? Meanwhile, aboard Biao's vehicle. Biao, it's confirmed. Eternal Knight's keeping a succubus, and it can even kill spirits for him. What? It can fight the monsters in his place too? Biao's eyes flushed blood red in an instant. He glared hard in the direction of the bus, grinding his teeth as he growled low. Well, this punk stole my resources, jumped ahead of me to upgrade to a tier 2 vehicle, and now he's hiding a treasure like this. That succubus, that vehicle, that pile of supplies, all of it should have been mine. It's mine. He shot a glance at his own freshly upgraded tier 2 vehicle, not a single bonus reward to show for it. The fury in his chest hit its peak, and his frenzy value shot up like crazy. He slammed a fist into the center console. Its durability dropped by a notch. Why? Why did Shinyi get to steal his stuff and still snag a system reward for upgrading his vehicle? This was a lawless, savage land. And here, the first thing resentment ever devours is never someone else. It's the very person clutching it so tightly. But that truth? Right now, Biao couldn't hear a single word of it. Biao pressed himself against my window, eyes locked on Cola, trembling all over with jealousy. But his spirit-slaying copper coins were nearly spent, and it was midnight right now, when the Een energy was at its strongest. He'd cut down far too many spirits before, and now, fearing retaliation, he didn't dare provoke me at a time like this. All he could do was clench his back teeth and hiss out a sinister threat. Parking your car out in the open with no system protection? Let's just see if you live to see the dawn. As for me, the door slid open without a sound. Bai Ling controlled the door, waiting for Cola to board before sealing it shut, tighter and more responsive than any smart lock. The moment Cola sat down, she fed the highway coins she'd collected into the coin slot one by one. The crisp clatter landed one after another. On the system panel, my balance jumped to 72 coins. Heh, my Cola really gets the job done. I ruffled her head, more convinced than ever that contracting this succubus had been well worth it. Praised, the little succubus immediately snuggled up against me, soft and pliant. Master, are we opening the treasure chests? We are. But these black iron chests, I'll handle myself. 3 bronze treasure chests were piled up in the corner. A new day had begun, which meant Cola's lucky right hand could trigger again. There was no way I'd let her waste it on black iron chests. I opened the black iron chest first. Ding. Obtained alloy steel times 5. Ding. Obtained 1 cubic meter of space. Ding. Obtained storage backpack times 1. Ding. Obtained low-grade healing potion times 1. Holy crap, the stuff a wraith drops really is on another level. A spatial backpack and a healing potion. I grinned. With these, I've got an extra layer of insurance when I head out to explore. Having gotten a taste of the rewards, I kept camping out. But the wraiths had been scared witless by that demonic aura, and none of them dared show up again. So this whole bait-and-trap operation ended up being a one-time deal. I sprawled across the seat and closed my eyes. The night slipped quietly away. Morning sunlight hit my face. The cold, mechanical system made its punctual announcement, jolting me awake. Ding. Survival mission. Arrive at the next stop, Pet Paradise Station, within 48 hours. Distance, 500 kilometers. Mission begins in 10 minutes. The first to complete it will receive a mystery pet box of varying quality. Anyone who fails to arrive in time will be terminated, no exceptions. Notice: 1. Today's supply crate may carry risks. Proceed with caution when retrieving it. 2. Pets can be captured or purchased at the upcoming station to become your survival companion. I rubbed my dry, gritty eyes. Can't believe I actually fell asleep. Whatever, being the first to clear Pet Paradise Station is what matters. I had just sat up and started to stretch when, clang, a deafening crash rang out. The Evernight roared and shuddered violently. Master, someone's attacking the car. Bai Ling's voice rang out instantly. But with a defense rating over 200, the Evernight was impregnable. I didn't even bother opening my eyes and kept right on stretching. What's the panic? Bunch of ants. They can beat themselves to death and still won't put a dent in it. Outside the car, Sang Biao led a dozen-plus goons, swinging steel pipes and axes, hammering away at the doors and tires. Hit it harder. Drag that punk out here and beat him to death. And remember, don't hurt the succubus. Sang Biao snarled. He had no idea just how tough my car was. Clang, clang, clang. Countless blows landed on the light barrier, only splashing off in tiny flecks of blue light, not leaving so much as a scratch. Biao, something's wrong. What the hell is this car? We can't even puncture the tires. One of the goons held up a steel pipe, snapped clean in two, his face gone pale. Sang Biao's expression turned livid. Impossible. It's just a crappy Tier 2 car. Gritting his teeth, he yanked out his pistol and pulled the trigger through the window. Bang, bang, bang. Clink, clink, clink. He emptied an entire clip. The glass was untouched, every bullet ricocheting away. The gunfire finally woke Coley up. The little succubus rubbed her eyes, her voice soft and sleepy. Master, so loud. How is this possible? Sang Biao still hadn't come to grips with it. The car window slowly cracked open a sliver. I took a sip of water, my revolver's muzzle aimed straight at his chest. The guy was a coward, so he'd even worn a helmet. You done wrecking my car yet? Bang. But Sang Biao had come prepared. With a wet thud, he took the hit and dropped to the ground. Before I could even breathe a sigh of relief, he hit the ground, rolled, and was back on his feet in a heartbeat. Damn, a helmet and body armor? My eyes went wide, but that was as far as his luck went. At this stage, my ride was flat out invincible. Even a straight-up ram would finish him off. Retreat. Biao grabbed one of his goons and yanked him up as a human shield, fleeing backward like a madman. Trying to run? I whipped out my dual pistols and lit up his legs. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire blended into one continuous roar. Biao didn't take a scratch. Instead, the goons around him dropped one after another. You dare touch my master's car? You've got a death wish. Cola blew up on the spot, her wine-red eyes flashing with murderous rage. Bai Ling, run him down. You got it, Lady Cola. I stayed quiet, which was as good as a yes. Vroom. The endless night's engine roared like a lion waking from its slumber, and it lunged straight at the scattering crowd. The dull, wet crunch of tires grinding over flesh and bone sent chills down everyone's spine. Ding. Frenzy +2, +3. Current frenzy, 20 to. Biao was scared out of his wits, scrambling and crawling until he dove into a car parked in one of the lot spaces. Stop. I ordered Bai Ling. Parking spaces were protected by the system. No need to rack up a violation over a piece of trash. Haha. Endless night. Weren't you all high and mighty just now? Why'd you stop? Come on. I dare you. Come crush me to death. Biao stuck his head out, screaming like a lunatic. I took another sip of water, my eyes ice cold. Hiding in your little protection bubble like a coward. Feeling pretty proud of yourself. Who says I'm gonna hide like a coward? Biao's laugh turned even more unhinged. Champao? Smash him. We're a combat-type rig. I don't believe some ordinary tier 2 car can be tougher than mine. You got it, boss. A tattoo-covered fat guy bellowed and came barreling straight at me in a combat-type bus. The front end was welded over with spikes and armored plating, vicious as a demon. I actually laughed out loud. Leaving the safe zone on his own to hand me a free kill, that was stupid beyond saving. Bai Ling, send him off. Understood, master. Kaboom. Thunder cracked out of nowhere. The two vehicles collided head-on. The next second, dead silence fell over the entire scene. That combat-type bus's front end instantly crumpled beyond recognition. Glass shattered, headlights torn off, engine dead on impact, diesel gushing out onto the pavement. And the endless night? It lost a measly 5 points of durability, without so much as a single scratch on its body. How is this possible? Biao slumped in his seat, his face gone ashen. Every player watching was completely dumbstruck. What the hell? A combat type can't outram a balanced type? And it got totaled on the spot. Biao had assumed the other guy ramming his car would be like throwing an egg against a rock. Turns out that's exactly what it was, except the rock was my car and the egg was him. Cough, cough, how? How could this be? His face was full of. Crazed. The collision had ruptured his internal organs, and blood streamed from the corner of his mouth. The idiot behind the wheel died on the spot. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I'm a combat type. My stats are double his. Double. You piece of crap system. You must have screwed up. Biao. Stop yelling and let's get out of here, one of his lackeys warned in a panic. What they didn't know was that my car had already devoured 1,000 scrapped vehicles. Its stats were on a whole different level from an ordinary Tier 2 ride. Add to that the deep fusion with Coco, whose physical immunity kicked in. Forget a scratch. There wasn't even a hint of a jolt inside. Coco and I didn't budge an inch. The onlooking drivers all swallowed hard. Does Eternal Knight's car have some kind of vehicle talent? I've seen those in the special exchange at the shop. There's a talent called Barrier, but that thing costs 10,000 highway coins. Where the hell would he get that kind of money? Then how do you explain what we're seeing right now? You guys think this guy found a way to top up the system with real money? In an instant, hundreds, no, thousands, of friend requests came flooding in. Even Tiger, the guy ranked number 2, sent one. I frowned slightly. This was a miscalculation. I'd only shown a glimpse of my car's abnormal power, and already this many people had their eyes on me. Players who'd been in a rush to move on all stopped, gathering to watch the standoff between me and Death Biao. Death Biao stared at his fallen top men, eyes bloodshot, itching to charge in and fight to the death. But he knew that rushing in now would just be throwing his life away. The other side didn't even need to step out of the car. They could just run him over. Rage at its peak, ironically, sobered him up a bit. Biao, run. Go hide out on the backup bus. Death Biao caught the chatter in the chat channel and instantly grasped that terrifying possibility. Not daring to waste another second, he dragged a few of his lackeys and bolted toward the bus parked in a nearby spot. I drew my gun immediately, but with the car body shielding them, I only took out one straggler bringing up the rear. Death Biao still made it into another vehicle. Damn it, this son of a bitch is a real pain to kill. Inside the car Death Biao had fled into, Lin Feng and Lu Rian were there too, both staring intently at my car. Only the two of them knew that Eternal Night was me. Lu Rian was actually a little worked up. In her eyes, I was her boyfriend. In name, at least, one of her most reliable backup options. If not for my good looks, given how broke I was, she wouldn't have given me the time of day. But now it was the apocalypse. I had a ride this powerful, a succubus who could kill wraiths, and I'd sent a ruthless bastard like Death Biao scrambling with his tail between his legs. A backer like that more than made the cut. Too bad she'd just barely clawed back her life with a serum. Her body hadn't recovered, and after being tormented all night by Death Biao's men, she didn't have the strength to make it over to my car. The way she saw it, as long as I knew she was here, he would definitely come to save me, no matter the cost. That naive little puppy always did whatever she told him. She threw open the window and screamed at me with everything she had. Chenyi, save me. It's Rian. Chenyi, hurry, save me. I'm your Lu Rian. I'm so scared, please save me. She had no idea that the grenade that had blown her up back then was the one I'd thrown. She still saw me as that backup boyfriend who came running whenever she called. Lin Feng and Sha Biao hadn't had the chance to tell her the truth either. When I saw the woman poking her head out of Sha Biao's car, I froze for a second. In my past life, I probably would have risked my own life to save her. But now, all I wanted was for this pair of dogs to die as soon as possible. The woman that precious vial of serum had saved. It was this vicious bitch? Was something wrong with Sha Biao's head? Wasting a rare canister of serum to save trash like her? Did she really not know I was the one who blew her up? And she still came running to me for help? An open, undisguised sneer spread across my face. Her cries for help made Sha Biao pause too. After Lin Feng's frantic explanation, he finally realized that this plaything he'd casually rescued was actually Chun Ye's girlfriend. Haraha, heaven is on my side. Sha Biao grabbed Lu Rian by the hair and dragged her out the car door like a dead dog, jamming the muzzle of his gun hard against her temple. Ah, that hurts. Sha Biao, you bastard. My husband Chen, you won't let you get away with this. Is that so? Sha Biao smirked, carefully ducking behind the car and holding her out in front of him as a shield, then let out a taunting laugh in my direction. Haraha, so your name's Chenyi, kid. Now you listen to me. His face was full of triumph, convinced he'd grabbed hold of my fatal weakness. Hand over your car, and that succubus too, or I'll put a bullet in your wife right now. I almost burst out laughing. Honestly, I wanted to walk over there and put a couple more rounds in her myself. Too bad the guy was such a coward, hiding too far away for a handgun to hit anything. If I fired and didn't kill her, I not only waste the ammo, Sha Biao might decide not to kill her after all. Sha Biao, you're really going to be the death of me. My name is Chenyi, that's true. But I don't know this woman. You want to kill her? Go right ahead. Lu Rian, Lin Feng, even Sha Biao, all of them were stunned. Kid, don't play hard to get with me. Sha Biao gritted his teeth. I really will kill your wife. Give me the car, and you can save her right now. Otherwise, your wife's pretty enough that plenty of my boys with the clap and AIDS would love a turn. Think it over. Wife? That woman wouldn't even let me touch her hand. In my past life, aside from stabbing me to death and drugging me, we'd had zero physical contact. As for killing her, I couldn't ask for anything better. At this point, I was starting to wonder if Sha Biao had come here to do me a favor. Bai Ling, devour that scrapped Tier 2 vehicle. Yes, master. The mountain cannon was dead, which meant that car was now an ownerless vehicle, perfectly matching the Devour rules. Ding. Devoured tier, 2 combat bust times 1. Defense permanently plus 10, magic resistance permanently plus 10, durability permanently plus 10, highway coins plus 15, black iron chest times 1. Current highway coin balance, 87. Damn, devouring a tier 2 vehicle feels this good? I swallowed that scrapped car right in front of everyone, and the crowd of onlookers went slack-jawed all over again. Now, nobody doubted that I had a vehicle-based talent anymore. What kind of ability is that? He just broke someone's car straight down into resources. This is insane. I'm a full believer now. Everlasting Night has definitely found a pay-to-win path. The moment I finished devouring, I gave the order. Bai Ling, let's move. First place on this mission, it's mine. Yes, master. Leave it to me. Vroom. The horn blared, and the bus instantly picked up speed, tearing off into the distance. That left Sang Biao standing there, gun pressed against Lu Rian's forehead, hair whipping in the wind like a fool. Lu Rian just froze in place, completely dumbstruck. You worthless piece of trash. He doesn't even know you, and you had the nerve to lie to me. You think just because I saved you, I won't beat you to death. Biao Ji, it's a misunderstanding. Chen Yi definitely cares about me. Lu Rian's legs trembled violently. He only said that on purpose because he was afraid you'd hurt me. It has to be that. If I were lying, how would I know his name? Sang Biao listened and figured she had a point, but it didn't cool his temper one bit. The hand gripping her hair suddenly wrenched down, and with a loud thud, he smashed her head straight into the car door. Blood poured out, nonstop. Biao Ji, why are you hitting me? She clutched her head, sobbing and whimpering. Why? Slap. Slap slap. Veins bulging, Sang Biao delivered more than a dozen brutal slaps, beating her face into a swollen mess. Bang. One shot, and he blew out one of her legs. A heart-wrenching scream exploded through the cabin. You've still got the guts to ask? You'd better pray your man hands over his car nice and easy to save your life. Otherwise, death is your only way out. Meanwhile, the storm I'd stirred up spread across the entire zone in an instant. But I was already behind the wheel of Everlasting Night, cruising smoothly down the highway toward the next stop. The speed was so blistering that everyone who'd set out ahead of me craned their necks to gawk. Holy crap, that fast. That bus runs like a bullet train. You idiot, you don't even recognize Everlasting Night's ride. Inside the bus, Master, a black iron resource chest detected ahead, along with a squad of jackal guards. Should we stop and clear them out? Bai Ling's voice carried a hint of inquiry. No need. Bai Ling, ignore them. Those low-tier chests. Right now we've got just one objective. Claim first clear on the station. Got it, Master. Bai Ling instantly maxed out her speed, holding steady at 190 miles per hour. Across the entire zone, she was probably the fastest for now. That shootout with Sha Biao had already cost us a lot of time. After a full day of leveling up, at least dozens, maybe over 100, vehicles across the zone had hit Tier 2. Aside from special rides like buses, most Tier 2 cars clocked in at over 100 kilometers per hour. Anyone who could reach Tier 2 in a single day was no pushover. They'd conned, stolen, or robbed their way up. Out of several thousand people, there were plenty of ruthless types, crazy lucky, seriously strong, and even some desperate gamblers who'd taken out in-game loans with nothing left to lose. Every one of these guys was a genuine threat. For that rare pet mystery box, I had to give up the chests along the way and floor it all the way there. Bai Ling drove rock steady. Even at a blistering 190 miles per hour, with her at the wheel, the cabin was absurdly smooth. It didn't feel like riding a bus tearing down the road, but more like sitting on a subway gliding across flat ground. The little succubus sat greedily in my lap, munching on bread and sipping milk, clinging to the window and gawking at the traffic whipping past in reverse, marveling at it all. I held her close, combing her long hair with one hand while scrolling through the chat groups. Damn it, a mutant jackal took a bite out of me. Anybody got a healing potion? Bro, just take out a loan and buy one. I got clawed by a zombie and bought my meds on loan too. Haven't you seen how much those loans screw you over? Borrow one, pay back two. What choice do I got? Borrow now or die now? Today's chests all came with guardian mobs. Plenty of people got clawed and bitten, some even lost their lives. The group was one big wail of misery. I've got potions. Pay 1 coin to join the Mutual Aid Alliance, and I'll hand out meds for free. For real? Free meds. Dead serious. I already joined. Check it out. Here's my share.jpg. Holy crap, it's real. Sign me up. Me too, sign me up. I looked at this free med scammer, completely unfazed. Cons like this pop up every day and have long been exposed. Yet there's always someone chasing a bargain who takes the bait. In a famine, the first to starve are never the ones with no grain. They're the ones reaching for someone else's fake bait. Right after we finished eating, Cola's skill kicked in. Ding. Succubus Devour activated. HP plus 10, Physique plus 1, Spirit plus 1. I set the little succubus, who'd been stuck to me, back down. She was sultry and sweet all at once. A knockout 99 out of 100, gorgeous enough to pass for a fairy. But this was the apocalypse, and safety always came first. I didn't want to be as helpless as I'd been in my last life, watching regret pile up one piece at a time, powerless to stop it. Of course, the little succubus didn't get any of that. All she thought about was seizing any chance to completely conquer her master. This was the goo carved into her rune markings, and it was writhing like crazy. I glanced at her stats panel. Her HP had recovered most of the way, and all her attributes had steadily climbed to 3 points. Then I told Cola to do the same as yesterday. Use the purified water from the collector to trade for supplies, materials, and road coins. I dug out the bronze chests I'd been saving and cracked them open one by one. My lucky right hand. I'd save that for opening the rare pet chest. Ding. Obtained. 20mm autocannon blueprint. Ding. Obtained. Tier 3 finished water collector. Collects 0.5 tons of purified water daily. Ding. Obtained. AK assault rifle, 60 rounds. Magazines ×2. My eyes lit up. Not bad. All solid stuff. I pulled up the autocannon blueprint and scanned the requirements. Alloy steel, 10 units. Precision instruments, 5 units. Don't have enough precision instruments yet. Can't build it for now. I hefted the AK in my hand. The body was cold and solid. 60 rounds. With this rifle, once I get to the pet paradise, I'll actually stand a chance against those tier 2 mutant beasts. I stashed everything away and handed the tier 3 collector to Cola. Post this to the trade zone for me. And master, this is a finished water collector? Cola's eyes went wide. Right now, we were the only household in the whole zone with a stable water source. Selling the collector. Wasn't that basically raising your own competitors? Yeah, I'm short on cash right now. I said, everyone's going to be able to unlock one of these soon. So this is the moment its value is highest. List it for 300 road coins and see if it moves. The thing that's truly valuable is never the item itself. It's that window of time before anyone else has it. Got it. Cola never questioned my decisions. She obediently posted the collector to the zone-wide trading interface. The second it went up, it caused an uproar. Holy crap, he's even selling water collectors now. Half a ton of water a day. That's an unlimited water source. No wonder Everlasting Nights got so much water. 300 road coins. Who can even afford that? A money printing machine like that? If I had 300, I'd buy it in a heartbeat. On the other side, Sang Biao stared at the collector on the trading interface, his eyes turning red. Damn it, this reckless bastard. He's got the guts to sell a treasure like that. He thought I was selling my only collector, and he'd been planning to trade Lu Ruyan for my car. Me selling the collector gave him the same sick feeling as watching his own treasure get sold off for scraps. Chinyi, this is Sang Biao. Trade me the collector for free right now, or I'll beat your wife to death this instant. The channel exploded again. What the hell? Sang Biao grabbed Everlasting Night's wife? No wonder those two went at it. I glanced at it, then fired back a single line on the public screen. Sang Biao, if you've got the guts, you just kill that woman. Quit talking shit if you don't have the balls. Sang Biao lost it right there on the spot. He even had this strange delusion, like I actually didn't care about that little vixen at all. He hurled a stream of curses at the screen, 1 second calling me an animal, the next making up some story about how Lu Ruyan was pregnant with his kid, and if I didn't agree to his terms, he'd make sure I lost both mother and child. But Lu Ruyan and Lin Feng were locked up in dog cages, completely clueless about what was going on outside. If they'd actually heard this, they'd definitely call Sang Biao a dumbass. The two of them hadn't even held hands. If there really was a kid, it could only belong to Sang Biao or one of his dozens of goons. There was no way in hell it'd be mine. Sang Biao was spamming so hard that he blew past the daily limit of 3 public messages and got docked several highway coins for it. You could tell it hurt. He was practically twitching. I blocked him. Out of sight, out of mind. These few annoying dogs. Once the mission was over, I'd settle all the scores, old and new, in one go. I had Cola keep an eye on the trading zone. If someone offers 280, sell it too, got it? Understood, master. The little succubus gave a little flick of the tail hanging at her side. She knew exactly what was up. I still had a 900 highway coin loan to pay off, and I was scrambling to pull the money together. With that arranged, I sorted through the mountain of materials piled up in the cabin, then turned and headed to the bedroom I hadn't upgraded yet. I pushed open the door. A 15 square meter space, completely empty, like a bare, unfinished apartment. Only the water and electricity were hooked up. This big? It's about the same as the bedroom back home, and it's even got floor-to-ceiling windows. Ding. LV0 bedroom. Maximum upgrade. Same tier as the vehicle. LV1 upgrade requires wood 20, steel 20, cotton cloth 20, highway coins 20. I glanced at my inventory. More than enough. I hit upgrade right away. Ding. Bedroom upgrading. Estimated time, 1 hour. Current balance, wood 721, steel 580, cotton cloth 120. Balance 67. I didn't linger. I shut the door behind me and headed back out. Then climbed the stairs up to the glass room at the dome. Half of it was a planting area, the other half a livestock area, with weapon slots left along the outside of the glass. Just like the bedroom, it was completely empty right now. Ding. LV0 cultivation room. Maximum upgrade. Same tier as the vehicle. LV1 upgrade requires wood 20, black soil 5, highway coins 20. This bus really is way more well-rounded than an ordinary vehicle. It's even got a cultivation room. I ran my hand along the glass. No wonder in my past life, some people could feed over 100 folks with just one bus. Too bad I haven't unlocked black soil. This desert is nothing but sand. Can't find any usable fertile dirt anywhere. I shook my head and turned to head back down to the first floor. But out of the corner of my eye, I caught a streak of black cloud rushing toward my vehicle at breakneck speed. Caw, caw. I fixed my eyes on it, a flock of red-eyed crows. At least a few hundred of them. Each one had 3 eyeballs, their gazes savage, their whole bodies radiating a murderous aura. Target: red-eyed crow, the lowest tier crawler among the creatures of the black abyss. Grade: rare. Skills: self-detonation, rapid flight. Level: LV1. HP: 75. Physique: 7. Attack power: 70. Spirit: 7. Their attack power might not be high, but their self-detonation rivals a rocket launcher. The defenses you take so much pride in won't stand a chance. My pupils contracted. What's going on? Their target is my vehicle. The Black Abyss. This couldn't have anything to do with Cola, could it? Caw, caw, rumble. Boom, crack. A thin fracture split across the glass of the dome. Master, something's attacking us from the sky. Bai Ling warned. I see it. Ding. Your vehicle is under attack. Durability -5. Current durability 102/112. They really were coming for me. The red-eyed crows were too fast. Bai Ling was focused on driving, and neither of us saw that hit coming. I stepped back to the central console, dropping my voice low. Cola, scan the whole zone. Who's selling precision instruments? Found them. The cheapest is 10 road coins per unit. I swept my eyes across the screen. A group of people had jacked up the price of Tier 3 materials sky high, the most expensive listing hitting 20. This stuff should have been worth 5 road coins. But there was no time to waste. Boom! Another crow slammed into the vehicle. Durability dropped another 5 points. Cola was still too weak to withstand this kind of self-detonation impact. I knew full well, this was just them testing the waters. Once they launched a full-scale assault, the consequences would be unthinkable. Cola, buy them at any price. 5 units now? Yes, master. Ding. Transaction complete. Acquired 5 units of precision instruments. Balance, 7 road coins. 60 road coins, gone in the blink of an eye. But I had no time to feel the sting. I pulled up the blueprint, crafted an automatic autocannon, and slotted it straight into the weapon mount. A flash of white light. In under 5 seconds, a 20mm autocannon was mounted and ready. Ding. Crafting complete. Initial ammunition plus 200 dot. Bai Ling, that flock up there, open fire. Yes, master. Rat-tat-tat. The autocannon spat flames. The red-eyed crows dropped one after another, like dumplings into boiling water. I wasn't idle either. I shoved 2 fully loaded pistols into Cola's hands, grabbed an AK myself, and hauled her toward the roof. Come up with me. We're wiping them all out. Relying on the autocannon alone wasn't safe. There were just too many of them. We had to end this fast. Otherwise, once they all self-detonated together, I wouldn't just lose Cola. I'd lose the vehicle too. Cola understood. She nodded hard, as if she understood the urgency gnawing at me. The instant I climbed onto the dome, the crows overhead suddenly froze, like they'd been cowed by the sheer alpha aura radiating off Cola. Bloodline suppression. Their movements lagged half a beat. Now's our chance. I rolled down a few of the glass panels to use as gun ports, jammed the stock tight against my armpit, and squeezed the trigger. Rat-tat-tat. Crows dropped in droves, like a downpour slamming into the ground. Cola opened up with both revolvers at once. Bang, 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 rolling into one long string. Ding. A large quantity of devourable beast corpses detected. Devour. A pleasant surprise. I didn't hesitate. I picked yes. Ding. Devoured 35 level, 1 damaged crows. Bai Ling's HP plus 35 dot. That's it. My face went dark in an instant. Not a single road coin. Not one treasure chest. Other people can score coins just killing a common mutant jackal, and these rare monsters don't even drop a scrap of fur. And I've still got a 900 road coin loan hanging over me. Missed the payment, and the system wipes me out. But there was no time to complain now. I gritted my teeth and kept unloading into the sky like a madman. Da-da-da, rat-tat-tat. Gunfire and self-detonations blended into one continuous roar. In just a few minutes, more than half the red-eyed crows were dead. Seeing they couldn't win, the survivors finally retreated, seething. What I didn't know was that the level 3 red-eyed crow leading the flock had recorded the entire slaughter through its third eye. It was taking this battle report home to claim a reward. One big fight, and my ammo was nearly bone dry. Only a handful of road coins left, and the car had lost more than 50 durability points. The only thing we gained was that we were all still alive. Bai Ling's HP had climbed from the original 3 points all the way to 105. Beyond that, it was a total loss. Damn it, what a ripoff. Just thinking about that 900 coin loan made my head throb. Don't get discouraged, master. I've got a bigger health pool now. I can be your meat shield from here on out. Give me a break. I dumped my entire fortune into you, and all I got was 100 HP. You're a straight-up money pit. Bai Ling didn't dare talk back, but she grumbled inside. I started at just 3 points, and climbing past 100 still isn't strong enough? I ignored her. I took Cola along and hit the shower, washing off all the crow blood, then changed into the new clothes I'd pulled from a chest. Back in the driver's seat, I finally got some good news. Ding. Your level 3 water collector has been successfully redeemed by Master of the 3 Burials. Road coins plus 300. Current balance 307. Nice. That was fast. I checked to see if the guy had left a message, but it was blank. Pretty aloof. The chat interface was flooded with friend requests. Women sending sizzling, nosebleed-worthy photos begging to be taken to bed. Men kissing up, calling me boss, calling me daddy. I, without exception, rejected. Blocked. This is a game set up by the gods. Since when did it come with a top-up option? I just closed out the system, hoping to catch a few winks. Ding. Your level 1 bedroom renovation is complete. Please inspect. My eyes lit up. I grabbed Cola and rushed right over. Wow. Master, is this our room? Such a big, soft bed. And a sofa, floor-to-ceiling windows, a walk-in closet. She dove headfirst into the bed as she spoke. This is a level 1 bedroom? 2 days cooped up in a car seat had left my back aching. I'd just survived a life-or-death fight, taken a bath, and drowsiness was hitting me hard. A glance at the time, a little past 10 in the morning, an hour left before the next station. Let's sleep for an hour. I collapsed onto the mattress and was out cold in less than 5 minutes. Cola tucked me in, turned on the AC, then snuggled into my arms and drifted off with a contented look on her face. The hour flew by in a flash. Ding. Congratulations, player Endless Night. You are the first to reach the Pet Paradise Station. Time, 11:21. Rewards. Beloved Pet Medal, +3 to all stats. Rare Pet Mystery Box, Gold Chest. Highway Coins +30. The system announcement woke me. 3 months into the apocalypse, I'd long grown used to this kind of broken-up rest. Being able to sleep on a bed this wide and soft. I was probably the only one in the whole region. The body pillow in my arms was soft, warm, and carried a faint milky scent. I gave it a light pinch. The girl's soft gasp sent a jolt straight through me. I swallowed hard and reluctantly let go. We'd arrived. Survived first. Everything else could wait until tonight. Time was precious. It wouldn't be long before the others caught up, and I had to hold on to my exclusive advantage. I strode into the cockpit. You're awake, Master. Here's your first clear reward. Bai Ling's figure appeared on the central console screen. I opened my inventory. Inside sat a gold chest, an ordinary metal medal, and 30 highway coins. I picked up the cold metal and put it on right away. In an instant, a gentle force spilled out from the metal and wrapped around my whole body. My physique and spirit rose noticeably, and even my senses sharpened a notch. My physique shot up to 18 points, roughly double that of an ordinary person. I clenched my fist. For the early game, that'll do. Only one medal takes effect at a time. Wearing more is useless. I'd learned that rule in my last life. My highway coins climbed to 337, too. As for that gold chest, I'd leave it to Cola. Cola, use your lucky right hand and open it. Here goes. She reached out and tapped it, triggering her lucky right hand. The gold chest suddenly burst with a dazzling purple light. Its grade jumped up a full tier. My breath caught. That right hand was practically a cheat code. The purple light faded. A palm-sized, adorable little girl hovered in midair, her round, chubby cheeks like jelly, her whole body soft and limp, practically begging to be squeezed. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining an epic tier spirit pet, Elemental Slime. Race, Fey, Elemental Slime. Type, Earthwood Dual Elementalist Level, LV0. Looks, 93 HP. 50 mana, 50 physique, 5 spirit, 5. Core abilities. 1. Transformation. Can shapeshift into a young girl between 120 to 160 centimeters. Default form is a 20 centimeters little blob. 2. Earth Manipulation. Independently produces fertile black soil. Constructs earthen and rock barriers. 3. Wood Manipulation. Accelerates plant growth. Summons vines to bind enemies. Overall assessment. Critically endangered species. Total coward. Workaholic. 007. Constitution. A natural-born wage slave saint. Epic tier and elemental type 2. I swallowed hard. Talk about a pillow showing up right when you're nodding off. It could produce black soil, a resource money couldn't buy. I knew full well that past the next station, the system would stop selling food. Those who couldn't grow crops would be reduced to eating dirt, eating garbage, even eating each other. I'd been stockpiling grain using my water supply, but no matter how much you hoard, there comes a day it runs out. Whether the land can feed you has always been the dividing line between a civilization's survival and its collapse. And now, that line was in my hands. I reached out and gently pinched its little face. NNGH, NNGH, shoo shoo. It mumbled in syllables no one could understand. I glanced at Cola and Bai Ling, shooting them a look for help. Master, I can't understand it. Master, me neither. I pressed a hand to my forehead. Never mind. Once we form the contract, I'll understand it naturally. I held out a hot dog sausage, hoping to close the distance with food. Thanks to my beast tamer's 10 points of opposite sex affinity, the little thing was scared, but it didn't refuse. Just as it was about to grab hold and take a bite, Bai Ling's spirit form suddenly drifted out. The little thing shuddered all over, and the bond from those 10 affinity points was instantly tossed out the window. Shoo, shoo. With 2 squeaks, it dropped the sausage and scrambled around in a frantic bid to escape. Don't be scared. I hurried to soothe it. Unfortunately, it couldn't understand a word, and dove straight into the glass room on the roof of the train. Master, I'm sorry. I just wanted to get a better look. Bai Ling apologized at once. Next time, don't just leave your body and wander off. I climbed up to the roof. The doors and windows of the second level were shut tight. The little thing was huddled in a corner, trembling like a leaf. A coward through and through, scared even of ghosts. I didn't force it, letting it adjust little by little instead. But being afraid of ghosts just wouldn't do. How was it supposed to get along with Bai Ling down the road? That little commotion alone had cost me 5 minutes. I retreated back to the first floor and gave a solemn instruction. Bai Ling, guard the train. Keep an eye on the little one. Kola and I are going to gather supplies. Yes, my dear master. Bai Ling had already merged with the eternal night, so she couldn't stray far from the vehicle, couldn't come with us. I took Kola's soft, slippery little hand and stepped off the vehicle. That mystery mech box I already knew about. I had to get it. My ride was waiting for an upgrade. I glanced at her status. How's your health full again? Hee hee, one nap with you, master, and I feel all better. I swallowed hard. I really hadn't done a thing. If I actually did something, pack your bag and stay close to me. Kola obediently slung on her little backpack and pulled out her pistol. A fully loaded AK hung across my chest, a fire axe strapped to my waist as I took the lead. We quietly slipped into a rundown walk-up building. Meanwhile, out on the highway, the other survivors were still fighting, against monsters, against each other, and the number of players kept plummeting like crazy. Sang Biao had been forced to set out by the black fog, but he moved with extreme caution, terrified I'd ambush him along the way. On the other side, Sanzong, who'd bought my water collector, had his lackey Huzi doling out water in the mutual aid group chat. Everyone who refused to chip in, all the freeloaders, got kicked out. In my last life, it was this mutual aid alliance that barely got me through 3 months. Cut back to me. This was a 6-story pet breeding facility, and the mystery mech box was on the top floor. But the pets in the stairwell had long been infected by the mutation virus, turning into bloodthirsty monsters. Snarls and scuttling sounds echoed through the empty stairwell. Behind the crack of a door, 3 pairs of crimson compound eyes glinted with menace. Corrosive slime dripped from their mouthparts, sizzling against the carpet. It was hunting humans. The moment I stepped into the stairwell, a black shadow flashed by, too fast for the naked eye to track. Rat-tat-tat. I was ready for it and raised my gun, unloading a burst. The bullets landed dead on. It was a spider over a meter long. It hit the floor with a wet splat, its 8 long legs curling up in pain. Rat-tat. Without changing my expression, I put 2 more rounds straight into its head. Ding. Killed a level 2 man-catcher spider. Obtained. Black lace panties ×1, desert eagle ×1, magazine ×2. I handed the still packaged little panties to Kola and said nothing. She got it instantly. Out here, you had to cover up at least a little. But why was there a tiny zipper down the middle? Kola blushed and put them on. We took the stairs up to the 2nd floor. The entrance to the 3rd floor was at the very back of the corridor. Just as we reached the middle of the hallway, a strange table stood before us, 3 treasure chests sitting on top. Kola, emboldened by her 1,000+ health points and her fearless nature, was about to charge over and grab them. Where there are treasure chests, there are always guardians. Kola, careful. Before the words even left my mouth, the counter. From below, 2 pitch-black, giant pythons suddenly lunged out, with an even bigger one trailing behind them. Mutant Python. LV.2 HP, 500 physique, 30 mental power, 20 skill. Strangling coiled. Their forked tongues flickered in and out. Cold vertical pupils locked dead on us. Just a few little snakes. Watch me. Kola immediately unleashed her bloodline pressure. The pythons felt a dominant presence and froze for a beat. But they were artificially bred pets. The survival instinct in their blood had long since degenerated. After just a moment's hesitation, they decided this girl wasn't scary at all, and instead started sizing us up, testing the waters. Seeing her pressure was useless, Kola could only start cussing and opened fire. Damn things, not scared of me? Then have a taste of these bullets. Bang, bang, bang. All 3 shots hit the LV.2 python right in the head. But its defense was too high. The bullets couldn't punch through it all. Hiss. The python flew into a rage, baring its venom-coated fangs and lunging with killing intent. To me, Cola was just an ordinary girl, so I yanked her behind me. Idiot, get back. I raised my gun, no need to aim. Rat-tat-tat. The AK spat out a continuous tongue of fire. Under that absolute firepower, the snakes were riddled with holes in an instant, twitching as they took their last breaths. Ding. Killed LV.2 mutant python. Obtained basic growth serum times 1 dot. Ding. Killed LV.1 mutant black snake times 3. Obtained rifle magazine times 3. Next time, don't move until I give the order. Otherwise, I'm not bringing you out again. I stared her down, my tone stern. Okay. Cola lowered her head and tugged at the hem of her skirt, looking like she knew she'd messed up. I didn't press her any further. Thanks to our heart-to-heart bond, I knew she'd only been trying to protect her master. Besides, she had 1,000 HP. She could afford to mix it up. Go on, grab the loot. I patted her shoulder. She obediently stepped forward and collected the spoils, then opened 3 treasure chests along the way. 20 highway coins and pet canned food times 10. Seeing the canned food, I immediately thought of that slime back in the car. Take it all. We passed through the long, narrow corridor and found the entrance leading to the 3rd floor. I walked in front with my AK at the ready, not daring to let my guard down for a second. On the 3rd floor were 2 extremely fast mutant cats. Nether cat, LV.2 HP, 300 physique, 30 mental power, 25 skill. Hyperspeed, speed plus 100% for 3 minutes. Too fast. We'll need to set a trap. I laid out 2 cans of pet food, set up my gun, and hid in the shadows. When both cats came to feed at the same time, I took them out in one go. The bronze chest gave up another 20 highway coins. After clearing the 3rd floor, we made our way up to the 4th. Most of it was abandoned, empty cages. After taking out a few scattered guard creatures, I picked out a delicate little tree house for Cola to bring along. Figured I'd bring it back home for the little one. The treehouse took up 2/3 of my backpack right away. We didn't linger, headed straight for the 5th floor. Meanwhile, Sanzong reached the station too. Ding. Player Master Sanzong is the 2nd to reach the Pet Paradise station. Time, 12:01. Rewards, Beloved Pet Medal, +3 to all stats. Premium Pet Mystery Box, Bronze Chest, Highway Coins +10. He drove a level 2 combat sports car, topping out at 180 miles per hour. He'd raced the whole way, stopping only 3 times to gather supplies. This Eternal Night guy is driving a freaking bus and still somehow beat me here. A monk in his 30s or 40s, covered in dragon tattoos, held a golden alms bowl in one hand and prayer beads in the other, with a gold-etched staff slung across his back. He gently closed the car door and walked into the same building to collect materials for upgrading his vehicle to level 3. He'd been an ascetic monk living in the mountains, sent out by his master to practice in the secular world for 2 months. He'd barely come down the mountain when the highway survival game hit. He'd only learned to drive yesterday. That chain reaction pileup yesterday? That was his doing, born of panic, and it had cost quite a few players their lives. He'd spent the entire night racked with guilt. But after reciting the sutra for the deceased a few dozen times, he suddenly saw the light. All cause and effect were arranged by the Buddha. Life and death were predestined, and it was all a test for him. As long as he kept a kind heart and saved others while saving himself, his unintentional past mistakes didn't really count as wrongs. After all, so many people in the group called him a living bodhisattva. Who hasn't killed a few people? Like my master said, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Once faith learns to make excuses for you, it becomes the sharpest blade of all. He hadn't yet realized he was pressing it against someone else's throat. On my end, I'd reached the 5th floor, home to the strangest monsters in this building, hypnotic man-eating pigs. They were round and plump, pink and tender, like a bunch of little suckling piglets, looking completely harmless. But the more innocent they appear, the more dangerous they are. To reach the top floor, you had to get through this level. Ding. Target, Level 1 Hypnotic Man-Eating Pig Skill, Mental Hypnosis. Do not make eye contact. Cola, grab that chest and let's move, I said, sweeping my gun across the room on guard. Got it. She strutted right up and reached for the chest. Several piglets immediately swarmed her, eyes glowing red as they unleashed hypnotic waves. But the moment they got close, she kicked them flying, one by one. Magic immune constitution. A little mental hypnosis meant nothing to her. I marveled quietly from behind. What a handy trait. Too bad it's something you're born with. Can't be learned. Seeing their attacks were useless and that they only got kicked for their trouble, the man-eating pigs could do nothing but huddle in the corner, whimpering, watching helplessly as Cola made off with their treasure. Inside the chest were 3 healing potions. Hiding behind Cola, riding on her coattails, passing through the 5th floor, I finally reached the stairwell leading up to the rooftop. I topped off both our ammo, stuffed 2 vials of serum into Cola's hands, then slowly pushed open the iron door to the roof. Up on the rooftop, a jackal man over 2 meters tall had its back to us, grunting and heaving as it pumped iron. The barbell in its hands was actually cast from the bones of the former zookeeper. Rotting flesh was scattered across the ground, and the stench of death hit me full in the face. Ding. Target. Level 3 Jackalman quality. Common HP 1000 Physique 50 Skills. Human speech. Bloodlust frenzy. The moment the door opened, it noticed us. The Jackalman whipped around, a fancy dog tag dangling from its neck. Its reeking snout sniffed at the air, and a greedy light flared in its cloudy eyes. Haha. Finally, takeout, delivered right to my door. The instant I saw its stats panel, my pupils shrank. Physique 50. A level 3 monster. I was no match for it. How on earth did the 3rd burial from my past life take this thing down? My delivery's here. I've been waiting so long I'm starving. Dragging a chain strung with human heads, the Jackalman split its bloody maw into a grin and came charging at the door, picking up speed. Cola, run. I grabbed Cola and spun around, bolting. It was closing in fast, so all I could do was turn, level my rifle, and unload a full magazine into it. How dare my food fight back? It didn't flinch for a second, lunging straight at us. I yanked out 2 grenades and lobbed them, dead on, at the rooftop doorway. Boom. The decrepit door came crashing down along with half the wall, sealing off the only path it could follow us down. Food. My food. Don't run. Behind us was its frenzied roaring, and the clatter of rubble being clawed apart. I dragged Cola downward without looking back, terrified it would tear open the gap and catch up. From the 6th floor to the 3rd, the stairwells of this building zigzagged east and west. It added up to a near 1,000-meter sprint. With my 18 points of physique, a distance like this was nothing. But the little succubus only had 3, the constitution of a 3-year-old child. Master, slow down. I can't run anymore. Cola was gasping for air as I hauled her along, her little chest heaving violently, on the verge of collapse. That's a level 3 monster with 50 physique. Stop running and we're dead. I panted. My gun can barely tickle it. Just thinking about it made my blood run cold. No good. We can't stay here. Get on my back. But master, I can fly. And that big oaf. Doesn't look like he can fly, right? Boom. A bolt of lightning struck through my brain. That's right. Cola can fly. Why was I dumbly trying to slug it out with that monster head on? I'm a beast tamer, commanding a succubus in battle. That's my true calling. It couldn't fly, so Cola had complete air superiority. All it could do was take the beating. Once I figured this out, I got so excited I pulled Cola in and gave her a kiss. Her little face, already flushed from running, turned scarlet in an instant. Cola, you're absolutely right. I slung the AK over her shoulder. Just take the gun, fly up there, and shoot it. Huff, huff, but I'm so tired right now. She was drenched in sweat, both legs shaking like leaves. That's when I remembered her weak point, her physical stamina. That 1,000-meter sprint had been sheer torture for her. Okay, catch your breath first. Once you've recovered, help your master wear it down. Don't skimp on the bullets. Hom. She opened her mouth, gasping for air, and a health bar actually floated up above her head. HP -1. HP -1. I immediately pulled a carton of whole milk from her backpack, stuck a straw in it, and held it up to her lips, then guided her down onto the sofa behind the 3rd floor counter. Here, get some nutrients in you. Watching her take tiny sips, I wasn't the least bit worried about the monster upstairs. If it really came charging down, we could just jump out the window, and she'd fly me away. But before we could even catch our breath, footsteps echoed up from the 2nd floor, heading our way. It was 3 burials. Our eyes met, and the monk spoke first, pressing his palms together. Amitba, you must be Benefactor Chun. I stayed seated and gave a slight nod. Is there something you need from me, master? But Kola suddenly shrank behind me. She'd spotted the golden aura surrounding the monk. Biting down on her straw, she clutched the hem of my shirt for dear life, her whole body tense with instinctive fear. My gaze narrowed slightly. This monk stood 8 feet tall, a full head taller than me. A green dragon was tattooed across his knotted muscles, clearly not someone to mess with. Anyone who could intimidate a divine-tier creature had to carry serious weight. I felt a flicker of wariness, but I wasn't about to panic. For one, I always had my ace in the hole, the ability to bail at any moment. For another, I knew what kind of man he was. Benefactor Chun, thanks to your water collector, this humble monk finally has an ample water supply. He spoke sincerely. If you're ever short on water, just say the word. I can arrange for you to join our mutual aid alliance. In the desert, water was worth more than life. He admired the character it took for me to put a precious water collector on the table for a fair trade, and he wanted to make a connection. As for the rumors floating around out there, well, who doesn't have a few secrets? What he didn't know was that the one in my hands was a level 5 water collector, producing 10 times what his entire alliance could manage. A level 3 model was common enough that you could pull one from a bronze crate. I'd already made a killing on this deal. Besides, this thing was only valuable for another couple of days. Give it 3, and it wouldn't be worth $100. I'd lived a whole life over again. Going back to being somebody's underling? That would make the whole rebirth pointless. No need. I've got water, I said flatly. The monk just assumed. I put on a tough front and gave a little smile. Then I won't push you, your reverence. I smiled but said nothing. By the way, he shifted the topic. Are there any beast familiars left in this building? He'd rushed to the site early. Beyond snagging the first clear reward, he was hoping to bond with a powerful familiar. Monk or not, he had a soft spot for companions with a spark of intelligence. My expression didn't waver. I only cleared up to the 3rd floor. Never went any higher. I lied. He was my rival after all. Thanks for letting me know. He gave his thanks and strode up the stairs, not even bothering to ask whether there was any danger up there. I watched his back disappear at the top of the staircase, and I didn't warn him about those hypnotic man-eating pigs, either. With his skills, a little danger like that was nothing. The moment he left, Kola tugged at the hem of my shirt and lowered her voice. Master, that monk is strong. He's definitely a problem, I muttered. I was still waiting to grab that mechanical mystery box. If he cleared the dungeon before me, this whole trip would have been for nothing. Gratitude was one thing, but in this life, I owed him nothing. Kola, you recovered yet? Can you fly up and take on the gnolls? Before the words even left my mouth, an explosion went off upstairs. A woo. The wolf's howl shook the entire building, making it tremble. Oh no, my mechanical mystery box. My face changed. Kola, fly up to the rooftop. Use the chaos to steal that box out of there. And be careful. Got it, master. Should I go now? Go now? Remember, staying alive comes first. The magic sigil on Kola's lower belly rippled, and her bat wings snapped open behind her. She pushed open the 3rd floor balcony window and leapt out. Her body dropped for a moment. Then her wings beat with a flutter, steadily lifting her upward. If it gets dangerous, give it up. Don't worry, master. I'll be back before you know it. She flashed a cocky little grin, held her AK pointed straight up, and vanished toward the rooftop in the blink of an eye. I stayed downstairs to keep watch, my eyes locked on the space above. Even knowing she could fly, I still felt a faint knot of anxiety. In my past life, I'd never made it to this rooftop. Besides the gnolls, I had no idea what else might be up there. No way. One mystery box guarded by a single level 3 monster is already insane. What else could there be? I shook my head and headed downstairs early to wait for her quick round trip. The seconds crawled by. If the system panel hadn't shown her position pinned to the rooftop, I would have sworn she'd gotten lost. The sounds of battle on the 5th floor grew fiercer and fiercer, clashing metal, monstrous roars, the monk's furious shouts, rising and falling one after another. The monk really is something, to hold his own against a thick-hided brute like that. As I am now, I've still got a long way to go. Curiosity killed the cat. I'd handed my only AK to Kola. Going up there to gawk at the action right now would be beyond stupid. So, as I waited anxiously, a whistling gust of wind came rushing at me from behind. A tear, one mutated jackal wolf burst out from behind the trash cans, lunging straight at me, head tilted up, gazing around, seemingly caught completely off guard. But with 21 points of spiritual power, my senses were twice as sharp as an ordinary person's. The moment it moved, I felt it. Instinctively, I pivoted away and drove a whip kick down hard, slamming right into its flank. Awoo! It crashed to the ground, gravely wounded, letting out a shrill, agonized howl. I looked closer and realized it was a pregnant mother wolf. That kick had killed the unborn pups. She lay sprawled on the ground, trembling, yet her eyes still burned with fury, teeth bared as she glared at me. Just then, a wolf's howl exploded from the rooftop, answering her wail head-on. Awoo! This one was wilder than any before it. In the direction of the 5th floor, a blinding beam of red light suddenly erupted. Damn monk, you forced my hand. Beast, I'll give you one last chance. Submit or die. The fighting instantly reached a fever pitch. The 5th floor door was clawed apart with a deafening crash. The jackal man had clearly gone berserk. For a moment, his ferocity even overpowered the monks. I could only hear it, not see it. But the two sides were evenly matched, which actually put me at ease. The harder they fought, the safer the cola on the rooftop would be. Cola, hurry up, I muttered under my breath. I turned to look at the mother wolf on the ground, and only then did I notice she wore the same dog tag as that Tier 3 jackal man. So they were a pair. She'd been about to make a meal of me just moments ago. Pregnant or not, I wasn't going to go soft. The fire axe rose and fell, clean and decisive. Ding. Killed one Tier 1 mutated mother jackal wolf. Obtained. Low-grade growth serum ×1, wolf meat ×1 kg, wolf hide ×1, dog tag ×1. Ding. Killed Tier 0 wolf pups ×10. Obtained. Highway coins ×5. Not bad, another growth serum dropped. In the early game, it was the only thing that could raise your level. The more, the better. As for the wolf meat and hide, mutated beasts carried viruses. Only the ones dropped by the system were safe to use. The moment I stashed the loot in my pack, a rose-colored figure came diving down fast from the horizon. Cola. She clutched a mechanical treasure chest tight against her chest. Seeing her safe, half the weight lifted from my heart. But as she flew closer, my chest clenched again. Her calf had been torn open in a wound so deep the bone showed, blood dripping down. Her face was pale as paper, her lips a bruised purple. She'd been poisoned too. The health bar above her head had less than 100 points left. Master, the chest. I brought it back for you. Her voice was barely a thread, yet she still smiled as she held the chest out to me. Don't talk. I'm taking you back to get you treated. I snatched the chest and shoved it into my pack. The words had barely left my mouth when her eyes rolled back and she passed out. I dropped my backpack and caught her, downing a bottle of healing potion to stabilize her wounds. On the way back, she mumbled deliriously, something about a trap, something about a corrupted monk. I couldn't make it out, and I had no time to dwell on it anyway. All I wanted was to get her back as fast as possible. By the time we reached the Everlasting Night bus stop, it was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Dozens of Tier 2 vehicles had gathered at the station, and most players had gone out scavenging for supplies. But of course, a few guys were huddled around my bus, pointing and whispering. This is the Everlasting Night boss's ride, isn't it? Think he'll tell us where the top-up portal is. Slip him a little something, and he'll spill it for sure. Free tribute. Who wouldn't take it? I wasn't in the mood for any of this. I shot them a cold look and barked, "Move. Who the hell dares grab me? My dad's the president of the Shun City Bank." I shoved aside some rich kid decked out in designer brands. The crowd turned, and in an instant they recognized me and the succubus girl in my arms. Before they could react, Bai Ling had already opened the door. I ducked inside with Cola, and the door slammed shut immediately. Was that the Everlasting Night boss, just now? It's all this dumbass fault for blocking the way. Now the boss won't give us the time of day. Guys, beat him up. My dad's the district chief. Some bank president's brat thinks he can screw with me. The wailing outside started up at once. This parking spot was safe, but it wasn't soundproof. I'd just gotten Cola's bleeding to stop, and her wound was starting to heal. With that racket going on out there, I didn't want them disturbing her rest. Bai Ling, get rid of them. Yes, master. Bai Ling turned into an eerie shadow, materializing out of thin air in the form of a vengeful ghost. The group scrambled away in sheer terror. They'd gotten a taste of her power just the night before. Finally, everything went quiet. Watching Cola's steady breathing, I could at last relax completely. I tucked her in, washed the blood from her clothes, and sat down to take stock of this trip's haul. 6 healing potions, 2 low-grade growth potions, and 407 highway coins. With these, I won't have to worry about getting wiped out by the system for the next few days. I glanced at the mechanical mystery box beside me. The bronze box only had an 80% chance of yielding a mechanical core, not reliable enough. But once it upgraded to silver, it was guaranteed to produce a vehicle core. I'll open it tomorrow when Cola wakes up. I looked out the window as memories from my past life came flooding back. This station allowed a stay of 3 days at most. After that, I'd have to leave the newbie village and head to the starting station to enter the real game. By then, the ordinary goods in the shop would be shut off, and all supplies would have to be found on my own. Enforcers would descend, and I'd run into players from other districts. To return to the newbie zone, I'd need a pass. Besides the pet base, this region had plenty of good stuff scattered through the surrounding deserts and caves. Most of the escaped mutant pets were hiding out there. I pulled my thoughts back and took the remaining pet food cans, and the treehouse moved into the glass room. That lowly-looking slime was curled up in the corner, but it wasn't trembling anymore. It seemed to be slowly getting used to the place. Sometimes, a sense of safety isn't something you give. It's something you wait out. I didn't disturb it. I tiptoed out, sat down by the bed to keep watch over the sleeping Cola, and refined a growth potion at the same time. The potion was only halfway absorbed when there was a sudden knock on the car door. Outside came the monk's steady voice, clear as day even through the door. Benefactor Chun, are you there? This humble monk has a matter to discuss. That rotten monk. How dare he come disturb my master's rest? Bai Ling was so angry she was about to go play ghost again. Bai Ling, don't. I just finished refining a potion, and the system prompt chimed in right on cue. Ding. Successfully refined basic growth potion ×1. HP EXP plus 5. Progress 5/100. Health had reached 105. Here, experience could be converted into health, so even without leveling up, the boost wasn't small. So refreshing. One more. Knock, knock, knock. Benefactor Chun, are you there? This humble monk has a matter to discuss. The sky had gone completely dark. Bai Ling was itching to go scare him again. It's Sanzang. How did this god of death end up at my door? He slaughtered ghosts like they were chickens. Afraid Bai Ling would come out the worse for it, I quickly stopped her. Stand down. Only then did Bai Ling obediently shrink back into the car's screen. I put away the last potion and opened the door. Click. There stood Sanzang in the doorway, filthy and disheveled, but otherwise without a scratch. Benefactor Chun, my apologies for bothering you so late. I happened to have something I wanted to ask of him too, so I welcomed him in. Please, come in, master. Have a seat. But because of Cola, I had no intention of getting close to him this time around. There were plenty of seats in the car. He sat down wherever, glanced around, and said admiringly, "This car of yours, Benefactor Chun, it looks small from the outside, but it's so spacious inside. Truly enviable." That sports car of his was great in every way, except the space was cramped. Just picked it on a whim. People laughed at me at first. I said, tossing him a drink, "It's nothing fancy, but help yourself." The monk's eyelid twitched. If this counts as nothing fancy, he thought, then what does that make my car? Supplies piled up everywhere, barely room to set a foot down. He accepted it with his palms pressed together. Thank you for the hospitality. Actually, this humble monk came with a request. Please go ahead, master. Perfect. I had something to bring up too. This humble monk has come to seek the art of beast taming. I won't lie to you. I captured a knoll. That beast, like your pet, can speak human tongue. He pulled a bronze supply crate from his golden alms bowl and set it on the table. This humble monk would never learn it for free. Captured a knoll alive? This monk was even stronger than I'd thought. I froze for a moment, then shook my head and pushed the crate back. That's a favor I can't help with. Beast taming. It all depends on whether the beast accepts you as its master. There's no universal method for it. His face fell instantly. Something clicked in my mind. I remembered something. Hold on. I pulled out that wolf head dog tag and set it on the table. Special item friendship dog tag. Both wearers gain a 30% base affinity bonus. This was one of the pair that had dropped from the mother jackal. The other one was hanging around the neck of that third-tier jackal man. Sanzang glanced at the description, and his eyes lit up immediately. Coming to consult you, Benefactor Chun, I really came to the right person. He snatched up the dog tag and turned it over and over, growing more excited by the second, ready to leave right then and there to test it out. You must accept this token of my gratitude. He fished out a bronze blueprint chest. Wait. I pressed my hand over his. There's no need for that, Master. Actually, you happen to have something I want, too. His hand froze. He didn't take the chest back. To him, being able to tame a jackal man as a bodyguard was worth far more than a few bronze chests. He was terrified I'd back out of the trade. Please, just say the word, Benefactor Chun. What is it? I didn't beat around the bush. You've got impressive skills, Master. I'd like to learn a technique from you. I knew that in his past life, he'd given away plenty of martial arts manuals. If he wanted money, I could afford that too. That's all. He pulled a stack of manuals from his monk's robe, drew one out at random, and handed it over. This muscle tendon change classic. It trains both internal and external. It's yours. He'd practiced this technique since childhood and could recite it backward in his sleep. Keeping the book was just for sentimental value. Besides, without years of grueling training, you couldn't even reach the threshold, so he wasn't worried I'd surpass him with it. This man was blessed with good fortune. He might even need my help someday, so consider it another bargaining chip. And he didn't want to be saddled with dead weight either. A straight-up trade was the most practical solution. I looked down at the muscle tendon change classic, my eyes going wide as saucers. This was one of his divine techniques for forging the body's tendons and bones. I'd figured he'd give me some basic stuff at most, like a set of kicks or staff forms. I never expected him to be this generous. One dog tag, and I got this. Master, isn't this too valuable? My mouth was being polite, but my hands didn't slow down one bit. I clamped onto the manual while shoving the 2 bronze chests over to him. As long as you're happy with it, Benefactor Chun. This humble monk will take his leave. Both of us walked away feeling like we'd made off with the better end of the deal. The monk left in high spirits. Outside, more and more vehicles were gathering, but I couldn't be bothered to deal with them. I cheerfully shut the door and called Bai Ling over to study the muscle tendon change classic together. Meanwhile, on the other side, to dodge my retaliation, Sang Biao was creeping along the edge of the black mist, terrified I'd come knocking. In his eyes, I was a ruthless bastard on his level, the kind of guy who'd ditch his own wife and kids without a second thought. He genuinely had no idea how to deal with me, and it gave him a splitting headache. There's no way around it. His team was no pushover, easily handling even packs of mutated jackals. What he didn't realize, though, was that compared to his past life, he'd grown far weaker. Back then, his vehicle's level had been miles ahead of everyone else in the sector. Now he was forced to hunker down behind the black fog line, grinding just to survive. With no outlet for his frustration along the way, he took it out on Lin Feng and Lu Ruyan, and ended up dragging out of them that Lin Feng was my sworn brother. Just like that, my woman and my brother were both in his hands. Ha ha ha. Qinyi. Oh Qinyi. I refuse to believe you'd abandon your own brother. He'd even convinced himself he had it all figured out, that the reason I gave Lu Ruyan the cold shoulder was because I had such a gorgeous succubus by my side. Biaoji, Lin Feng passed out again. This kid's got a mouth of steel. Swears up and down that copper coin came from his ancestral temple. Tough talk? Tough talk's the last thing that scares me. Wake him up and knock every one of his teeth out. Take a photo and send it to Chunyi. Let him see what happens when you cross me. If he wants to save them, he can trade the vehicle and that succubus. Meanwhile, across the sector, 2 days of highway survival and life-or-death battles with mutated beasts had finally taught the surviving players just how vital it was to band together. Independent Regiment, Lily Squad, Skyblast Alliance. Dozens of them sprang up overnight. Only when backed into a corner do people understand. Flying solo won't keep you alive for long. Cut back to my vehicle. After the monk left, I spent half the day practicing from the Muscle Tendon Change Classic and got absolutely nowhere. Luckily, Bai Ling signaled me to absorb growth serum while training according to the little figure diagrams in the manual. To my surprise, it actually worked. A faint white glow quickly began to shimmer across my skin. Ding! You have grasped the basics of the Muscle Tendon Change Classic. Gained 1 point of Gang Chi Da. Gang Chi, a force that can be used to block or deflect attacks. So this is the legendary superpower? 2 lifetimes in. And this was the first time I'd ever touched the threshold of martial arts. Just as I was quietly reveling in that single point of Gang Chi, a rustling sound came from the bedroom. Cola had changed into a new uniform and pushed the door open, barefoot. Hunger had woken her, but the first thing out of her mouth wasn't a request for food. Master, that monk isn't human. Master, that monk isn't human. Once she'd said it, Cola grabbed a dry, tasteless compression biscuit and started gnawing on it, head down. I didn't take her words to heart. So what if the monk Sanzang was human, or wasn't? Cola wasn't human either, and I wasn't afraid of her. Hell, I could even share a bed with her. As long as something could be of use to me, I didn't care what it was. Lin Feng and Lu Ruyan, now they were human. In my past life, I saved them, and they killed me for it. The human heart can be colder than any monster. Come here. Let Master give your body a good examination. Blushing, she obediently settled into my arms. I lifted the hem of her skirt with my fingertips, carefully examining the wound beneath her stockings. Healing up nicely, no scar, no leftover toxins. Don't be so reckless next time, got it? Low-grade healing potions aren't miracle cures, they only speed things up. She'd been poisoned yesterday, so I had to check thoroughly. The girl nestled against my leg, docile and clingy, like a kid who knew she'd done wrong, nodding sweetly. Whatever happened up on the rooftop, I didn't press her about it. It was already over, no point asking now. I straightened out her skirt, snatched the cracker from her hand, and tossed it straight out the window. Succubi are a high-calorie species. Gnawing on that kind of nutrition-free rabbit food every day does nothing for leveling up. Cola, quit nibbling on that junk. You need to eat meat. Tonight, we're having something good. I'd already put up a listing on the trade channel. 1 ton of my surplus water in exchange for a brand new portable grill, thrown in with 10 pounds of charcoal and a pack of secret recipe seasoning. In the eyes of every player in the district, I was a total sucker. These days, water's worth more than your life. People are practically bottling their own piss to recycle it. And here I was trading a whole ton of it for a barbecue grill. But hey, you can't put a price on doing what I want. I had more water than I could ever use. Better to trade it for something that improved my quality of life than let it go to waste. Besides, I happen to be damn good at grilling skewers. My parents passed early. It was my grandpa, a scavenger, who raised me. I dug an old grill out of his junk pile, and on weekends and summer breaks, I'd set up a stall at the night market to help ease the family's burden. Grandpa, are you doing okay right now? I shook my head, not daring to dwell on it. I set the grill up by the car window, lit the charcoal, brushed on the oil, every motion smooth and practiced. Cola and I sliced today's wolf meat drops into thin strips and lined them up neatly across the grill. The fat hit the heat with a sizzle, and the smell of meat mixed with charcoal smoke came roaring out. Each piece came off crispy outside, tender inside. I sprinkled on some cumin and held it right up to her lips. Cola took a bite, and her eyes instantly lit up like stars. Her little cheeks bulged, packed full, grease all over her mouth. She just couldn't stop. Master, it's so good. I've never eaten anything this delicious in my whole life. I laughed and gave her little nose a playful pinch. Your whole life? You only hatched out of your shell yesterday, kid. There's plenty of good stuff you haven't tried yet. From now on, I'll make it all for you, little by little. I kept flipping the skewers while she dug in head first. Watching her eat so happily, I could barely bring myself to touch the food. The smell of grilled meat drifted down the block on the evening breeze. Players who'd planned to curl up hungry in their cars and sleep it off completely lost it. One by one, they yanked their windows open with a clatter, leaning out and breathing in deep, practically going crazy with hunger. The regional channel exploded in an instant. Who's the son of a bitch grilling in the dead of night? Where's your decency? My stomach's growling like crazy. Itchelpy, who's making barbecue? Give me 1 bite, and I'll bear him 8 sons. Pipe down. I saw it clearly. It's everlasting night's ride. The big shot's got skills like that. Bet he ran a night market stall. Oh my god, he's grilling mutant beast meat. Won't he get infected with the virus? The second that message dropped, the frantic spamming came to a dead stop. Plenty of people today hadn't been able to resist eating raw mutant flesh and ended up infected, dropping dead in horrifying ways. Dumbass. Null wolves have a tiny chance of dropping safe meat. Don't you know that? Why am I so damn unlucky? I didn't get a single piece. The channel blew up again. The Big Shots meat smells incredible. I'd trade a whole apartment in Metropolis for one bite. It's the apocalypse, and you're still daydreaming. Metropolis is probably long gone. They talked a big game, but not one of them dared step out of their vehicle. The people who'd rashly gotten out yesterday, a lot of them had been killed by the eerie things outside, and they died gruesome deaths. Everyone huddled inside their cars, wailing at the smell through the windows. I'd muted the group chat with a single tap ages ago. Even the video Chai Biao's men had sent me, Lin Feng beaten beyond recognition. I only gave it a quick glance. Not a ripple of emotion. Someone else was torturing my enemy for me, which saved me the trouble of doing it myself. The aroma of the grilling meat drew countless pairs of glowing green eyes out of the darkness, all locked onto the direction of the firelight. I couldn't tell if it was hostility or if they were just drooling with envy. Right then, the little slime lowly in the glass room upstairs poked her squishy body out, timidly clinging to the doorframe and peeking around. Her big round eyes were fixed on the grill, her tiny body trembling, but she couldn't help inching forward a couple of steps. I caught sight of her out of the corner of my eye and smiled, picking up the most tender skewer to offer her. Want some? Come here. The little thing was about to step forward, but the moment her eyes met mine, she flinched in fright and darted back into the glass room. I didn't push it. I put a couple of ounces of grilled meat on a small plate, quietly set it in the second-floor hallway, then turned and headed downstairs. Before long, all 2 pounds of wolf meat were grilled. I only ate one piece. Cola polished off the rest. She patted her slightly bulging little belly and let out a burp, clearly stuffed. Master, can we eat this again tomorrow? Of course. Go wash up and get to bed first. Don't wait up for me. The system clock already read 11 at night. I still hadn't forgotten to service the vehicle. It had been attacked by red-eyed crows that morning, and the damage still hadn't been repaired. Put it off till tomorrow, and it'd throw off my plans. Okay, master. I'm gonna go take my shower now. I grabbed the universal wrench and climbed out of the vehicle. Only right now, it wasn't safe outside. A dozen-odd pairs of green, oily eyes were locked dead onto my car. Gripping my universal wrench, I followed the system's instructions and repaired the vehicle with practiced ease. Ding. Repair requires wood times 35, glass times 15, highway coins times 4. Proceed with repair? Yes. The system deducted the materials and pushed over a precise set of repair instructions in sync. In the darkness, pairs of mutant beast eyes slowly solidified, their silhouettes emerging from the shadows. I gave them a glance. All Tier 1 trash, lured in by the smell of grilled meat. I ignored them, not a trace of concern on my face. For one, players who repair inside a station's parking bay are protected by the system's baseline safeguards. For another, I had an epic-grade wraith-riding shotgun, and most mutant beasts wouldn't dare come near. Sure enough, those beasts crept forward a few steps, then, as if catching the scent of mortal danger, tucked their tails and backed away. What I didn't notice was that, far off, a pack of pitch-black, venomous creatures of an entirely new species had already locked onto me. Moments later, they burrowed into the sand with a crunch, crunch. Midnight. Ding. Congratulations to all surviving players on making it through Survival Day 2. Reward: highway coins times 1. Right after, the sound of a deduction rang in my ears. Ding. 100 highway coins automatically deducted for daily loan payment. Remaining principal and interest total, 800 highway coins. Current balance, 304 highway coins. This crap loan. The deductions are driving me nuts. I wasn't planning on going after the no trouble token. I had to meet the mysterious merchant tomorrow, so I needed to stay alive. By the time I finished repairs, it was already past 1 in the morning. Nothing had happened the whole time. I went back to the car, took a shower, and was about to sleep. The second I lay down, Cola made a show of rolling over, and one snowy white, silky thigh draped itself across me. I'm not exactly the type who can keep his cool. Oomph. Little succubus, you're playing with fire. Hee hee, I just want to recover a little HP, is all. Master, don't get any wild ideas, okay? The coquettish words, mixed with the warm, fragrant breath brushing against my ear, sent a heat rushing through me. So you like to rub up against me, huh? Don't cry later. I had 18 points of physique. Was I really going to be scared of a succubus with 3? Lights off. Drywood meets a raging fire. The night passed in silence. Only the soft ring of a brass bell. Ding. Charm body devour. Critical hit triggered. HP plus 20. Physique plus 1. Spirit plus 1. Cola HB. 1039. Physique. 4. Spirit. 4. Come morning, I was stunned. I'd been utterly wrecked. Just like most people's first time playing a game, I got one shot the moment I poked my head out. 3 minutes. 3 minutes was my absolute limit. I really did try my best, but my opponent was just too strong. The succubus teacher's technique was masterful, and whenever she saw I couldn't go on, she'd use her talent to recover my body, getting me back on my feet again. It was basically beating a dead horse. Not to be outdone, I fought harder the more we went at it. Practice makes perfect, right? After a whole night of hard labor, I finally worked my way up to the half-hour mark. Watching her sleep in that seductive pose, I really wanted to teach this little minx another lesson. But both my kidneys felt hollow, like 22 years of savings drained bone dry. Not a single drop left. She's got a succubus bloodline, born with an all-around cheat code. Me? I'd watched plenty of videos, but I was the real deal virgin. Last night was basically a stubborn bronze player crashing into a lobby full of the server's top-ranked kings. Hee hee, master, you've got real talent. Maybe if you squeeze a little harder, there's still some left? Cola was awake, and she wasn't even lying. Any ordinary girl probably would have been done for by now. I nearly tumbled right off the bed in shock. 18 points of physique, and this girl still had the nerve to talk that kind of trash. Stop. We've got important stuff to do today. Get up already. We'll pick this up tonight. When it comes to surviving the apocalypse, I know exactly what matters more. Fine. No matter how skilled she was, she still had to obey. We both got dressed and settled back into the driver's seat. I pulled up the panel and took a look. Only a little over 4,900 people left in the whole region. I opened the regional channel. It was packed wall to wall with discussions about me. Being watched constantly is never a good thing. In my last life, there was a guy who struck it big in this desert. He ran into a mysterious merchant and paid 10 years of his lifespan for a gold coin mystery box, which randomly dished out anywhere from 1 to 999 highway coins. But he was too flashy. He went around shouting that he wanted 500 highway coins to sell it, and the very next day, he died a miserable death out in the wasteland. The tallest tree in the forest catches the strongest wind. And me? People suspected I had some kind of vehicle talent, that I was sitting on some game-breaking bug. Heaven as my witness, I'd just brought along an extra 625 bucks. That's all. I was already drawing way too much attention. I closed the channel. It's not the thief stealing that scares you. It's the thief keeping you in mind. From now on, we've got to keep a low profile. Before setting out, I planned to upgrade the vehicle to level 3 first. I handed the bronze mechanical mystery box to Cola. Here, open it with that lucky right hand of yours. She obediently did as told. The mystery box instantly leveled up a tier. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining mechanical core times 5, precision parts times 100. Nice, it really dropped cores, 5 of them, too. Those'll come in handy for the level 4 upgrade later. System, upgrade vehicle to level 3. Ding. Deducting wood times 200, glass times 100, alloy steel times 50, mechanical core times 1, highway coins times 300. Beginning vehicle upgrade to LV3, estimated time, 6 hours. This round of modifications only touched the external frame and core systems. It wouldn't affect the interior space, let alone harm anyone inside. I told Bai Ling again and again to keep an eye on the little slime up on the second floor, geared up completely, and dragged Cola off the vehicle with me. The first stop was exactly where the mysterious merchant had appeared in my last life. I didn't know the exact coordinates, only the general area. After all, in my last life, I never even got the chance to meet him. By early morning, plenty of survivors were already heading out in groups to scavenge for resources. Days of brutal elimination had left only the sharp ones standing. Someone spotted me from a distance and rushed over, all excited. "It's Endless Night. Take us with you, please. We'll haul your stuff for free. Just let us tag along." I was too famous. My face had been dug up and passed around the entire zone. I turned them down. "I don't need any hangers on. Get lost." But some just wouldn't give up, still angling to piggyback off me. I raised my AK and fired a few rounds into the sky. The ear-splitting cracks tore through the air, and the crowd stumbled backward. "Stop following me. You think I don't have a temper?" I swept a cold glare across them. That look scared them off. They backed away and didn't dare come closer. I'm no saint. I couldn't afford to babysit these deadweights, and I sure as hell wasn't going to let them siphon off my luck. Check the group chat. The independent regiment found a treasure spot, loaded with resources. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Holy crap, let's go, people are already there." They even posted pictures. It was an ancient tomb, resource crates scattered everywhere. "Oh my god, it's actually real." The people surrounding me scattered in an instant, swarming toward the tomb like a stampede, terrified of showing up too late to get even the scraps. I knew that tomb. In my last life, that's exactly where I'd gathered the supplies to upgrade my car to level 2. Too bad it was all bottom tier, level 1 junk, useless to me now. Once everyone cleared out, I let out a quiet sigh of relief. If the whole crowd trailed after me, I'd never stumble across any real opportunities. In the end, I'd probably have no choice but to let Cola fly me out to save my own skin. "Master, aren't we going too?" "No. We're heading deep into the desert to find a mysterious merchant and buy some things." Cola didn't ask how I knew all this. She just quietly followed at my side. The two of us slowly disappeared over the blazing dunes. What they didn't notice was the chubby little guy still trailing behind. This fatty was named Chien Duo, the same one who'd earlier traded me a level 1 bed blueprint for my fire axe. Everyone's off to the tomb, and if I go now I won't get anything good anyway. Might as well follow Endless Night and see what he digs up. Hunched over, he hung back a few hundred meters behind us. He'd been following for 2 hours, and seeing me still pushing deeper into the dunes, Chien Duo started having second thoughts about turning back. Just then, a surge of black sand suddenly whipped up, and in an instant, Cola and I were swallowed whole. Moments later, the black sand cleared, leaving the dunes in dead silence. Chien Duo's eyes went wide as he charged forward. The second he reached the spot where I'd vanished, the black sand swept in again. "Oh shit. Help." He didn't even get the chance to turn around. If you got caught, the black sand would sweep you away. Ding. "Welcome to the Life Years shop. Admission, 5 years of your lifespan. Cola in hand, I stepped into that mysterious cave. At the far end sat a freak covered head to toe in eyes, cross-legged on the ground, a dazzling array of goods spread out before him. I knew exactly who he was, the legendary mystery merchant. And it wasn't just his head that was crawling with eyes. His hands, even the staff he held, every inch was studded with rolling eyeballs. It was the dead heat of summer, easily 100 degrees, yet the sight of him sent a chill straight up my spine and down to my heels. Ding. Your madness value +2. Well now, friend, what'll it be? House rule here, 1 item per customer. His voice was sinister, cold, like it came crawling up from somewhere deep underground. I ran my eyes over the stall. Every last thing was a treasure. Awakening stones, 60 years of lifespan. A high-grade spatial backpack, 50 years. A gold coin mystery box, 10 years. A piece of top-secret intel, 10 years. There were water collectors, trouble-free charms, the whole floor packed to the brim. I didn't hesitate. My finger landed on the gold coin mystery box. I'll take this one. Sure, the highway coins inside were random, but I had Cola's absurdly lucky right hand backing me up. After tomorrow's upgrade, whatever I pulled was bound to be a fortune. As for the rest, I had no use for an awakening stone. I was already a god-tier beast master. The other stuff, I couldn't afford yet anyway. The freak raised his staff and tapped it lightly between my brows. A wisp of vital essence was instantly drawn out of my body and sealed into a tiny glass jar in his hand. A full 10 years of my life. Ding. 10 years deducted. Current remaining, 35 years. You have obtained the gold coin mystery box. The deal was done, but he didn't send me off. Friend, that collar the young lady beside you is wearing. Might I take a look? Of course. I unfastened Cola's collar and handed it over. Boss, is this thing worth anything? I couldn't help asking. Worth something? Absolutely. My eyes lit up. Pity is, I can't afford to buy it right now. He handed the collar back. Thank you for letting me lay eyes on it. Let me give you a gift in return. Something wrapped tightly in red cloth was pressed into my palm. I opened it. A bloody eyeball, coated in thick, sticky fluid, lay quietly in my hand. Ding. Dragon eye fruit. Eating it grants a chance to grow an additional eye dot. Ding. Madness value +5 dot. Forget eating it. I wanted to hurl the thing away right then and there. But I held back. The mystery merchant was not someone to cross. Piss him off over something this trivial, and both Cola and I would end up dead here. Thank you for the generous gift, boss. It'd be rude of me to refuse. Next time, I'll be sure to bring enough to pay. I took the dragon eye fruit. I stashed it in my backpack along with the mystery box. The moment I finished packing, the merchant swept his hand through the air. A storm of black sand surged up out of nowhere and, in the blink of an eye, sent me and Cola back to the surface. Mission accomplished. I was just about to head back the way I came. But what I didn't know, my archenemy, Sang Biao, had already planted informants to keep tabs on me. The route I took out that morning had been mapped out cold. The second Sang Biao got the word, he rode hard to the outpost, rounded up his men, and stormed into the desert. In his eyes, I was nothing but a nice ride and some green 22-year-old punk. He was a hardened killer who'd already racked up bodies back in peacetime, and getting run in circles by some college kid had him grinding his teeth. Strip away that armored shell, and I was just a turtle without its shell, dead meat, plain and simple. And I had no clue any of it was happening. High noon. The sun blazed straight overhead. I ducked into the shade of a massive cactus with Cola, gnawing on rations and washing them down with water, figuring I'd catch my breath before pushing on. Then, out of nowhere, a burst of rapid gunfire cracked open not far off. Stay put and don't move. I'm gonna go check it out. Got it. Cola chomped on a compressed biscuit, watching me scramble up the sand dune. I followed the sound and ran smack into a bunch of familiar faces. It was Huzi the mercenary, along with 3 or 4 wounded teammates, tangling with a couple of Tier 2 giant desert scorpions. 2 scorpion carcasses were already sprawled on the ground. Ding. Tier 2 abyss giant scorpion, HP 300, defense 50. Abyss creatures? Were these after Cola too? I frowned, but didn't rush in. First, I wanted a clear read on the fight. Pistol rounds hitting the scorpion shells only made a sharp, clanging metallic ring. The only way to deal real damage was landing a hit on the eyes or head. Bang, bang, bang. Ooh, this thing's way too tough. You kill him, and all they drop is a pile of meat. Nothing good comes out. Something's off. The Tier 2 mutant beasts I've killed before always dropped decent loot. These ones must just be bad luck. Huzi's aim was dead on. 3 shots, 3 headshots, and down went another one. Ding. You've obtained delicious scorpion meat x 5 pounds. Damn it, seriously, just meat. Fall back. Ha ha ha. You killed my children, and you think you're just gonna walk away? The dunes suddenly burst apart, and a 4-meter-long Tier 3 giant scorpion clawed its way out. Its carapace was glossy with oil, and it actually spoke in human tongue, clearly no ordinary creature. Ding. Tier 3 abyss giant scorpion, elite, HP 1500, defense 150. Skills: venomous tail sting, human speech dot. Everyone there sucked in a sharp breath. Fall back now. I'll cover you. Huzi let out a roar. His teammates bolted, leaving him alone to hold the rear. I could tell he knew it deep down. Against an opponent of this caliber, he didn't stand a chance. If only Brother Sanzang were here. He cursed under his breath. Seeds of ants, and you dare slay the people of the Black Abyss? You're courting death. The words had barely left its mouth when the elite giant scorpion lunged, so fast that even I, watching from a distance, almost couldn't track it. Bang, bang, bang. Huzi flicked his wrist to reload, every shot landing dead center on its head. But this time, the bullet slammed into that rock-hard carapace and ricocheted straight off, not even leaving a scratch. Damn it, how the hell am I supposed to kill this thing? He hurled a grenade at his own feet and scrambled backward. The scorpion was still charging, and the instant it crashed into the explosion. Boom. When the smoke cleared, the monster had lost a measly 50 HP. Huzi ripped out his fire axe and brought it down with everything he had. Clang! The stinger and the blade collided, metal screaming against metal. But the elite giant scorpion had more than just a stinger. It had iron pincers and spear-like legs, too. SHFFT. One razor-sharp leg punched clean through his shoulder blade. Blood sprayed everywhere. My scalp went numb, and I quietly counted my blessings. Thank God this thing hadn't come after me, and Kola first. The creatures of the Black Abyss must have already known I'd brought Kola back to life. That's why they kept sending wave after wave to take her back. Kola was my treasure at night, my partner by day. There was no way in hell I was giving her back to them. I whipped my head around, looking at Kola beneath the cactus. And in that very moment, the sand beneath her feet began churning violently. Kola, look out! My eyes nearly split from their sockets as I screamed until my voice cracked. The instant I shouted, several Tier 1 Black Abyss scorpions burst up through the sand. SHFF, 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 and shot straight toward her. My shout also made Huzi freeze mid-battle. There's someone else out here? The words had barely left me when the sand all around Kola started spewing out Black Abyss scorpions. Sensing the lethal danger, she immediately unleashed her bloodline pressure. Unfortunately, these pitch-black creatures were a breed handpicked by the Black Abyss, almost completely immune to bloodline suppression. They charged straight at her. Rat-tat-tat. At the last possible second, I shouldered my AK and squeezed the trigger. The carapace that had shrugged off pistol rounds was thin as paper against large-caliber rifle fire, riddled with holes in the blink of an eye. Ding! Delicious scorpion meat x 1 pound. Ding! Delicious scorpion meat x 1 pound. Kola snapped out of it too. She spread her bat wings and shot into the air, whipping out the revolver I'd given her and firing wildly at the ground below. Bang! 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 Ding! Delicious scorpion meat x 1 pound. In just a few moments, the trouble at our feet was wiped clean. Right then, the few teammates who'd fled were ambushed by the scorpions and driven back. Beneath the dunes, giant scorpions swarmed by the hundreds, the small ones half a meter long, the big ones a full 2 meters, every last one of them armored thick and viciously hard to deal with. It didn't take long before someone couldn't hold out. A stinger caught him, dragging him straight down into the sand, dead in an instant. There's too many of them. I'm out of ammo. Gone. Number 5. They dragged number 5 away. Damn scorpions. I'll take you all down with me. Out of ammo and out of options, the men yanked out their fire axes, ready to fight to the death. Rat-tat-tat. I arrived just in time, Kola at my side, and a wall of gunfire instantly pinned down the swarm. Is that the guy from the group chat, Eternal Night? He's got an assault rifle. We're saved. I slipped straight into slaughter mode, burning through one magazine after another, mowing the giant scorpions down like wheat. Suddenly, one burst out from beneath my feet, its hooked tail lashing forward, dripping with deadly venom. I reacted fast, slamming the rifle butt down to block it, but its massive pincer clamped around my calf in an instant. Right then, a faint layer of protective energy rippled out from within me, holding firm for just a split second. I seized the chance, wrenched hard, and tore myself free. That was close. If I hadn't trained up that bit of inner energy, a hit like that would have left me crippled, if not worse. I pulled my leg back and unloaded straight down at it. Rat-a-tat-tat. The half-meter-long scorpion was shredded to pieces. That scare made me even more careful, and bit by bit, Kola and I pried the encirclement open. Luckily, most of the swarm were Tier 1. There weren't many Tier 2s. After half an hour of fighting, the scorpions got nothing out of it and burrowed back into the sand, retreating one after another. Kola and I gleefully started gathering up the scorpion meat scattered everywhere. Master, so much meat. Now we can eat barbecue every single day. Yeah, this'll last us a good half a month. Just then, a few wounded men came limping over, leaning on each other, thanking me over and over. Thanks for saving us, kid. I paused and glanced up. These people, they were all my teammates from the Mutual Aid Alliance in my last life. Seeing them again felt like a lifetime ago. In my past life, I was the most invisible nobody in the Alliance, always trailing behind to scavenge the leftover supplies. Still, they'd show me plenty of small kindnesses. These few in front of me were mostly middle-aged men in their 30s and 40s. Right now, their lips were all purple. Clearly, They'd been poisoned by the scorpions. You guys, you okay? We'll live. We pooled our money for a bottle of antidote and split it between us. As he spoke, they passed the last half can of blue serum around, each taking a small sip. Sorry about this. That swarm was probably after me. I scratched my head. I hadn't been close with them in my past life, but we were on the same team, after all, and now they'd gotten dragged into my mess. I felt genuinely bad about it. You're too modest, kid. We're the ones who provoked the scorpions. If anything, we dragged you into this. Good thing you got lucky with that badass AK, or none of us would have made it out today. Just as he said that, a man drenched in blood came crawling up the other side of the dune, a truly gruesome sight. He'd barely taken a few steps. He pitched forward and tumbled down the sandy slope. Tiger! Tiger, wake up! In an instant I was on guard, gripping my gun and staring at the space behind him. I waited a long while, but that level 3 giant scorpion never came after him. I was stunned. No way. Did Tiger actually kill a level 3 elite giant scorpion? That thing could deflect a bullet to the skull. It was one tough customer. I shot a glance at Cola. She was gathering supplies, no danger for now. I scrambled up the dune and looked out over the sand valley on the other side. There lay a giant scorpion as tall as a man, one claw severed, all alone in the sand. Looked like they'd taken each other down. Before long, Cola finished collecting all the scorpion meat and flew over to my side, her eyes sparkling. Whoa, what huge claws! You're done already? Yep, over 130 pounds total. Her face was full of anticipation, waiting for me to fill her up with all that meat. Cola, you're amazing. We'll grill it all together in a bit. Hom. I pulled her in close as she nuzzled up to me, then steadied myself. This wasn't a place to linger. Those scorpions might come back. I was about to say goodbye to the guys, but one of them stopped me. Hey, Everdark, hold on. On our way in, we saw Scarface and his crew setting up an ambush outside. 10 to 1 it's for you. Scarface. I frowned. Yeah, that was exactly the kind of thing he'd pull. Tell you what, come out with us. We've already called our buddies from the Alliance to head this way. With enough of us, there's no way he'd dare touch you. The guys wanted to repay me for saving their lives, so they figured they'd have my back this time. I ran the numbers fast. Right now the enemy was in the dark while I was out in the open. Scarface had a gun too. Rushing out there was a bad idea. Have Cola carry me and fly. This desert stretched over 100,000 square miles. She'd never last that long. Looked like my only option was to go with them. You guys must all be starving, huh? Let me grill you some meat. We couldn't ask you to do that. I gave a little smile. What's there to feel bad about? When someone's in a tight spot, you lend a hand. You never know when it'll be your turn. They hadn't had a full meal in days, and they'd caught wind of how good my grilled meat smelled the day before. So they swallowed their pride and took me up on it. I dug out the grill I'd stashed away in my pack, ducked into the shade of a cactus, and started grilling the fresh scorpion meat. If I was counting on them to get me out of here, I might as well show some appreciation. Plus, it'd give me and Cola a chance to fuel up. Before long, the mouth-watering aroma of grilling meat drifted through the air. Everdark, man, this smells incredible. At your age, don't tell me you actually ran a barbecue stand. Not gonna lie, folks, back in my school days, I really did work the night market. The smell drew someone else over, too. None other than Fatty Chien, the guy who'd gotten swept into the merchant's cave alongside me by the black sand. His legs were shaky now, hungry and worn out, and he'd followed the smell all the way here. When he saw a crowd gathered around a cactus grilling meat, his throat bobbed hard, and he steeled himself and edged closer. The group startled, hands flying to the weapons at their waists. Then, realizing it was just an unarmed, chubby kid, they relaxed. Gulp. Fatty Chien stared at the sizzling, dripping meat, his eyes glazing over, and asked ever so cautiously, "Excuse me, that grilled meat of yours, is it for sale?" The meat sizzled, grease dripping into the charcoal and sending up a wave of savory smoke. I didn't look up, focused on turning the skewers. "Fatty, if you want to buy some, ask that kid over there. He's the one grilling it." A greedy pair of eyes landed on me. I should have known. In this apocalypse, who else but the everlasting night boss could grill meat this good? Only then did I glance up. That round face looked familiar. Right, the chubby kid from 2 days ago who'd traded bed blueprints for weapons. He rubbed his hands together and sidled up to my grill, forcing a smile. Boss, mind selling me just one skewer? I was about to answer when my gaze snapped to his neck. My pupils shrank. An awakening stone. Impossible. In my past life, the first one to awaken a class had been Master Sanzang. Could it be that my rebirth, this one butterfly, had already thrown the entire storyline into chaos? Oh, this. Fatty pointed at the stone. Shame that creepy multi-eyed guy wouldn't let me sell it, or even give it away. Otherwise, I'd have handed it over with both hands already. That one sentence told me everything. This fatty had found the mysterious merchant. And this awakening stone. He traded a full 60 years of his lifespan for it. I swallowed. What nerve. Betting away more than half his life for a single stone. As for him, handing it over. Yeah, I'd take that with a grain of salt. Fatty, what's your name? I figured he was no ordinary guy, and he wasn't stingy either, so I grabbed a fresh skewer and passed it to him, buying a little goodwill up front. Thanks, boss. Name's Chien Duo, but everybody calls me Fatty Chien. He took the meat and tore into it, even more frantic than Cola crouched off to the side, wolfing it down in a couple of bites. So good. What kind of meat is this? Tastes just like Australian lobster. And that authentic night market flavor. His eyes lit up, locked on the loaded rack. Another one. How much? I gave him a second one on the house and casually asked, Fatty Chien, how many years of lifespan you got left? 102. He mumbled through a mouthful, smacking his lips. My eyelid twitched. I said years, not days. Years is what I mean. That freak topped me right up. No idea if it's for real, though. Completely off guard, he waved a hand and threw his system panel up for me to see. Name, Chindwadwa. Level, LV0. Highway coins, minus 99,999. Vehicle, level 2 business van. Profession, merchant, dormant. Physique, 8 spirit, 11. Remaining lifespan, 102 years. I stared, totally lost. Holy crap, why are your highway coins in the negative? Ugh, don't even get me started. That freaky mini-eyed dude forced me to become his exclusive franchisee. Now I'm buried in debt. He hauled the huge pack off his back. And then he stuffed all this junk on me, told me to sell it to pay him back. The zipper slid open. My pupils shrank again. The premium spatial backpack was packed to the brim. Every single one of them a mysterious merchant's treasure. You name it, he had it. I reacted fast, slapping my hand down on the zipper and dropping my voice. Zip it up now? Don't let anyone see this, or you're a dead man. Nah, I'm good. I got this. The fat guy shrugged it off, pulling a string of copper coins from his waist. 3 characters were carved into them. Safety charm. The coins gave off a faint, treasure-like glow, a lot like the one Grandpa prayed for at the Imperial Ancestral Temple for me back in the day. Except his was a whole string of them. Ding. Life-saving charm. Invincibility, unless the wearer initiates an attack on someone else. My eyes went wide. Invincible. A powerful premonition washed over me. Those 3 months in my past life were about to get turned upside down by this fat guy. That freak said I can't fight monsters or level up anymore. Everything's gotta come from trading. Honestly, I kind of envied him. Damn, kid, what kind of dumb luck did you stumble into? Why didn't that merchant pick me to be his agent? Huh? You actually want to be an agent, big bro? The fat guy was stunned. You don't know? An agent's daily sales have to go up 5% every day, or you get wiped out. Only 5%. That's chump change. I wasn't impressed. Who wouldn't fight over merchandise from a mysterious shop? A little scarcity marketing, and it's easy money. But he also said my customer count can't be more than my vehicle level. I've got a level 2 business van right now, so I can only have 2 customers max. That line snapped me right out of it. 2 customers? And you still have to grow 5% a day? 2 people's worth of lifespan. How many days can you even squeeze out of that? Big bro, is there any way to get out from under that freak? The fat guy's face crumpled like he was about to cry. I shook my head. Nope. Then I paused and I grinned. Since you're a merchant, hand me 10 years of my life force. Call it payment for these 2 chunks of meat. The fat guy jolted, then smacked his thigh. That's it. Just start counting sales from the negative and work your way up. Thanks for the wake-up call, big bro. And man, this meat of yours smells amazing. Give me 2 more slices. The next second, he whipped out a little magic wand, gave it a light flick, and 20 years of lifespan transferred over to my name. Ding. Moneybags has invited you to become his. Would you like to become my first permanent customer? Yes or no? Yes. I didn't hesitate. Only a fool would pass up a deal this good. Ding. Finding successful. You are now Chindwadwa's first permanent customer. No discounts available at this time. A few squad members whispered among themselves in the distance. So that fat guy actually knows Brother Eternal Night. Why else would he treat people to meat for free? Just then, the unconscious tiger downed a healing potion. Drawn awake by the aroma of roasting meat, he slowly opened his eyes. Brother Tiger, perfect timing. Here, have some meat that Brother Eternal Night grilled. Eternal Night? Tiger blinked, confused. The squad members chattered all at once, filling him in on how I'd stepped up to save them. After hearing the story, he grabbed a piece of meat and forced himself to his feet, walking over to me. Brother Eternal Night, nice to meet you. Hey, you're awake, Brother Tiger? Just call me Tiger. I owe you one for today. If you ever need anything from me, just say the word. I won't turn you down. I knew he was a stand-up guy, so I quickly waved him off. It was just a few pieces of grilled meat, hardly a life-saving favor. Besides, I'm counting on all of you to get me out of here later. That's nothing. Oh, right. You want me to take care of that Biao for you. Seeing him ready to stand up for me even while injured, I shook my head. No need. A guy like Biao, I want to handle him myself. Once I got back to the vehicle, a punk like Biao wouldn't be a problem at all. Using the food as an excuse, everyone started chatting warmly. Tiger even pulled out a bottle of top-shelf liquor, and after a few rounds of drinks, we'd gotten a lot friendlier. I grilled over 20 pounds of meat in one go before everyone was finally full. The sun was already dipping west by the time the Alliance's main force finally showed up. Leading them was a spicy young woman carrying a small leather whip. Her voice arrived before she did. Brother Tiger, sorry we're late. We ran into that scumbag Biao and his crew on the way and got into a fight with them. The newcomer was called Black Cherry, early 20s, a female Sanda instructor with 15 points in physique and one of the core members of the Mutual Aid Alliance. She strode over, her nose twitching. Smells amazing. Brother Tiger, I can't believe you're over here eating grilled meat this good. Tiger handed her a small portion. This is all that's left. You ran into the Axe Gang. Anyone hurt? Black Cherry took it without a second thought. As if, you think a nobody like Biao could lay a hand on me. She picked up a slice of meat and bit down. Her eyes lit up instantly. This is incredible. Brother Tiger, are you sure you called us here to back you up and not just to watch you guys living it up? Take a look at the state we're in. She glanced around. Everyone was injured and poisoned, their combat strength cut at least in half. If Brother Eternal Night hadn't stepped in, we'd have been 6 feet under already. And this meat? He's the one who grilled it too. Tiger nodded toward. I nodded toward the guy still packing up the grill. Black Cherry followed my gaze and gave me a once-over. That's Endless Night? He's this young? She muttered under her breath, then scanned the rest of my crew and asked casually. Where are number 5 and number 7? Dead, Tiger said flatly. Black Cherry pressed her lips together but didn't push it. She tossed the meat to the guy behind her. Split it up. Endless Night's treat. A group of underlings caught it and immediately broke into cheers. Thanks for the meat, Brother Endless Night. I packed the grill into my backpack and brushed the dust off myself. Don't mention it. If you like it, pay up next time and I'll grill for you. Everyone just laughed. Highway coins were precious. Who'd blow them on meat? But after they'd had a taste, some people actually added me as a friend and hired me to grill. The very first one was Tiger. After the brief rendezvous, the whole team set out for the return trip. Everyone picked up the pace, gravel crunching underfoot, all racing to get back to the station before sundown. Once night fell, running into a giant scorpion meant even numbers wouldn't save you. Along the way, plenty of people asked if I had a top-up channel. I gave them a one-word answer, no. Even though they'd suspected as much, hearing it confirmed killed the last of their hopes. Fatty Chien, meanwhile, stuck to my side the whole way, pushing his sales pitch. Boss, you want a little something like this. Elsewhere, Grim Biao had set up an ambush just outside the narrow pass everyone had to cross. Not a single traveler got by. All of them stopped and shaken down hard. Damn it, it's already 5:30. Why hasn't that kid come out yet? He crouched behind a rock, fingers scratching at the stone, face twisted with impatience. Nobody dared spend the night in the desert. No telling what might crawl out after dark. Relax, Biao. The kid's not stupid. He won't stay in there to die. Remember, if we run into another tough one, don't do anything reckless. Grim Biao glanced at his several wounded men, still rattled. He hadn't expected so many little crews to pop up lately, and none of them were weak. Go drag those 2 dead dogs over here. If the kid won't play ball, we shove them out front. Got it, Biao. I'll go haul Lin Feng and Lu Ruyan over right now. The rattling clank of iron chains dragging across the ground came from behind. As the last of the sunset faded, the Mutual Aid Alliance's squad made it back. Biao, we've got a problem. The lookout came scrambling back, half crawling. That Chun Yi is hiding with the Mutual Aid Alliance crew. They're right at the west entrance. What? Those sons of bitches. I let them off the hook, and they've got the nerve to steal my prey? Grim Biao gritted his teeth. Kunba, grab all the brothers and follow me. You got it, Biao. At the same time, Black Cherry lowered her voice. Everybody stay sharp. This is the same entrance where Grim Biao ambushed us before. Even though Grim Biao had just taken a beating, they probably wouldn't come back, but everyone stayed on high alert anyway, drawing their weapons one after another. Just as we were about to step into the western entrance of the Gobi. Whoosh, whoosh. Sang Biao's 2 gatekeeper lackeys darted out from behind their cover. Black Cherry was just reaching for her gun when the 2 of them spun around and bolted, their footsteps clattering into the distance in the blink of an eye. I looked around. Not another soul in sight. They run like a pack of dogs. Seeing the enemy flee at the mere sight of us, the group burst into laughter, dropped their guard, and swaggered into the narrow pass behind Black Cherry. I was the only one who couldn't unknit my brow. Sang Biao was no weaker than this crew, and he was the type who always paid back a grudge. This was way too out of character. Cherry, I think we should stay sharp. How about we send someone ahead to scout first? I offered, meaning well. Little brother Eternal Night. Black Cherry turned back to look at me. I heard you were supposed to be so brave. How come you're the first one to get scared the second the enemy runs off? A girl behind her chimed in too. The sun's about to set. Who's got time to scout a trail? And here everybody calls you a big shot. Turns out you're a total coward. The group had just beaten back the Axe Gang, and now they'd watched their opponents scramble away with their tails between their legs. Every one of them was riding high on their own arrogance. Who'd bother to give Sang Biao a second thought? Knock it off. Huzi tilted his head back and studied the rock walls on both sides. Eternal Night's got a point. This narrow pass is easy to defend and hard to attack. No harm in being careful. Everybody, get your gear out. A mercenary hardened by countless battles never underestimates his enemy. Seeing this, Black Cherry backed him up. Do what Huzi says. Grudgingly, the group pulled out their weapons again and pressed forward at a slow pace. Their footsteps echoed off the rock walls. The emptiness was unnerving. Up above the cliffs, Sang Biao took in the whole scene. Huzi and Chun Yi. Those 2 are a real pain in the ass. He sneered. Pass the word. Wait until they're all inside the passage, then open fire. Hit the middle only. Cut off the front from the back, and we'll pick them off one group at a time. I want them wiped off the face of the earth. Got it, Biao. If the Mutual Aid Alliance hadn't wounded his men first, he might have been willing to negotiate. Hand over Chun Yi, and he'd let them through. But now that there was bad blood between them, he was going to pull the whole thing up by the roots. Meanwhile, as the last few people were about to step into the passage, the uneasiness in my gut grew heavier and heavier. Kola, sorry to trouble you. Fly up the cliff and check whether there's any danger. Let's hope I'm just overthinking it. You got it, Master. Kola spread his bat wings and shot straight up with a whoosh. Brother Chun Yi, why'd you stop? Someone behind me asked. I gotta take a leak. You all go on ahead. I'd given every warning I could. Say any more, and I'd just annoy people. Wait for me, big shot. I gotta pee too. Fatty Chien hurried after me. The 2 of us ducked into a corner, our streams boring into the stone. Solid kidneys, both of us. Wind cut through the narrow pass with a mournful howl. The sky had already gone dark. More than half of them. Boss, you really think Biao would bury us here? Not think. Suspect. Before the words even left his mouth, an explosion rang out from above. Bang. My head snapped up. Kola, she'd been shot? The gunshot that erupted from the cliff face made the entire Mutual Aid Alliance squad tense up in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. A rapid burst of gunfire followed. Ambush, Huzi screamed hoarsely. Hug the rock wall. Get out of their line of sight. Fall back. At the top of the cliff, Biao was so furious he kicked the underling who'd fired too early right off the edge. Ah! The scream tore through the sky as the figure plummeted into the abyss. Useless piece of garbage. What are the rest of you standing around for? Throw the grenades. Blast them out of there. No one dared hesitate any longer. Boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions and gunfire tangled together in the narrow pass, shaking loose showers of debris from the rock walls. Biao had all the high ground advantage. He came out almost completely unscathed. But down in the narrow pass, the Mutual Aid Alliance was decimated. 34 people, and more than half of them had walked straight into this kill box. Only the last few who'd entered managed to scramble back out by sheer luck. Whether those people lived or died, I had no attention to spare for that. My head was craned all the way back, my eyes locked on that teetering figure in the sky. She was falling, completely out of control. Cola, that was the only thought left in my head. Predict the landing spot, sprint, leap, throw my arms wide open. Slam. Like getting hit head-on by a truck, I crashed into the sand with her in my arms, tumbling over and over dozens of times before we finally stopped. Pa, pa. I clawed my way up out of the sand dune, spat the grit out of my mouth, and propped up her dazed, disoriented body. The heart I'd been holding in my throat finally settled back down. The next second, I saw that her left bat wing had been punched clean through with a bloody hole, still oozing blood. I reached out and gently touched the edge of the wound. Ding. Cola HP minus 102, 937 remaining. Not badly hurt. I let out a breath of relief. Seeing the worry in my eyes, Cola hurriedly folded her wings away, revealing her smooth back, and forced a smile. Master, I'm fine. My wings will heal up on their own, little by little. Who told you to open fire? I glared at her, exasperated. I'd been watching her every move the whole time. She'd clearly spotted the ambush, but instead of coming down to report first, she went and fired the very first shot herself. She'd recognized Biao and wanted to avenge me. But she missed and got her wing shot by the enemy's crack marksman in return, which sent her spiraling out of control. Thank God there was sand below, and me, a human cushion. Master, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. She hung her head, her eyes brimming with grievance, blaming her own poor marksmanship for the whole thing. I patted her head and pulled her. I tucked her loose hair behind her ear. Some things she didn't need to say out loud. I already understood. It's fine now. Sang Biao's life isn't worth half of yours. Don't do anything stupid like that again. Once I was sure she was okay, I pulled her behind a huge boulder, and we watched the two gangs shoot it out with cold detachment. Before long, Fatty Chien sidled up to me again. Boss, you're incredible. Sang Biao really did set up an ambush here. Why do you keep following me? Don't you have that lucky charm? Haha. Brother Yi, sticking with you is how I protect you. You're my only client. If something happens to you, I'm finished too. He had a warped excuse for everything. But hey, a bulletproof meat shield for free? Why not? Sure, he couldn't attack on his own, but he made a more than decent human shield. So I just let him tag along. The gunfire and explosions kept going for another 10-odd minutes before they gradually died down. Up on the cliff, Sang Biao winced with every blast. Each grenade cost 5 highway coins, and this round of bombing was enough to upgrade a Tier 2 vehicle. You think bullets and grenades grow on trees? Ration them. Everybody get down there and clean up. Dig out Chun Yi and that succubus for me. The first wave of Axe gang members made their way down the narrow path. Bodies everywhere, not a single survivor in sight, so they let their guard down. Weird, where'd that Chun Yi kid go? Before he could finish, bang bang bang. Black Cherry burst out of a crevice in the rock face with a dozen surviving squad members and unloaded on the unsuspecting Axe gang. A few of the corpses suddenly sprang up too, dragging their daggers straight across the enemy's throats. Up on the cliff, Sang Biao's eyes went bloodshot. The advantage he'd just fought for was slipping away in the blink of an eye. But he was running low on grenades, heap bombing, and even a win would cost him everything. Kunba, bring everyone and come down with me. I want every last one of those Mutual Aid Alliance bastards dead right here. Gritting his teeth, he rappelled down the rope himself, determined to end this fight before nightfall. The two sides tangled together in the narrow path, and the sounds of battle raged on until darkness fell. I glanced at the sky and knew we couldn't wait any longer. At night, the desert crawled with packs of mutant beasts out hunting for food. By then, forget fighting. Just staying alive would be a long shot. As the gunfire in the passage grew fainter and fainter, I tightened my grip on the AK. Come on, we're breaking out too. Rat-tat-tat. It was too dark to make out any faces. I didn't care who was friend or foe. Any figure that came at me from the other side, or tried to get close, I pulled the trigger. In the chaos, I probably took down a few mutual aid alliance people too. On a battlefield where you can't tell friend from enemy, striking first is the only way to survive. Thankfully, I fought my way out of the crowd without too much trouble, and I sprinted toward the station entrance. Whoosh! A grenade suddenly came flying out of the shadows and landed right at my feet. At the last split second, Fatty Chien, right behind me, kicked it away. Boom! The grenade exploded in midair. Fatty Chien brushed the dust off himself, completely unfazed. Cola and I, ducking behind him, didn't get a scratch either. But my back was already drenched in cold sweat. Inside the abandoned cabin, Biao the Grim stared with bulging eyes. Go, drag those two dogs back here. Only one lackey remained at his side, Kunba. You got it, bro, Biao. Kunba answered, but the moment he turned around, everyone else had already bolted. Where'd they go? There they're gone. Lin Feng and Lu Ruyan slipped away in the chaos. Useless. You couldn't even keep an eye on two people. What good are you? Biao exploded, jamming the muzzle of his gun hard against Kunba's forehead. Bro Biao, we've been through hell and back together. How can you do this to me? Brothers. Biao sneered. I'm sparing your life. Now get out there and draw them away from me. Kunba had been his childhood friend. Watching the brother he once knew turn into this made the light in his eyes flicker out, bit by bit, as if he were seeing this man for who he really was for the very first time. Fine, I'll go. Biao kicked him out of the cabin, sending him straight in my direction, then raised his gun and opened fire like a madman. Ting-ting-clang. Every bullet slammed into Fatty Chien without leaving so much as a white mark. What the hell? Stopping bullets with his bare body. What kind of freaking monster is this? Biao swallowed hard, cold sweat soaking through his back. He didn't dare waste another second, taking off in the opposite direction under cover of night. Humph. You're dead meat. You think you can get away? I raised my gun and locked onto his fleeing figure. Kunba, kicked to the ground in front of me, knelt there with his eyes shut, like a corpse waiting to be executed. He was unarmed, and Fatty Chien's gaze was already nailed to him. I ignored him, keeping my muzzle trained on Biao as he scrambled away. Tat-tat. 2 precise shots. Both hit him square in the thighs. Biao screamed and crashed to the ground, blood instantly staining his pant legs red. This menace had dogged me the entire way, and he'd wounded Cola too. There was no way I was letting him just run off. He clutched his shattered legs, his whole body convulsing. Watching me close and step by step, all his earlier arrogance vanished, and he begged for mercy, crawling and scrambling. Boss Everlasting Night. No, Master Everlasting Night. I was wrong. I'll give you all my highway coins. Just spare my life. Buying your life with money. I raised an eyebrow, amused. Yes, yes, yes. All of it's yours. He fumbled to activate his panel, and a flash of white light passed by. Ding. You've received a gift from Biao the Grim. 72 highway coins. Current balance. 406 da. My smile instantly went cold. Heavy. I raised my gun. 72 bucks. And you think that's enough to buy your life? That's honestly all I've got left. The war wiped me out. He threw his account panel at me, sobbing, and sure enough, it was bone dry. Give me a chance. I'll work for you like a dog. I'll make money for you. Killing me doesn't do you any good at all. Seeing me hesitate, a flash of viciousness crossed his eyes, and the hand he'd hidden behind his back crept quietly toward the gun at his waist. But no matter how fast he was, he couldn't beat me. My gun was already up. Rat-tat-tat-tat. For shots rang out, and blood burst from all 4 of his limbs at once. He collapsed into a heap, his hands shot to pulp, unable to even grip a gun anymore. Chunyi, you animal. I'll haunt you even in death. Knowing he was finished, he dropped all pretense and started cursing me out. I couldn't be bothered with him. I turned to look at Kuan Ba, kneeling on the ground. I'd heard every single word between him and Sang Biao just now, clear as day. Kun Ba, you want to die or you want to live? His head snapped up, his eyes bloodshot. I, I want to live, then kill him. I tossed a fire axe at his feet. It hit the ground with a sharp clang. Kun Ba stared at the axe, then looked at the howling Sang Biao. He thought of his sister, whom Sang Biao had toyed with to death. He thought of the loyal brothers who'd been thrown away as cannon fodder. And most of all, he thought of how, just moments ago, this boss he'd followed for half his life had kicked him out without a second thought to take a bullet. Trembling, he picked up the axe and walked towards Sang Biao, step by step. Kun Ba, don't you dare. Sang Biao's eyes were bulging out of his skull. I fed you. I gave you women. You ungrateful piece of shit. Biaoji, I'm sorry. Kun Ba's voice was hoarse, like sandpaper grinding. This is what you taught me. Every man for himself, or the heavens will strike you down. No. Thunk. The axe buried itself deep in Sang Biao's chest. After one shrill, agonized scream, the world went silent. But Kun Ba went berserk, bringing the axe down again and again, years of pent-up hatred bursting the dam all at once. Give me back my sister. Give me back my brother. You animal. The smell of blood grew thicker and thicker. The thing on the ground no longer looked human. Fatty Chien braced himself against the wall, dry heaving, and even I found myself frowning. Enough. He didn't hear me. He just kept swinging the axe mechanically. Bang. I fired a round into the ground beside him, and shattered fragments sprayed across his face. Only then did Kun Ba stop, the crimson slowly fading from his eyes. He looked at his blood-soaked hands, slumped to the ground, and wept uncontrollably. Some hatred can burn straight through a person until nothing's left but ash. But once the vengeance is done, the person is hollow too. Get up. There wasn't a ripple in my voice. He immediately wiped away his tears and knelt back up, straight and proper. Sang Biao's 3. The bus, and the men he has left, they're all yours now. Hand over 50% of the profits each month. The rest you distribute as you see fit. I paused. I don't care what methods you use. As long as you make money, I'm good. But if you screw up, I won't hesitate to replace you. I can do it. He kowtowed again and again. Thank you, boss everlasting knight. My life is yours from now on. You tell me to go east, and I'll never go west. I nodded and was about to speak, when suddenly, from the tunnel behind me, came a chorus of howling wolves. A whoop. Countless pairs of green, glowing eyes lit up in the darkness, packed densely like an upside-down sea of stars. The gunshots and the smell of blood had drawn every jackal in the entire desert. Kola, fall back. I grabbed her and spun around, breaking into a run. Fatty Chien covered our retreat. With the protection talisman guarding him, the jackals couldn't touch him. Luckily, we weren't far from the exit. A few minutes later, everyone was safely back on the vehicle. What I didn't notice was that, right before Kun Ba left, he swiped half of a mysterious bronze coin off Sang Biao's corpse. I shut the vehicle door, sank back into my seat, and let out a long breath. Sang Biao, that thorn in my side, was finally gone. The moment I settled in, I realized the vehicle had already finished upgrading. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the first player on the entire server to upgrade to a Tier 3 vehicle. Special reward obtained. 200 highway coins, 1 designated Tier 3 blueprint. Current balance, 604. My original double-decker bus had transformed into a 3-story luxury RV. Floor 1, driver's cabin, oversized storage room, freezer, armory. Floor 2, 2 private bedrooms, living room, kitchen, dining room, bathroom. Floor 3, open-air observation deck, cultivation room. Vehicle, Everlasting Knight LV3. Bound Vehicle Spirit, by Ling. HP, 105/105. Spirit, 10. Defense, 720. Magic Resistance, 898. Durability, 602. Space, 760 cubic meters. Top speed, 240 kilometers per hour. Gold Attribute Lottery, +1. Beast Slot, +1. I nodded, satisfied. With this Tier 3 vehicle, the road ahead would be much smoother. For now, though, aside from the master bedroom and bathroom, the other rooms were still bare-bones shells. I glanced over the upgrade materials. My current supplies were only enough to renovate the kitchen, dining room, and living room. I didn't hesitate. I hit the upgrade button right away. The next second, all the supplies on the vehicle instantly dissolved into tiny points of white light, surging up to the second floor and beginning a fully automated renovation. Ding. Wood, stone, glass, and other materials consumed, 50 highway coins deducted. Upgrading kitchen, dining room, and living room. Estimated time, 3 hours. I was just about to draw my new attribute. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Someone was suddenly pounding on the car door. Bai Ling came rushing out, fuming. Master, it's those two pests again. No matter what I do, I can't get rid of them. I rolled down the window and looked down. Two filthy, ragged figures were kneeling on the ground, covered head to toe in mud and blood, reeking so badly it was hard to keep my eyes open. It was Lin Feng and Lu Ruyan. The moment she saw me, Lu Ruyan burst into tears and threw herself at the car, slapping the window. Chunyi, save me, I'm not going to make it. I'm your Ruyan. Do you think I did something to betray you? That was all Lin Feng's doing. It had nothing to do with me. Lin Feng knelt there, kowtowing frantically. Chunyi, whatever you do, don't trust this woman. Your grandfather's car accident last time. She was the one who hit him. Lin Feng, what the hell are you talking about? My grandfather came to visit me at school, only to be struck by a car. That was a weight that had been crushing my chest for 2 whole years. I'd searched for 2 years straight and never found the driver who did it. So it turned out to be Lu Ruyan, driving without a license. It turned out that all of this was tied to these 2 animals. In an instant, my gaze turned to ice. And just then, the 2 of them stopped arguing mid-sentence. As if sensing something, they slowly, stiffly turned their heads. Behind them, a pair of golden slit-pupiled eyes, bigger than watermelons, hovered in midair, silently looking down at them. The moment Lin Feng and Lu Ruyan turned around, they saw those golden vertical pupils. They didn't even have time to scream. Their bodies, like snow scorched by fire, instantly melted into a pool of blood. Not even a shard of bone remained. A piercing siren tore through the night sky, jolting everyone awake. People poked their heads out to look. A black shadow flickered, and the pair of golden eyes suspended in midair vanished without a trace. I slammed every door and window shut, my back instantly soaked with cold sweat. My fingers trembling, I tried to pull up the other party's info panel. Ding. Insufficient permissions. Unable to view target information. I swallowed hard. I knew what that thing was now, an enforcer. The next second, a cold, mechanical voice exploded in the mind of every survivor at once. District-wide emergency announcement. A player in this district has upgraded to a Tier 3 vehicle ahead of schedule, triggering a system mechanism. The enforcer has descended early. Enforcer duties: maintain highway traffic order and protect the safety of car owners within legal parking spaces. Running red lights, speeding, driving against traffic, or harassing parking space owners. Executed on the spot. Please obey the rules. Flee in a civilized manner. I leaned back against the seat, my heart still pounding wildly. In my previous life, the enforcer didn't appear until after you left the novice zone. I never expected that upgrading to a Tier 3 vehicle early would. They took the bait. But that's fine by me. Rules only scare the people who don't understand them, not the ones who do. Which traffic laws you can't touch, and which ones you can break without consequence, I'm the only one who knows. Highway robbery, murder for loot? Not in their jurisdiction. They can't be bothered. They only fixate on the petty, small-time stuff. And they play favorites based on rank. A low-tier car hits a high-tier car? Harsh punishment. A high-tier car hits a low-tier car? They play deaf and dumb. Ding dong. A message popped up. From Fatty Chien. Brother Yi. Congrats, man. You're the first Tier 3 car in our district. Don't forget to trade with me tomorrow, or I'm gonna get wiped out. Sure, just give me a heads up. Got it, Brother Yi. I'm heading to bed, long day. Freeloading 20 years off Fatty's lifespan, and I can probably squeeze out another round tomorrow. Just thinking about it feels good. Next came San Zhang's congratulations, and at the end he asked, had I seen Huzi and the others? I replied, no. The other side went quiet and cut off the chat. Brother Hu and his crew never made it back. Looks grim for them. I wasn't too broken up about it. I liked Huzi well enough, but not enough to bawl my eyes out. Even Sang Biao got crushed despite holding such a huge advantage, so the mutual aid alliance probably didn't fare any better. I shook my head and pushed the thought away. One after another, a few people I'd added as friends sent their congratulations. After all, it was a district-wide announcement. Everyone knew I was the one who'd hit Tier 3. Cola and I sat in the cockpit, had something to drink, took a hot shower, and let a full day's worth of tension soak away. Once I was cleaned up, I sent Cola off to sleep on the second floor and headed back to the cockpit myself. Ding. We've detected that you have won and used gold perk draw. Would you like to draw now? Yes. Congratulations, host. You've obtained the gold perk, Blessing of the Opposite Sex. Effect. For each member of the opposite sex with a charm score of 89 or higher who spends the night in your car, there's a 50% daily chance of producing one permanent attribute point, absorbable by the host only. Holy crap, this perk is insane. Attribute points are the most solid thing in this world. 50 points of physique, and your body can stop a pistol round. The uses of spirit are beyond counting. An ordinary person could train like hell for a month and only gain a point or two. And right now, my car already had 3 members of the opposite sex scoring above 90. As long as my luck doesn't tank, a steady point a day is no problem. Grinning ear to ear, I closed the interface and headed up to the 3rd floor to check on the little slime. In the stairwell, the plate of barbecue I'd left out yesterday had been polished clean, with 2 empty cans sitting beside it. This little guy sure can eat. The second I reached the 3rd floor, I heard snoring. 3 dark clumps of soil sat on the ground, giving off a faint, fresh scent of grass and greenery. Well, I didn't give any orders. It started working on its own. I saw it right away. The little slime had transformed into a tiny lowly in a white dress, curled up fast asleep inside the tree hollow house, a bit of drool trickling from the corner of her mouth. While it slept, I bit my finger and let a drop of blood fall into its mouth. The little one's cheeks slowly flushed pink. Ding. Unclaimed contract beast detected. Contract initiating. Target offering no resistance. Progress 10%, 50%, 100%. Half asleep, it grabbed my hand, tucked it against its belly like a blanket, and sank into an even deeper sleep. Ding. Contract successful. Average luck this time. No attribute points awarded. The magic pattern on its belly slowly solidified. As if sensing something, it suddenly jolted awake, pushed my hand away, and shrank back into the tree hollow. Squee, squee. A soft, sweet voice slipped into my mind. What are you trying to do? I'm your master, got it? It understood me through the telepathic link, but it was always a beat behind, tilting its little head. Master. It felt out that bond, closer than mother and child, and nodded hard. I feel it. You're my master. The little one threw itself into my arms and nuzzled its tiny face against my chest. I held it up in my palm to play with it. Soft and squishy, actually pretty fun. Master, my name is Potato. Oh, you've even got a name. All right, I'll call you Potato from now on. Master, Potato's scared of the dark and scared of ghosts. Can I sleep with the light on? It hung its head, terrified I'd say no. Of course. You can keep the lights on 24 hours a day if you want. Yay. And if you're still scared, you can go play with Big Sister Bai Ling on the 1st floor. Potato's not going. That Bai Ling is a ghost girl. I was momentarily at a loss for words. Fine. From now on, the whole cultivation room is yours to manage. You'll help your master grow vegetables, okay? Okay, master. Potato loves growing vegetables the most, but I need seeds first. Oh, and master, I pooped out 3 piles. Can you help Potato clean them up? It pointed at the 3 fragrant clumps of black soil on the ground, its face all innocent. What? You pooped those out? Once I learned Potato had pooped them out, I wasn't the least bit grossed out. Isn't bird's nest just swiftlet saliva, after all? Slimes are elemental spirits, and what they produce is the purest earth element. In my past life, this black soil was called apocalyptic black gold. A single portion could sell for 100 highway coins. After Zombie Biao struck it rich, he got so extravagant he rolled it into cigars to smoke. In this life, he won't get that chance. I stared at the potato in my arms, my eyes lighting up. This little thing was practically a walking gold mine. Potato, how much of this black soil can you poop out every day? Watching me stare at its own poop, it turned red. said with a bashful, quiet voice. 1 or 2. My heart leapt with joy. In 2 days at most, I'd have enough materials to upgrade the cultivation room. First things first, I had to get my hands on some seeds. It was getting late. I patted her little head. Be good and get to sleep. I've got a surprise for you tomorrow. The moment she heard we'd be splitting up, Potato instantly grew, transforming into a 5'3" soft and adorable little loli, wrapping her arms tightly around my waist. Master, can I sleep with you guys? I'm still a little scared of the dark. I just flipped on every light on the 3rd floor, and the top floor was instantly as bright as day. Be good. The bed's too small. It can't fit 3. You sleep in the treehouse, and I'll leave the lights on all night. Dealing with Cola alone was already exhausting enough. Adding another one would flat out break me. Fine. But master, no sneaking off to turn the lights out. She nuzzled against my chest before reluctantly shrinking down, melting into a soft, sticky little ball. I cupped her in my hands and set her back in the tree hollow. Good night, little one. Good night, my dear master. Once Potato was settled, I headed downstairs. I figured it had to be tough for her, gardening all by herself. Before we leave tomorrow, I'll swing by the pet shop and pick up a few ordinary slimes to keep her company. Back in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, I'd barely laid down when a plump little leg swung over me. Master, I want. Shoo. I knew you wouldn't want to sleep. Lights out. Home. The night passed without another word. Time flew by, and it was already day 4 of highway survival. Early that morning, I looked at Cola, still fast asleep with a satisfied look on her face, and didn't disturb her. I felt around on the bed and finally found a small, soft ball the size of a purple grape, pink and glutinous, carrying a faint warmth and a soft glow. Not bad luck at all. Hit the jackpot on the first try. I swallowed it in one gulp. A cool current surged into my mind, sweeping away all the grogginess. I could even hear the insects chirping outside the window crystal clear. Ding. Spiritual power +1 dot. Hell yeah. I hopped out of bed and ran up to the 3rd floor. Sure enough, there was a bright red attribute ball lying in Potato's nest. I swallowed it in one gulp, and a hot current spread through my whole body. My muscles felt faintly swollen, brimming with explosive strength. Ding. Physique +1 dot. Finally, I went to the driver's cab to look for Bai Ling, but after digging around forever, I came up empty. Whatever. 2 out of 3, still a huge win. I opened my attribute panel. Physique, 19. Spiritual power, 22. With stats like these, I was already almost on par with those level 2 powerhouses who'd awakened their classes. I made breakfast using my brand new kitchen. By now, the living room, kitchen, and dining area were all completely renovated. The entire 2nd floor now looked like a standard 2-bedroom, 2-living room apartment. Cola looked around at the totally transformed space, thrilled beyond words. Wow, master, our little home is even prettier now. If only we could leave some kind of mark here with master. All right. The little succubus clung to me, growing bolder by the second. Eat your food and behave yourself. But I just love being close to you, master. She pouted, looking all wounded. Halfway through the meal, the system announcement chimed in. Ding. Congratulations on completing the station mission. Rewards. Highway coins ×5. 1 unit of universal fuel. Current survivors remaining. 4,571. The novice village is about to close. Please head to the starting station, 1,500 kilometers away, within 72 hours. The public chat instantly blew up. More than half of us are dead, and this is still the beginner phase. Give us a break. 1,500 kilometers in 72 hours, plus scrounging for fuel and supplies. There's no way in hell. Just leveled up to 2 yesterday. Thought I scored big, but now my fuel burn doubled and my tank's almost empty. Anyone selling gasoline? I'll trade 2 cases of instant noodles. Please, I'm begging. Forget it. The trade zone's only got diesel left. Gasoline got snatched up ages ago. I bit into my grilled meat sandwich, expression blank, watching the screen fill with whales. In my past life, I lost count of how many people failed to leave the novice village on time and got wiped out by the system outright. What really killed them was never the rules themselves. It was that no one was willing to pave their own road even a single step ahead of time. I closed the chat and said to Cola, I'm done eating. You stay with the car today and handle the supply trades. I'm heading out alone. But, Master, I want to come with you. She stuck out her lip. No. We went out together yesterday and didn't trade off a single drop of those 5 tons of water. You stay home. Try to get the bedroom upgraded to level 2. Honestly, I wouldn't have minded continuing our little heart-to-heart with the succubus, but I had real business to take care of. Then, okay. Please be careful out there, Master. Don't worry. With Biao dead, nobody's got the guts to come after me openly for now. There was one more concern I didn't voice. Every time I brought Cola out, it seemed to draw the abyss creatures right to us. This trip to the pet shop, it was safer to leave her in the car. I got out and headed toward the pet shop, scrolling through last night's system log as I walked. Midnight, daily survival reward, 1 highway coin. 001, automatic loan deduction, 100 highway coins. Remaining loan, 700. Current balance, 510. I closed the interface and looked around. Plenty of vehicles were already pulling out in a panic, while others were making the most of the last of their time scavenging for supplies. I cut through the pet base and made my way to the pet park out back. There was a rundown little shop there. I'd been here in my past life, paid good money for a hard lesson. This place sold all kinds of pet mystery boxes, only it was a scam joint. I pushed the door open, and a musty stench hit me in the face. Behind the counter, a green-skinned dwarf was polishing a cup. Sprawled across the floor were several corpses lay on the ground, their blood already dried to a blackish brown. They'd all bought something dead, gone to argue with the owner, and been beaten to death, legally. Yo, what can I get for you? My shop's got mystery boxes, good stuff, cheap prices. The dwarf looked up, flashing a mouthful of yellow teeth. I gave him a once-over. Target, pet shop owner. Goblin merchant. Attributes unknown. Greedy for money like his life depends on it. Got any slimes? Yeah. Good eye, customer. Slimes are the easiest to raise. He pulled 3 dusty mystery boxes out from behind the counter, clearly stock that had been sitting around forever. Common slimes, 10 road coins each. How many you want? Boss, are your pets guaranteed to survive? His face darkened in an instant, and he slammed his cup down on the counter. Kid, you here to start trouble? Mystery box means mystery. Anything's possible. I thought you were a beast tamer who knew the ropes. Turns out you're just another one looking to die. I knew the rules, so I didn't get angry. I just smiled and said, "You've got me wrong, boss. I'll pay more. 10 times more." At the words pay more and 10 times, no less, his face flipped from storm to sunshine, his eyes crinkling into slits. Heh, sir, I was blind not to recognize a big shot. You pay more, and forget starting trouble. You can tear the whole place down if you want. Hold on, I'll find you the best. He dove under the counter, rummaging around for a good while, then mysteriously produced 2 pitch-black mystery boxes, each carved with an eerie skull. Heh, these 2, 100 road coins each. Guaranteed to survive. If it dies, you don't pay. You could travel to and from the newbie camp with a pass. A trick countless people had figured out in my past life. And this greedy little dwarf shop owner? I'd had his temperament pegged for a long time. As long as you paid enough, he'd never hold anything back. I stared at the 2 boxes on the counter, pulled up my panel, took out 300 road coins, and slapped them down on the table with a smack. Another 100 for 2 female slimes. Deal or no deal. The second the dwarf saw the money, his eyes lit up. He bowed and scraped like he was face to face with his ancestors. Heh, hold on, sir. I'll go find him right now. He ducked back under the counter, digging away with real enthusiasm. What mystery box? This old fox knew exactly which box held what. It was all just for show. Where'd it go? Found it. He held up a blue and pink box, pushing it toward me like he was presenting a treasure. Only one. I frowned. No. Sir, this old man doesn't run a shady shop. These are a pair of twins. He reached out to open it up and verify the goods, but I clamped my hand down on his. This treasure box had to be saved for Cola to open. It could bump up a whole tier. Open it now, and all that effort would be wasted. I pushed the money over and stuffed the box into my backpack. Cash and goods. We're square. No need to check. I trust you. Now that's what I call class. The dwarf beamed, handing over 2 bottles of basic growth elixir. Here's a little something on the house. Let's call it making friends. Come back and do business with me again sometime. I took the elixirs, and my eyes lit up. This was the good stuff. I'd been dying to get my hands on some for my marrow cleansing training, but nobody in the trading zone had any for sale. Where'd this shopkeeper even get these? The dwarf's gaze drifted toward the corpses on the ground. I gave an awkward laugh. Never figured an NPC would loot bodies. I tucked the elixirs away and turned to leave. Take care, boss. Don't be a stranger. The second I stepped out of the pet shop, a wave of dead silence hit me. The station that had been buzzing with life just moments ago was now completely deserted, empty, save for a few scattered vehicles. The ground was littered with empty cans and torn clothing. A few men and women, brutalized to death, lay tossed by the roadside like dead dogs. A dozen or so wrecked cars sat abandoned along the road, cold as steel tombs. Every now and then, a gunshot or a scream cracked in the distance, reminding me there were no morals here and no laws either. Master, you're finally back. Cola came bolting off the car and threw herself into my arms, hooking her legs around me and locking me in a full hug. It's already past noon. If you hadn't come back soon, Cola was going to go looking for you. You clingy little thing. I gave the bridge of her nose a playful pinch. Come to think of it, she had a point. Ever since she hatched, I'd barely left her side for a second, and today I'd only been gone half a day. With a sigh, I carried her back to the car. She obediently settled back onto her little bed in the passenger seat and kept her eyes glued to the trading screen. I glanced at the log. Half a day of hustling, and I hadn't even managed to move a single ton of water. Not hard to figure out why. Plenty of squads had found water collectors by now, so water wasn't as scarce as before. On top of that, with most people already wiped out, the market kept shrinking while the competition got cutthroat. This business wouldn't last more than a few more days. Cola, forget the trading. Come help Master open a blind box. I pulled out that blue and pink box and handed it to her. As for the gold coin blind box, no rush. Her lucky right hand could only trigger once a day, so opening it tomorrow would work just the same. Okay, she took the box, and her right hand glowed as her talent kicked in. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained a pair of twin slimes. Grade, rare. Water elemental spirits. Two chubby little pink blobs clung tightly to each other, jiggling like jelly in the wind. Squee. Squee. Impossibly adorable. Holy crap, rare grade. I froze. A regular blind box actually coughed up something rare. 300 highway credits. Totally worth it. By all rights. The most Cola could bump the quality up to his excellent grade, but she'd gone and busted out a rare pair. I quickly pulled up the panel, only to find that these two were just named. All talk, no bite. Her skills are trashed here. She can't shapeshift. Her combat power is basically zero, and she's more of a coward than a potato. Her one and only talent? Producing 2 beakers of pure water a day. Whatever. That makes her a perfect helper for Potato. A water sprite. Surely she'd be great at watering and fertilizing. Once the cultivation room gets upgraded and I plant a few hundred seedlings, Potato won't be able to handle it alone. These two will come in handy. Slimes, born with the constitution of workhorses. Master, they're so cute. Cola reached out a finger and pinched one of those soft little butts. Squee. Squee. The 2 little ones squealed in terror. Quit teasing them. You've scared them silly. Oh. Cola blinked and pulled her hand back. Come on, let's go introduce you to Potato. Holding the box and pulling Cola along, I headed up to the 3rd floor. The moment I arrived, I spotted another mound of dark, rich soil on the ground. Just one more pile, and I'd have all the materials to upgrade the cultivation room. Master, what are you doing here? Potato was sitting by the treehouse hugging a can, swinging her little feet as she took in the view. I've got a surprise for you. Master, did you form a contract with her? Cola figured it out at a glance. Yep. Can I hug this little sister? Potato, come say hi to big sister Cola. With my rune on her, Potato had long since come to see me as the person closest to her, and she'd do whatever I said. She set down her can, floated into Cola's arms, and nuzzled against her, making Cola giggle. With me acting as commentator, the 2 girls hit it off in no time. All right, there'll be plenty of time to bond later. Potato, look who I brought for you. I set the box down on the ground. Sensing the presence of their own kind, the 2 pink blobs looked up in unison, meeting Potato's eyes. Wow, 2 slime sisters. Potato floated over, excited. The moment the 2 little ones saw their own kind, they immediately hid behind her, poking their heads out to sneak glances at me. Squee. Is he going to eat us? Squee. No, he won't. That's Master. He'll give us yummy things. Potato coaxed them patiently. Seeing them getting along so well, I told Potato to come get me once she'd saved up 5 units of black soil, then pulled Cola downstairs to give the little ones some space to get familiar with each other. Since it was still early, I roasted a few pounds of scorpion meat. Cola and I shared one portion, quietly set aside another for the 3 little ones on the 3rd floor, and prepared one more for Fatty Chien. Ding dong. Fatty Chien's message arrived right on schedule. Yi, when are you heading out? Aren't you worried about missing the first clear reward? And when are we going to make that trade? First clear? I'm not even thinking about a first clear. The roast meat's ready. Want some? Yi, you're going to dock my lifespan again? I'm doing this for the sake of KPIs. Yesterday you gave me 20 years, so give a little less today. Wouldn't that count as boosting your numbers? Deal. I knew exactly what was going on. There was a world boss guarding the spawn point. Right now, nobody could kill it. The only way through was to wait for the last day, when it would leave. Going in early was straight up suicide. I hung up and walked over to the central console, setting down a plate of grilled meat. A flash of white light, the meat vanished. Another flash, and a small glass vial appeared on the console, lifespan energy. This was some unspeakable contractual power between the merchant and the system. It could make people age or make them young again, a bizarre kind of hard currency. The only catch was that lifespan couldn't be stacked infinitely. An ordinary person could live to 120 at most, any more than that, and the body simply couldn't absorb it, unless you leveled up and broke through your genetic lock. A traveling merchant was bound to be hiding all kinds of rare goods. This fat guy, I had to hold on to him. I twisted off the cap, and a surge of massive energy flooded through my whole body. In an instant, all the fatigue washed away, and my body climbed to its peak condition. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've gained 15 years of lifespan. Current remaining lifespan, 70 years. Oh, this feels amazing. With the errands out of the way, I didn't rush to set off. Instead, I summoned Bai Ling to supervise my training in the Marrow Cleansing Classic. Keep your eyes on me. Don't worry, Master. Leave it to me. I downed the potion, sat down cross-legged, and began circulating the technique. Bai Ling floated to one side, tilting her head as she flipped through the manual, occasionally using her eerie aura to turn the pages. She may have been reckless, but at the end of the day she was a ghost who'd lived for God knows how many years. Her knowledge far outstripped mine. Luckily, this technique wasn't difficult. It was really just breathing and circulation, so even she could follow along. The hard part was never the moves themselves, but sticking with it year after year, a truth that held no matter what you were training in. Fortunately, with the potion's help, I could save a huge amount of time. Cola was a good kid. Seeing me training, she went off to play with Potato instead. Meanwhile, on the other side of the parking lot, Fatty Chien gazed at my bus through his car window, holding his empty plate, and gave his belly a pat. Brother Ye's grilled meat? It's so good. He slowly lifted his head, and a grotesque face emerged, his forehead, his palms, his legs, all densely covered in eyes. He'd successfully changed classes. He was the second person in this district to do so, after me. Class, traveling merchant. Talent, mind's eye. See through the true nature of things. Extraordinary powers of discernment. 5-fold boost to mental strength. Fatty Chien frantically pulled out strips of cloth and wrapped himself up like a mummy. I'm done for. I'm done for. This is scarier than a zombie. This crappy class isn't just ugly. Every day my revenue has to compound by 5%, and if I don't hit the target, I die. The fat guy wasn't stupid. Compound interest like that was bound to blow up sooner or later. In other words, he was as good as dead. I don't know. Does cutting losses count as hitting the KPI? Ding. Today's trading goal, achieved. Yes. So reducing losses works too. I'm clinging to this guy for dear life. He let out a long breath. The car's about to hit level 3. Once it's maxed, I'll ask Brother Yi if he'll give me a ride. Meanwhile, deep in the desert, that mysterious merchant, the one who'd forced Fatty into a class change, had just dealt with another customer. A tall, skinny old man was cursing up a storm as he got thrown out. His name was Holy. He should have been the very first player to find the mysterious merchant. In fact, I only found the place thanks to the clues he'd left behind. But the gold coin blind box he'd wanted to trade for? I'd beaten him to it. So he gritted his teeth and spent 50 years of his lifespan on a blind box. A perfectly good 16-year-old kid transformed in an instant into a 66-year-old geezer with a scraggly head of hair. Damn it, I haven't even touched a woman yet, and now I'm probably gonna die without an heir. Holy looked positively green. 50 years for a scrap of paper, and that freak still claims he got the short end of the deal. Asked him one more question, and he tried to beat me up. Screw it all, I'm done. He slowly spread open the treasure in his hands. A desert treasure map. Across the top, 5 gold embossed characters, legendary grade hidden trove. 7 routes drifted across the map, shifting with every refresh, never the same twice. Along the bottom was a line of small print. Thief class required to pinpoint location. Damn scam. I'll list it on the trading board and see if any sucker bites. Curse as he might, before selling it he still snapped photos of all 7 routes, just in case. Then he pulled a control console out of his pack. He'd chosen a 2-wheeled electric scooter, so he carried the console on his back and could sell on the move. He posted the map to the server-wide public channel, priced at 100 highway coins. The second it went up, dozens of people added him as a friend to ask about it. But once they heard the details, every last one lost interest. Everyone was racing against the clock to make progress. Who'd be dumb enough to stay in the desert digging for treasure? Dead scammer, peddling junk to con people. 800 highway coins? In your dreams. Only an idiot would buy that. Damn, just as I figured. Nobody wants it. Got my lifespan drained and played by that freak. Holy cursed, about to put away the terminal and head back to his little scooter. But this worthless map that nobody wanted happened to catch my eye the moment I finished my training. A legendary grade treasure map? For just 100 highway coins. I stared at the avatar, stunned. Holy, how'd he turn into an old man? In my memory, wasn't he some scrawny kid with dyed hair? After finishing my training, my total HP was 115, with 3 points of gang energy. Now even a knife wielded at full force couldn't cut my skin. I'd meant to swing by the trading board and pick up some more growth serum, but instead I ran into this. This map was priceless. Forget 100, even 1,000,000 highway coins would. Couldn't trade it away. Because I knew, the rookie camp wasn't a one-time thing. As long as I had the pass, I could come back anytime. Without a second thought, I bought it outright. Looking at the treasure map in my hands, light shimmering across it, the lines constantly shifting, I couldn't help but smile. How come I never saw this at the mystery merchant stall? Could it be the grand prize he pulled after 50 years of gambling on those mystery boxes? I'd guess pretty close. Right now, that many-eyed merchant was stomping his feet in fury. Had he known this was in the box, nothing on earth would have made him sell it instead of keeping it to draw himself. This thing was worth enough to buy the bell off Cola's neck. Too bad. There are no what-ifs in this world. I carefully tucked the map away, doing the math in my head. Even if I didn't have the skills to claim the treasure, I could just flip it and coast for the rest of my life. Over there, Monkey Stan watched the map get snatched up and doubled over laughing. Oh my god, there's actually an idiot who'd buy a useless map. I browsed through the trading zone again, hoping to snag another bargain. Just then, Cola came pattering down the stairs, dragging Potato behind him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Master, we've got all 5 blocks of black soil. Does that mean we can build the farm now? Hearing Cola's words, my heart leapt. Perfect. Today's just been one lucky break after another. Come on, let's upgrade the farm. Ding. Consume 20 wood, 5 black soil, and 20 highway coins to upgrade the cultivation room to LV1. Upgrade. The scenery before me surged and swirled. Fences, a chicken coop, a rabbit hutch, square plots. One by one they grew out of the system's light and shadow. Wait time, 30 minutes. I didn't just sit around. I headed straight up to the rooftop, set up the grill, and called the slimes over to gather around the fire and eat some meat. The flames crackled, and the smell of roasting meat filled the air. Potato held up a skewer, eyes shining bright as 2 stars. Ding. Congratulations, host. Cultivation room upgraded to LV1. A flash of white light and a fresh, green scent rushed into my lungs. The rooftop had transformed. Half of it was now a planting area, several square plots laid out in neat rows. The other half was a breeding area, a few animal pens spotless and clean. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The farm's finished. Potato bounced up and down with excitement. I felt a little more at ease, too. In a few more days, the system would cut off the food supply. When that happened, the people who could grow their own food would be the ones truly holding their lifeline. No matter how much you steal, it'll never last as long as a few plots of your own soil beneath your feet. Master, when can we start planting? The two little pink slimes crowded in, wobbling with impatience. No rush. First, we need to get some seeds. Seeds don't grow in the desert. But I remembered, they were on Fatty Chien's inventory list. If you've got connections, you'd better use them. I went downstairs to the central control screen and got him on the line. Fatty, you got any tomato, potato, or chili seeds? You can farm. You've got black soil. Yeah, and I badly need seeds, duh. I've got fast-growing seeds, 3 days to mature. 1 pack lasts 5 years, duh. Send me 1 pack of each, dot. Forget the lifespan payment. How about you trade me 5 units of black soil instead? I'm molded over for a second. Deal. Give me 2 days, dot. Done. Sending the seeds now, dot. A flash of white light, and the seeds were in my hands. I handed them off to Potato and the 2 little slimes. Under Potato's mentoring, these 2 little guys had stopped being afraid of me. Potato guarantees it. We'll grow the best fruits and veggies in the whole world. Grow them well, and I'll make you something even tastier. Yay! Long live Master. After we finished the meat and got the little ones settled, I grabbed cola and headed downstairs, then pushed the window open. Almost every car at the station had cleared out. Time to move. Meanwhile, another scene was playing out on a distant dune. I only pieced the whole thing together later. Holy, the guy who'd just conned 100 road coins out of me was strolling back all pleased with himself when he suddenly heard the sounds of a fierce fight, mixed with the snarls of some beast. He crept over in a crouch, took one look, and nearly wet himself. A bare-chested monk was locked in a life-or-death struggle with a man who'd gone berserk. The man's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging, face twisted, a beastly growl rolling in his throat. He was already mutating. One punch from him could smash straight through the skull of a tier-2 desert lion. A mutant. Holy sucked in a sharp breath and shrank back. Behind the monk, a woman in tattered clothes and a 2-meter-tall gnoll were clearing out the beasts. Corpses littered the ground. Treasure chests, materials, and road coins were scattered everywhere, glinting in the sunlight. Over 100 road coins. Holy's throat bobbed, but he didn't dare make a move. Any single one of them down there could crush him with a flick of a finger. The monk swung his iron staff with ferocious power, every strike landing on a vital point. Huzi, snap out of it. The monk, Sanzang, brought his staff down on the man's shoulder, a dull thud giving way to the crack of breaking bone. Boss Sanzang, stop hitting him. Huzi's not gonna make it, the woman cried. I've tried. He won't wake up. All this monk can do now is send him on. Sanzang's face was expressionless. Huzi, it's me, Haiying. If you don't wake up, you're really gonna get beaten to death. Just wake up, and I won't hold last night against you. The moment the words, Haiying, left her mouth, Huzi's movements froze. A flicker of clarity crossed his clouded eyes. Haiying, Brother Sanzang, kill me. The thing in my head, it's not me anymore. Just kill me. Haha, quit struggling. It's useless. An eerie, sinister voice, chillingly cold enough to raise every hair on your body, came from inside Huzi's belly. Huzi. The user let out a blood-curdling scream, grabbed a jagged chunk of scrap metal, and smashed it against his own head with everything he had. Bang, bang, bang. Every blow landed with full force. His skull split open, blood spraying everywhere. After a few hits, he collapsed flat on the ground. Tiger! Black Cherry shrieked. Then her vision went dark and she passed out. The surrounding beasts scattered, howling in terror as that aura of madness faded away. Sanzang checked for breathing and froze. He's still alive after all that? Tough as nails. He quickly forced a healing potion down the man's throat, then sighed under his breath. In the apocalypse, the deadliest thing isn't your enemies, it's your own heart. If there's a Buddha in your heart, you can kill 1,000 men and still walk steady. But if your heart's got no anchor, you'll snap after just a few kills. Before the words had even settled, his gaze turned sharp, cutting sideways toward the dunes. Hey, you sneaky bastard hiding over there, why don't you come out? Bang! A gunshot rang out, the bullet grazing right past his scalp. Don't shoot. I'm one of the good guys. I came to help. Holy came tumbling and scrambling out. Good guy, huh? Perfect. Make 2 stretchers and haul these people back. Holy nodded with a pained look on his face. Before long, he and the Knoll were carrying the stretchers, following behind Sanzong. Sanzong shouldered a bulging pack, supplies his brothers had traded their lives for. Not a single item could be left behind. Once we're back, I'm upgrading to a Tier 3 vehicle. Can't let that Chen Yi kid be the only one showing off. And on a dune farther off, a pair of pitch-black eyes silently watched them. So young, yet his aura is so profound, and there's even a trace of divinity in it. Could he be a chosen one? As the old man's words faded, his figure vanished into thin air. When I started up the vehicle, the fat guy immediately fell in behind me. Yi, wait for me. His vehicle popped up on the interface, a Tier 3. I raised an eyebrow. Now I finally understood why he'd wanted the black soil. His Tier 3 vehicle was a pure survival type. The road outside was wide. 2 vehicles side by side wouldn't clog it up. Might as well bring him along. His business van was pretty big, parked right alongside my bus like 2 mobile fortresses of steel. At least it wasn't slow. It could hit over 200. Fatty, you take the lead. Maybe you'll get to steal the spotlight. I knew there was a world boss up ahead, and the only one who could pass by safely before it left was probably him. After all, he was carrying an invincible protection charm. Yi, quit joking around. I don't want the spotlight. You go first. Fair enough. He was covered in eyes now. The last thing he wanted was to be mistaken for a monster. Then we go together. Before either vehicle had even left the parking lot, I slowly came to a stop. Piled up along the roadside was a heap of scrap Tier 1 vehicles, along with a smashed-up Tier 2 RV. A few corpses lay on the ground, with several beasts circling and tearing at them. A gruesome scene I'd long since grown used to. The fat guy slammed on the brakes too, figuring I was about to hop out and kill the beast for the loot. He perked right up, but I didn't move. It was nighttime. The second you start a fight, the sounds of combat and the smell of blood draw in an endless swarm of mutant beasts. If a Tier 3 showed up, the risk wouldn't be small. Some bargains look tempting on the surface, but the price is hidden in the shadows. The people who make it far know when to walk away. So I just sat in the driver's seat, holding a clingy cola, learning how to do her hair. I liked twin tails, and I was braiding them for her bit by bit. The job of devouring the wrecked cars? I left that to Bai Ling. Ding. Devoured 21 Tier 1 vehicles. Wooden supply crate times 13. Speed permanently +5. Defense permanently +6. Space permanently +8 cubic meters. Ding. Devoured 1 Tier 2 RV. Highway coins times 10. Space permanently +20 cubic meters. Black iron treasure chest times 1. With the stats in hand, Bai Ling took on her human form, rubbing her little belly and saying she'd eaten her fill. To her, this everlasting night vehicle was her body, and we were the children she had to protect inside her womb. The stronger the vehicle, the more securely she could shield us. The fat guy beside me was staring wide-eyed. Players normally can't see each other's data, but those extra eyes of his were different. He could see the wrecked cars turn into white energy, wisp after wisp melting into my bus, making the frame ever sturdier. A vehicle talent. He recognized it at a glance, but said nothing. Everyone has secrets. He'd turned into this freakish thing himself. What right did he have to go prying into anyone else's? Bai Ling drove smooth and fast. The speed was incredible, yet the water in the cup didn't ripple in the slightest. A perfect score female driver. Cola and I sorted the stuff we'd pulled from the supply crates by category and stashed it in the first-floor storage room. After that, every time I stopped to devour, the fat guy obediently slowed down and waited. To him, I was a meal ticket and a good luck charm. The supplies in his backpack came from a mysterious merchant. Once they were gone, that was it. So he was extremely picky about his clients. In the end, he only chose me and Sanzong. After finishing Cola's twin tails, I sent her over to the trading area to poke around and see if there was anything worth grabbing that others had missed. Just then, a private message popped up. Big bro, everlasting night. It's Lung Meng, remember me? I bought your water. Master, someone's looking for you. Lung Meng. That name came back to me instantly. In my last life, she'd awakened the catgirl talent and become a top-tier thief. A beauty in a million. Some big shot offered a fortune to buy her and got turned down. But as gorgeous as she was, her hands were sticky. She stole treasures from several big shots, brought down a server-wide manhunt on herself, and was finally captured alive, vanishing without a trace after that. The thief class was seriously broken. They could open your car door without a soul noticing. Sweep up everything. This is the kind of woman I don't want to cross. What's up? Hey, big bro, I took out a loan to upgrade to a Tier 2 car, and now I can't pay it back. Could you lend me some money? I frowned. A total stranger, hitting me up for cash right off the bat? Why should I lend you anything? I'm single, and you're pretty much my type. Just 15 highway coins, and I'll be your girlfriend. Deal. I rolled my eyes. Pay to make some girl thief my girlfriend? I'm not that desperate. Besides, my cola sticks to me like a band-aid every single day. I'm not short on women. No thanks, Dot. Big bro, then do you need a chick? I was instantly speechless. Figures. Show some self-respect, miss. Don't think just because you're pretty you can. Silence for 5 seconds on the other end. Then she sent a photo. In the picture, a plump old hen stood in a pile of chicken droppings, cocking its head at the camera. Big bro, you've got it all wrong. I'm not like those 1 highway coin for 2 rounds girls on the public channel. I'm asking you, do you want a hen? The kind that lays eggs. I stared at the photo and froze on the spot. My face flushed red, so awkward I could have curled my toes hard enough to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. Turns out, I was the one whose mind went to the gutter. When you judge people based on preconceptions, more often than not it's your own tinted glasses that are wrong. You mean this chicken? Of course. Popped it out of a pet mystery box. Aside from pooping everywhere and making a mess of my car, it's basically flawless. It lays 1 egg a day. All you have to do is catch some bugs to feed it. I can even catch desert bugs. Cluck cluck. The old hen in the photo seemed to chime in right on cue. If you think that's too expensive, how about 10 highway coins? She was already 1 day past due. She'd borrowed 50 highway coins to start, with 10 due daily. If she couldn't pay it back, the system would turn her into a catgirl toy. She'd already gotten several threatening collection calls today. 10 highway coins was her final bottom line. The plump old hen clucking away on my central console screen instantly whetted my appetite. 5 days now. Dry bread and roasted scorpion meat. The same 2 things over and over. My mouth had gone completely bland. Deal. 10 highway coins it is. Dot. Thank you so much, big bro eternal night. I'll go catch the chicken for you right now. A flash of white light, and the transaction was complete. The old hen flapped its way down off the trading platform. I was quick on the draw. 19 points of physique isn't for nothing, and pinned it down in 1 grab. Ding. Egg hen. A hen that doesn't need to mate, and just lays eggs like crazy. Good chicken. After wrapping up the chat with Cold Cutie, I scanned through a bunch of pots and pans in the trading zone. 4,000 or 5,000 people across the whole zone, selling all kinds of stuff on the public channel. Plenty of folks didn't bother taking risks at all, just holed up in their cars buying low and selling high. Becoming a war profiteer. In troubled times, the first ones to get rich usually aren't the strongest fighters. They're the ones who know how to work the numbers. By the end of my shopping spree, I'd somehow, as if possessed, ordered another pile of white stockings, lacy little dresses, and tiny uniforms. My mind started running away without permission. Cola with her hair in twin ponytails, spinning around. Potato in an apron watering plants. Bailing in a nurse's outfit. I snapped back to reality, glanced at my balance, and felt a pang in my chest. Damn, only 130 left. Once the loan payment goes through, I'll be eating dirt again. I pulled back immediately, stuffed the clothes into the deepest corner of the storage room, and carried the old hen up to the 3rd floor for Potato to free range. I bought it for the eggs, not for soup. I'm not that rich yet. Luckily, this chicken was unusually well behaved. It only dropped 2 piles of poop in the vehicle, which I cleaned up. With the odds and ends taken care of, I pushed open the bathroom door and was hit by the rushing sound of running water. Cola somehow still wasn't done washing up. Master, you're finally here. Come scrub my back, quick. I can't reach. Just like that, it was day 6 of survival. 2 days left before the newbie zone closed. I didn't let bailing floor it the whole way, but our speed was still blazing fast. Over 1,000 kilometers in a single night, leaving plenty of other travelers in the dust. We couldn't even see the shadow of the black fog anymore. Right now, we were parked at an official service station to rest. The enforcers watched the whole time. No speeding, no fatigue driving allowed. After a good, full night's sleep, the first thing I did when I woke up was hunt for attribute points. I carried Cola over to the couch, then rolled around on the bed and patted it down several times. Nothing. Guess there's no or production today. I tucked her in, then swept through the slime area on the third floor and the driver's cabin, and finally fished a purple attribute orb out of the crack in the main driver's seat. Ding. Willpower +1. Better than nothing. I suddenly remembered last night's chill cute. If I took her onto the vehicle, would she produce attribute points too? The thought was barely born before I snuffed it out. Forming a contract with an ordinary person would be a pure waste of a slot. I sat back in the driver's seat, opened the public screen, and tried to confirm that everything was unfolding the way I remembered. But one look, and I went completely numb. Overnight, the number of survivors had dropped to just 3,109. In my previous life, nearly 4,000 people made it past the starting station. I scrolled up and flipped through the trending events. The first one, the enforcers' merciless crackdown on Tier 1 vehicles. Illegal parking, speeding, excessive nighttime noise. All sorts of trumped-up charges had all but wiped out the lower Tier 1 vehicles. Now nearly every vehicle on the road was Tier 2, with fewer than a few hundred Tier 1s left. Thankfully, someone saw through the pattern in time and cried out on the public screen for everyone to head to the midway station to take out loans and upgrade. That was what saved a batch of people. The price, universal debt. The enforcers. The buyers only snatch up Tier 1 vehicles. It's obvious the system is forcing you to upgrade. If I could actually win a fight, I'd love to go down there and beat the hell out of them. Push like this, sure, people upgrade, but hardly any of them can pay off their loans. In other words, 3 days from now, the system will put a whole batch of mindless flesh and blood dolls up for sale. I've got to make money like crazy these 3 days. Then I'll buy a soulless beauty to put to work and see if she can produce attribute points. These days, everybody's tightening their belts to pay off debt. Nobody dares to spend recklessly. The 5 tons of water I produce every day, I can't sell a single drop now. Good thing I planned ahead. It works out perfectly for watering the crops and growing vegetables. The second reason the population is plummeting lies 2,000 kilometers away. Hanging there is a silver mech. World boss, elite mech LV5. HP, 150,000. Attack power, 8,000. Defense, 5,000. Description, an advanced metallic life form capable of self-repair. Armed with laser beams and a concentrated energy laser cannon. First kill guaranteed to drop epic grade treasured. Someone posted the stats panel to the public screen, and it instantly blew up. Holy crap, is the system trying to wipe us out? 150k HP, 8,000 attack power. What are we supposed to hit it with, our heads? What if we team up and rush it together? Don't be stupid, it's got area damage. One sweep of that laser, and your car melts into molten iron. Won't even leave scraps behind. But I wasn't the least bit shaken. In my last life, the people who died to this boss numbered in the hundreds, if not the thousands. Even 3 months later, nobody managed to kill it. I sighed, closed the public screen, and pulled a gold coin mystery box out of my backpack. I meant to have Cola take a crack at it with her lucky right hand, but I accidentally dragged out a fruit orb along with it. Fist-sized, white with a golden pupil, its surface crawling with dense red veins, slimy and downright nauseating to look at. Ding. Host has come into contact with an anomalous item. Frenzy value +2. Only then did I remember, the dragon eye fruit. A gift from the mysterious merchant. Supposedly, eating it gives you a chance to grow a third eye. This thing is way too disgusting. Forget eating it. Just holding it makes me want to puke. I rolled down the car window, about to chuck it out. Master, don't throw it away. That's an epic grade item. Bai Ling's voice suddenly exploded in my mind. My hand froze in midair. You recognize it? I was stunned. The system never mentioned it was epic grade. It's called the dragon eye fruit, an extremely rare spirit fruit. Eating it gives you a high chance of awakening the eye of truth, which can see through all illusions. This eye can even be cultivated, though the complete technique is only in the hands of the many-eyed merchant. Even if the awakening fails, it'll grant you at least 10 points of spirit power. I strongly recommend you consume it. I sat there dumbstruck. What? 10 points. Mental power? It can even see through illusions? The multi-eyed merchant has some kind of technique. I'll have to ask Fatty Chin about it later. If I put this fruit up on the public board, people would tear each other apart to get their hands on it. Worst case, I grow an extra eye on my forehead. I can live with that. I'm just scared it'll sprout somewhere weird. I was a little afraid, but for the sake of power, I didn't hesitate. Gritting my teeth, I shut my eyes, choked back the nausea, and swallowed it whole. The pulp slid down my throat, but the rank stench I'd braced for never came. Instead, it was like a fully ripened lychee, sweet, juicy, with a thread of exotic fragrance. The next moment, everything went wrong. A scalding hot current surged up from my stomach, shooting straight to the center of my brow. At the same instant, a cold, vicious power was quietly activated. A maddening, prickling itch spread across my forehead. I couldn't help but claw at it. Ack! It itches so bad. My fingernails tore a gash straight into my once flawless forehead. It was like something inside was pushing its way out. The itching vanished in an instant, only to be replaced by a soul-splitting, excruciating pain. F. My head's about to explode. Bai Ling, what the hell is going on? I can't take much more of this. Bai Ling panicked instantly. Meanwhile, deep in a desert burrow, the multi-eyed merchant burst into laughter. He'd finally reeled me in. Watching me writhe on the ground in agony, Bai Ling's voice trembled with guilt. Master, I'm so sorry. I had no idea this would happen. But it was far too late for that now. I convulsed, without even the strength to answer her. She tried to hold me up, but she was nothing more than a wisp of a spirit. Her tiny hands passed right through my body, grasping at nothing. It was as if we were separated across two different dimensions, forever out of reach. Frantic, she bolted up to the second floor, screaming for cola. And in that brief window, a dormant goo worm inside my body silently awakened. It was those red, blood-like threads on the surface of the longan fruit, activated the moment they touched a living host. Now they writhed wildly, burrowing deep into my flesh and blood. In the desert burrow, the multi-eyed merchant let out a shrill, eerie cackle. Ha ha ha. Kid, we of the multi-eyed clan never make a losing deal. If you want my clan's power for free, then naturally you'll have to accept my clan's control. The moment he'd laid eyes on that little bell hanging from Cola's collar, the idea had taken root. It was a one-of-a-kind treasure, the kind of thing that would make the old-timers back in the clan look at him with newfound respect. The trouble was, he couldn't come up with anything of equal value at the moment. The multi-eyed clan had a pact with the divine race. Only equivalent trades were allowed, and nothing could be seized by force. He'd wanted to turn me into a proxy, just like he'd done with Fatty Chien. But I'd already successfully changed classes, which meant I couldn't inherit the lineage. Left with no other choice, he'd used this heartblood goo worm to bind himself to me, an easy way to stay in contact and track my location anytime. And just to be safe, he'd slipped the class change card to Fatty Chien, ordering him to shadow my every step. But a little bit of suffering. Fine, so you think you can tough it out? He was savoring every inch of the parasitic worms burrowing into my body. The next instant, his pupils shrank and his face went ashen. What the hell is this power? Just as I was drowning in boundless agony, the red cord around my left wrist, the one that used to hold an ancient coin, suddenly turned scorching hot. It burst into flame on its own, with no spark to light it. The cord dissolved into wisps of golden light that surged into my skin and veins. The moment those vicious worms touched the gold, they were purified into a puddle of black blood, oozing slowly out through the gruesome gash on my forehead. The golden light wiped out every last worm with ease, and the leftover energy came flooding into my body all at once. Ding! Divine substance detected, currently re-engineering the host's genes, awakening the host's superpower. Far away in the depths of the desert, the many-eyed merchant spat out a mouthful of black blood, struck by the backlash of his own heartworm. His aura withered, and he crashed to the ground. Cough, cough. Who the hell is this kid? Could he be one of the chosen? The worms were dead, but the pain remained. The wound on my forehead was still gushing blood. It hurt so bad I nearly blacked out. Meanwhile, Bai Ling had called Cola down in a total panic. The second she saw me lying on the ground, my forehead covered in blood, she lost it. A terrifying god-tier pressure erupted from her, so heavy it felt almost physical, pinning Bai Ling down. Bai Ling, what did you do to my master? I, Lady Cola. Bai Ling stammered, unable to get out a single word. After all, she was the one who'd talked me into eating the longan fruit. She trembled all over with guilt. If her death could keep me safe, she wouldn't hesitate for a second. Stop shouting. It's making my head hurt. My mind was hazy, and I forced out those few words with great effort. Before I could finish, the searing pain shattered my consciousness completely, and everything went black. In an instant, all of Cola's fury melted into worry. She scooped me up into her arms, turned her head toward Bai Ling, and her voice came out cold as ice, without a trace of warmth. Heal my master, now, or I'll kill you with my own hands. Bai Ling hurriedly pointed to the healing potion on the table. As a spirit, she couldn't touch anything physical, so all she could do was frantically remind them. Try this. The healing potion. Cola grabbed the potion and moved to pour it down my throat. But my teeth were clenched shut, and I couldn't swallow a drop. Without the slightest hesitation, she tilted her head back, took a mouthful of the potion, leaned down, pried my lips open, and slowly passed it into my mouth, mouth to mouth. The potion stabilized the injury, and color gradually returned to my ghastly pale cheeks. But no matter what, the crack between my brows just wouldn't close. Beneath that crack, something seemed to be stirring, ready to burst out through the bone. Watching this, Cola's heart ached like it was bleeding. She bent down and put her unique healing gift, licking wounds, to use, extending the soft tip of her tongue. Gently, ever so carefully, licking that crack smooth. The fissure slowly sealed shut, and the sound of the fractured bone finally went quiet. Unnoticed by anyone, a faint thread of golden light slipped silently into the depths of my left eye, making my eyelid twitch ever so slightly. A single drop of clear, golden liquid slid down from the corner of my eye. When I opened my eyes again, it was already night. Hunger woke me. My stomach was growling like crazy. I was lying in my own bed. Everything before me was unbelievably crisp. I could see every speck of dust drifting through the air and through the floor-to-ceiling window. I could even make out scenery a kilometer away. My left eye felt slightly warm, with an odd sensation I couldn't quite put into words. I reached up and touched my forehead, smooth, not a single mark left behind. But I could feel it clearly. These eyes of mine had truly changed. Just as I was about to sit up, I looked down. Cola was sprawled at the edge of the bed, her head resting against my chest, sound asleep, drool trickling from the corner of her mouth and soaking into the front of my shirt. Then I looked at myself. She'd already changed me into clean clothes and wiped my whole body down with warm water. You worked hard, kiddo. I gently stroked her head, my fingertips playing with that pair of sensitive, pointed ears. TCH, this epic-grade spirit fruit. The side effects really are no joke. I didn't blame Bai Ling. Nobody had ever eaten an epic-grade item before, and nobody could have predicted a reaction this intense. If she hadn't warned me, I'd have chucked this treasure right out the window. Some fortunes are born hand in hand with danger. If you want extraordinary power, you've got to be willing to swallow the bitterness others don't dare to touch. I pulled up the system panel and immediately saw that my spiritual power had shot up by 15 points. Wait, what's this? 2 brand new traits had appeared on the panel. Passive ability, Divinity, Regeneration. Effect, recovery capabilities gain a 20x boost. At the cost of a small amount of blood essence and health, all non-fatal wounds can rapidly heal in a short time. Passive ability, Eye of Insight, incomplete. Effect, the left eye, baptized by the dragon eye fruit, can see through part of the true nature of things and see past low-level disguises. Seeing the 2 abilities that had just landed on my panel, I nearly cried out on the spot and quickly clamped a hand over my mouth. No good. I'd wake Coley up. Holy crap, an epic-grade spirit fruit really lives up to the name. I carefully lifted Cola onto the bed, tucked the covers in around her, and glanced at the time out of the corner of my eye. 9 at night. I actually slept for over 10 hours. I needed to hurry up and cook to properly reward my little hero. I pressed a soft kiss to Cola's sweet lips, then tiptoed over and quietly shut the bedroom door. The moment the door closed, I saw Bai Ling kneeling in the doorway, head bowed, like a child who'd done something wrong. Master, you're all right now? Thank goodness. Great. She looked up, her eyes instantly lighting up, a sob catching in her voice. What could possibly be wrong with me? Why are you kneeling? Afraid I'm angry with you. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She nodded, then shook her head, her eyes rimmed red, unable to get out a single complete sentence. She probably hadn't expected that the spirit fruit would have such a terrifying side effect. Get up and stop kneeling to me all the time. I'm not some cold-hearted boss, I said, patting her. Once I've got some money in a few days, I'll get you a pretty new body so you can enjoy life a little too. Those who can't repay their loans have their souls erased, their bodies reclaimed and sold off by the system. That's the rule of this world. The price of debt is your life. All right, head back to the driver's seat. A mature, elegant female driver who doesn't eat, doesn't drink, and doesn't drain her master one bit. An employee this low maintenance obviously deserves a few sweet promises to keep her loyal. Come to think of it, if this creepy bride hadn't reminded me, I'd have nearly tossed that longan fruit out as junk. The system had only written chance to gain an extra eye. Totally useless description, no hint whatsoever. Who could have guessed it had an effect this incredible? Even if I'd listed it in the trading zone, probably nobody would have recognized its worth. Bai Ling let out a dazed, "Oh," slowly climbing to her feet, staring at my back as I walked toward the kitchen, still not fully back to her senses. Master's eyes, the color seems a little different now. Once in the kitchen, I didn't rush to start cooking. First, I wanted to test out my new ability. I grabbed a small knife and sliced open a cut on my fingertip. A wound that normally would have taken half a day to heal scabbed over and flaked off in just seconds, without leaving so much as a scar. Even crazier, my eyes could clearly see the entire process of the wound healing. How the cells split, how they regenerated, every tiny detail laid bare. This regeneration, it's absolutely insane. I stared a moment longer, then my head suddenly spun with dizziness, and I quickly shook it off. Looks like every time I use these eyes, they devour a mouthful of my mental energy. Still, both abilities are incredibly practical. In this apocalypse, they mean a little more of a fighting chance to stay alive. Wait, where's my red cord? I felt my wrist empty. It must have fallen off in the car. I'll have to go back and search for it. That was the last keepsake my grandfather left me. I absolutely couldn't lose it. The food had just come off the stove when Kola woke up. She ran over to me barefoot, saying nothing, just clinging tightly to my waist. Kola, perfect timing. Look at what I made today. I guarantee you've never had anything like it. Grilled meat, ham fried with eggs, saucy noodles, plate after plate set on the table. Back in the old days, these would have been nothing more than a shut-in's home cooking. But in this apocalypse, they were a rare feast. Wow, master, it smells amazing, she finally couldn't help but exclaim. If it's good, eat plenty. From now on, it'll only get better and better. The better. Hom. She ate way more than usual this time, but her level didn't budge an inch. In my past life, I was just an ordinary guy. I had no clue how to raise a spirit beast, and I'd naively assumed that feeding it meat would level it up. Now I could see just how wishful that thinking was. Get to the starting station first. There's a genetic knowledge database there. As long as you've got money, you can buy your way into any secret. After dinner, I had Kola bring a portion down to Potato and the others downstairs. Just then, someone banged on the car door. Knock, knock, knock. Yi, what's going on? Why haven't you answered my messages? Master, it's Fatty Chien, Bai Ling said directly through telepathy. Damn, I almost forgot about this guy. I checked the time, almost 10. When I opened the system, holy crap, 99 plus messages. I hurried downstairs and opened the door. The moment Fatty saw me, he let out a long breath. Thank God. Thank God. My dear Yi, what happened to you? You never answered me. I scratched my head awkwardly. Ran into a little situation, but I'm good now. Then I pointed at the bandage wrapped around his head and his thickly wrapped hand. What about you, though? How'd this happen? He had a protection charm. How could he end up hurt this badly? Fatty's eyes flickered, and he quickly avoided my gaze. I hurt myself by accident. Obviously a lie. I narrowed my left eye slightly, and a thread of golden light welled up. A layer of X-ray vision spread out, letting me see everything inside and outside the room clear as day. But I didn't call him out. If a guy doesn't want to talk, pressing him just makes you tactless. Yi, I'm here to trade. My quest isn't done for today. Want to come in and talk? I shifted to the side, making room for half a body. Fatty glanced at the brightly lit interior of the car and quickly waved his hand. It's too late, not really convenient. I'll pass, huh? I didn't push it. I turned around and handed out a portion of food. Without a word, he swiped over 10 years of his lifespan to me, then scooped up the lunchbox and ducked back into his own car. By my count, he only had about 50 years left now. He'd have to spend it sparingly from here on out. I understood his urgency perfectly. Our two cars were parked right next to each other. Roll down a window, and you could hear everything on the other side. All those screams of mine that morning, he'd heard every single one, which was why he'd been blowing up my phone all day. He'd probably already made up his mind. If I couldn't trade anymore, he'd turn to the monk Senzong instead. After all, when someone's offering up lifespan, nobody says no. Thankfully, the trade went through. He got a full meal and bought himself another day of life. I just settled back into the driver's seat when Cola came scampering down after me. I reached out and handed her a gold coin mystery box. Without a second thought, she ripped it open. Her lucky right hand triggered again. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've obtained 1,099 highway coins. Glittering golden coins came pouring out of the box. Cola, wow, you're amazing. This is great. Master will never have to worry about money again. Her eyes crinkled with joy. She didn't really have any concept of money. To her, 1,000-something bucks was more than enough to have a little baby with me. I quickly swept the gold coins scattered all over the floor into my panel, watching the balance leap from 30 to 1,129. Without a second thought, I paid off the entire loan. That debt had been a blade hanging over every ordinary person's head. Ding! Repayment successful. Current balance, 629. Debt-free at last. Before I could even kick back with my cola and relax, the fat guy's car beside me suddenly roared to life, honking twice. Beep, beep. Yee, we can't stay here. The black fog is less than 20 kilometers away. Got it, let's move. I turned to look back. It was pitch black outside, couldn't see a thing. So this fat guy really had awakened the many-eyed merchant talent. Middle of the night, and he could spot the black fog 20 kilometers out. I had Bai Ling get the car going and follow along, while I kept my arm around Cola, rewarding her nicely. There were still 1,600 kilometers to the finish line, and less than 2 hours' drive to that world boss. We raced down the road, and I pushed the speed past 200 miles per hour. There were almost no wrecked cars along the way. Anyone executed by the enforcers didn't leave behind so much as a trace. At 2 in the morning, a dense mass of vehicles clogged both sides of the road up ahead. Instinctively, I looked into the distance with my left eye. That single glance sent my madness value shooting up. I'd seen it in my past life, but never this clearly. Those images of people and cars fused together made my scalp crawl. Ding! Host has witnessed an extremely gruesome scene. Madness value plus 10. A level 5 world boss. Towering above the road stood the world boss itself, an elite mecha. It reaped every player who tried to break through like the Grim Reaper. Its movements casual and indifferent, like a kid pouring boiling water on ants. Humanity didn't stand a chance. Luckily, it only defended and never attacked. Otherwise, everyone here would have been ground into dust long ago. Many teams had already gotten out of their cars, clustering into groups and arguing over how to break the deadlock, red-faced and shouting. Even gangs that had been at each other's throats were now shaking hands and calling a truce. There's no way this is a dead end. Let's wait for it to fall asleep, then make another run. Look, that's Eternal Night's car. And there's a tier 3 car hitched right next to it. Damn, that's got to be the 21st tier 3 car now. In unison, the crowd turned away from the hopeless road ahead and looked over toward me. With that many tier 3 cars plus their mounted primary weapons, maybe we could actually take that boss down? Not likely. That alliance up front calling themselves the Legion of Heroes. All 80 of them opened fire together, and even then, its defenses aren't even scratched. I rocked the window as I listened to the chatter on both sides. Some people called out to me, and I nodded back with a smile. But inside, I was perfectly calm. All I had to do was hang on until tomorrow morning, and this boss would leave on its own. There was no need to go throw my life away. I found a legit parking spot and pulled in, planning to curl up with Cola for a good night's sleep and burn off some of this extra energy while I was at it. Fatty's car eased up beside me. He rolled down his window and leaned toward my left side. "Yi, my protection charm can shield my whole car. How about you ditch yours and ride with me?" I was speechless for a second. Ditch a car with a god-tier talent? Not unless I was dead. But I knew he meant well. "No thanks, Fatty. I've got a feeling things might turn around tomorrow. Anyway, gotta go. Cola's telling me to hit the sack. See you tomorrow." I signaled White Spirit to close the window. Fatty had no choice but to drop it, staring at my car and muttering, "How is Yi not the least bit worried?" Those eyes of his, wrapped in white cloth, could read a person's fear level. But on me, he couldn't read a trace. Right then, friend messages started flooding in like crazy. Most of them were asking if I had any clever plan. Someone even dragged me into a Big Shots group chat with more than 30 people. I gave everyone the same reply. "Haven't figured it out yet. I'll decide tomorrow." The group instantly blew up. "Don't count on this eternal night guy. Exactly. He's just lying down waiting to die. Some big shot. We team leaders are the ones you can actually rely on. I played dead and pretended I didn't see any of it. Ding. You have been kicked from the group chat. I couldn't help but smile. There was no way I was going to tell them the boss would leave automatically and there'd be no danger afterward. Otherwise, once we hit the starting station, I'd be marked as some kind of freak. That place merged 100 zones, and it was crawling with heavy hitters. Last time around, the first time everyone converged, there were several Tier 4 vehicles alone. Plenty of so-called leaders were actually thugs who'd clawed their way up by robbing entire zones. When it came to nerve, I couldn't hold a candle to them. I kept scrolling through my messages. A few really jumped out at me. One was from Lung Meng. "Chenyi, big bro, I want to buy my chicken back for 10 highway coins. I curled my lip and replied, "Sorry, already stewed it." I'd finally gotten my hands on a hen that laid eggs every single day. No way I was giving it back. How could you eat such an adorable chicken?" I couldn't be bothered to argue with her. Wasn't she eating its eggs herself? Wasn't that basically eating its kids? I just left her on read. I closed her window. Next up was a message from Kuan Ba with 20 highway coins attached. "Big bro, this is a little token of respect from the Axe Gang. This Kuan Ba, I'd have to set him straight once we reached the next station. Only remembered to send the money after I'd already shown up in person. No self-awareness at all. Still, I took it without hesitation and shot back a reminder. Today, have the brothers rest where they are for now. We'll see if things turn around tomorrow. Got it, boss." After plowing through a pile of pointless messages, I closed the chat, went back to my room, and wrapped my arms around Cola, now changed into her uniform, and fell into a deep sleep. And just like that, the last day of the rookie camp had arrived. Even in my dreams, it felt like Cola grew more womanly with each passing day. It was barely past 7 in the morning when a string of curses jolted me awake. Cola had been worn out from the night before and was still dead to the world. "Chenyi, you son of a bitch, open the door." Standing outside was a woman in a leather jacket and yoga pants, a proud pair of curves up front, matched with a perky backside. She looked jarringly out of place on this apocalyptic highway. Bai Ling rushed over to scare her off, only to get bounced back by a Buddhist amulet hanging on the woman's body. "Master, that woman is so fierce." I got a clear look at her through the window and froze in place. SSSS, those are some seriously big assets. It was that female thief. Lung Meng. "Chenyi, you liar. I saw my chicken in your glass house with my drone." I'd parked in a legit spot, and her little scene immediately caught the enforcer's attention. High above, a pair of golden vertical pupils slowly opened in the sky. Lung Meng sensed something was off, turned to look back, and her face went sheet white. That celestial, I wasn't about to go easy on her just because she was a beauty. BZZT, a laser shot down. No. I yanked the car door open and pulled her inside. The laser struck the parking spot's protective shield dead on and vanished in an instant. Lung Ming slumped onto the floor of the cabin, unable to process what had just happened for the longest time. She even wet herself all over my floor. Thank you for saving me." I was speechless. I hadn't planned on saving her at all. If it weren't for that treasure map she was holding, and, okay, a sliver of interest, I wouldn't have lifted a finger. In her past life, this woman only ever stole from the rich, so I suppose she had some principles. "You'd throw your life away over a single chicken?" I looked down at her. I have money. I just wanted to take my chicken home. I said mockingly. Fine, you've got money. First, clean up the floor. Then hand over 50 highway coins, and the chicken's yours. What? This is robbery. Sweetheart, you don't have to buy it. I'm not begging you. I pressed a hand to my forehead. Were you this dumb in your past life too? This is the apocalypse. Even robbery's legal here. Chinyi, today's the last day before the rookie camp shuts down. Nobody's getting past that mech. We're all dead either way, and you're still obsessing over a few lousy highway coins. Guess I had you all wrong. Lung Meng's tears fell despite herself. She'd thought he was sunny and handsome. He'd even shielded her from Sang Biao's highway robbery on that first day, and it had stirred something in her heart. But now she'd found out he was nothing but a miser. All she'd wanted was to. Before dying, you just hold your inseparable pet close and go together. That's all. How can you be so sure there's no way out when the final moment hasn't even come yet? I shot back. The easiest way for a person to lose isn't hitting rock bottom. It's the moment they give up too soon. No 50 road coins, no ride. Please leave, I said coldly. She plopped right down and refused to budge. Give me back my chicken and I'll leave. Not before. I had no choice. I grabbed her and started dragging her toward the door, but she latched onto a pillar for dear life and wouldn't move an inch no matter how hard I pulled. Her yoga pants, on the other hand, ended up ripping wide open. Sorry. Here, take your pants back. I held up the torn piece of fabric, looking thoroughly awkward. Chinyi, you're such a pervert. Her face flushed crimson. Oddly enough, I wasn't annoyed at all. Getting called a pervert by a beautiful woman in this enclosed space actually stirred up a strange kind of excitement I couldn't quite explain. Still, I didn't let my guard down. She could stay on the bus, but only after she'd been disarmed. I activated my left eye and scanned her body with X-ray vision, then fished a handgun out of some hidden spot on her. Boo-hoo. Chinyi, you pervert. How can you go feeling around everywhere? Give me back my gun. I ejected the magazine and tossed the empty gun back to her. All right, quit crying. You can go up to the 3rd floor and see your chicken, but you can't take it with you, got it? Lung Meng clamped her legs together, grabbed onto the bus railing, and slowly pulled herself up. Do you have a bathroom on this bus? Her voice was thick with embarrassment. She couldn't bring herself to look at me, both hands desperately covering the exposed scenery beneath her skirt. Her fair skin instantly turned as red as a ripe peach. A woman like this, any man would fall for her after just a couple of glances. I looked away and pointed toward the 2nd floor. And remember to clean up the floor. Got it. Without a backward glance, she bolted up to the 2nd floor like a gust of wind, then froze, nailed in place by the sight before her. This is the inside of the bus. I heard her murmuring to herself, her voice trembling. It's almost as big as my whole house. That golden room, could it actually be made of real gold? I checked the time. 7:10. The world boss wouldn't be unlocked for another hour, so it was the perfect time to make everyone breakfast first. I headed up to the 2nd floor. Off in a corner, Bai Ling was covering her mouth, giggling. That's my master for you. Even a woman that fierce gets put in her place. I just stepped into the kitchen when, a scream jolted Kola, who'd been dozing, wide awake. Keep it down, I said, frowning. Weren't you going to the bathroom? Why are you hiding in here? HNNGH. Chinyi, you dirty pervert. Have you seen enough yet? Turn around now. Your bus doesn't even have a bathroom. I turned around, exasperated. As for my X-ray vision, whether she wore anything or not didn't really make a difference. You couldn't find that huge gold bathroom? That was a bathroom. I thought it was where you kept your treasure. I was speechless. Turns out this girl hadn't even dared to go in. She'd rather hide in the kitchen, wiping herself down with cold water. She shoved me aside from the doorway and darted into the bathroom quick as a flash, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. From behind the door came the sound of a sharp gasp. A whole Mandarin duck bathtub carved from solid jade, fully automatic bathing equipment, and it's gold. All these brands, they're exclusively supplied to royalty. In the kitchen, Kola stared up at me with wide, round eyes. Master, is that big sister someone you just made a contract with? Your mistress? What are you talking about? Where did you pick up all this nonsense? She's just a customer. Bai Ling told me. She said whenever master is with another woman, that woman is the mistress. The corner of my mouth twitched. Don't listen to her. By that logic, wouldn't she count as a mistress herself? She does. She admitted it herself. I rubbed Cola's head and quickly cut off her wild imagination. Keep an eye on the noodles in the pot. I'm heading upstairs to pick some vegetables. Up on the third-floor garden, two pink slimes floated in midair, patiently watering the plants, while Potato held some wilted leaves and fed the hens. There was even a fresh egg lying in the coop. At the sound of footsteps, Potato immediately perked up on alert. Whoosh whoosh. Master, what brings you here? Just grabbing some vegetables to cook. Are they ready? Ready already. Look, I already picked them for you. Potato transformed into a little 4'6" girl, handing over a basket of vegetables while nuzzling her head into my chest, her way of begging to be held. I crouched down and gave her a hug. She planted a smooch on my cheek, then ran back to the coop to fetch that egg and placed it in the basket. You all are so capable. Come down to the second floor to eat in half an hour. Whoosh whoosh. Back in the kitchen, the basket was fully stocked. Tomatoes, scallions, ginger, garlic, cucumbers, potatoes, everything. To think they'd grown this well in just 3 days, truly amazing. Before long, I had a full spread laid out. A salad platter, tomato and egg soup, potato braised meat, milk and bread, and that never-gets-old special barbecue. Cola helped out on the side, learning incredibly fast. She caught on the moment I showed her. Cola, bring the dishes to the table and call everyone down to eat. No need to call them. They're already here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as we were digging in, the bathroom door opened. A woman wrapped in my bathrobe walked out, carrying her freshly washed clothes and shaking out her long hair. That was amazing. The feeling of having all the water you could want. So good. Her nose twitched, and her eyes immediately locked onto the dining table. Wow, smells so good. It was a breakfast spread she'd only ever seen in her dreams. She stared at it, practically drooling. In 8 days, she'd eaten a single block of dry instant noodles and 2 eggs, sipping just a mouthful of water each day. It was a miracle she was still alive. Her stomach let out a loud growl. There's so much. You guys can't possibly finish all this, right? She looked over with big, pleading eyes. None of your business. Whatever's left goes to the chickens, Cola said coldly. To the chickens? Oh my God. Then how about this? Can I be your chicken? No. You can't lay eggs, Cola said with a frown. Besides, what gives you the right to wear the master's robe? Can't you smell that it belongs to him? I gently stroked Cola's back, soothing her so she wouldn't lose her temper. Lung Ming had clearly figured something out. She was going to die today anyway, so what was there to hold back for? She plopped down right beside me, grabbed my bowl and chopsticks, and dug in. Chinyi, all you know how to do is bully me. You tore my pants, and if I can't wear your clothes, what am I supposed to do? Go naked? If I'm gonna die, at least I'll die on a full stomach. She wolfed down the rice, crying the whole time. Stop that. That's my favorite. Cola finally couldn't take it and was about to make a move. I'm not even afraid to die anymore, so curse me all you want. Lung Ming wiped her tears, then muttered, This egg soup's a little bland. Add more salt next time. I honestly couldn't wrap my head around it. Would a stunning beauty like her have a total meltdown once she learned the truth? Actually, my lips twitched. You might want to check the public chat. What's there to see? Probably just another squad getting wiped out. She didn't even look up. So I just pulled up the system's public chat and projected the screen for her to see. Countless subtitles were scrolling by like crazy. That mech guy left. Weary saved. Thanks to the legend up front who traded their life for our way out. Lung Ming froze. Afraid I'd faked it, she pulled up her own screen to check. Exactly the same. She grabbed 2 pieces of grilled meat, picked up the milk I'd been drinking, threw open the window, and peered outside. That mech boss guarding the gate really was gone. She turned around and met my slowly darkening expression, instantly shrinking from an arrogant tyrant into a docile little cat. Boss, let me explain. Just now, I really didn't mean it. You believe me, right? The moment she knew she wasn't going to die, Lung Ming caved. She tiptoed over and, with great reluctance, put the grilled meat and milk back. Watching the flattened, bitten straw, my lips twitched again. Thud. She dropped to her knees right there. Brother Yonya, please spare me. I know you're a good person. She'd seen everything on my stats panel just now. 20 points of physique. This was a monster who could flip over a truck with his bare hands. Fight back? Not a chance. I crossed my arms and eyed the figure barely hidden beneath her robe. A good guy? So I'm just supposed to let you take advantage of me. Fine, I'll let you go, but leave the amulet. That Buddhist amulet on her wrist could ward off the supernatural. I wanted it. No way. It's a family heirloom. She clutched her wrist. It means something special to me. It won't do you any good anyway. You think I'm asking? I said flatly. Or I could just lock you up and have you crank out attribute points for me every day. That'd work too. Lung Ming's expression shifted. Being my girlfriend might actually be pretty sweet. Good food, a nice place to stay, a total rags to riches upgrade. But being tied up as some kind of production tool? She wasn't a breeding sow. In her head, she'd already called me a pervert 100 times over. You'd really let me go? Put down the amulet, and you're free to leave. Then what about my chicken? Your chicken? That's my chicken. You can't even feed yourself. You think you're raising chickens? That shut her up. She slipped off the amulet and set it gently on the table. Can I go now? Her voice trembled. She didn't actually believe I'd let her leave. She was just waiting for me to turn on her, lock her up, then do whatever I wanted. In her eyes, I was definitely some kind of creep. Sure, go ahead. My face stayed blank. She froze. What? Wait. She let out a soft huff and muttered under her breath. Liar. You wrecked this whole spread. Pack it up and take it with you. Consider it my payment for the amulet. She couldn't believe her ears. She even started to doubt her own charm. You're really letting me go? I gave the empty milk bottle a little shake. What? Keep you around to waste more of my food. I can afford to feed you, but I'd rather feed a chicken. In my past life, I was killed by my girlfriend and my so-called best friend working together. A woman like this, I wouldn't believe a single word out of her mouth. I shot a glance at Kola, who was off to the side thoroughly enjoying the show. Take her to the storage room and let her pick out some clothes. Don't let her leave half naked. People will get the wrong idea. Follow me. Kola led the way, cool and easy. Terrified I'd change my mind, Lung Ming scrambled to her feet, scooped up the entire table of food, and hurried after her. Thank you, boss. If she rationed it, that food could last her 3 days. It was too hot to keep anything fresh for long, and she didn't have a freezer. Before long, Kola came back carrying my robe. Master, the woman's gone. Good. Kola, make yourself something to eat like I taught you, and fix a portion for the little ones too. I'm full. I'm heading to the cockpit. Yes, master. Don't push yourself too hard. I gave her sensitive little ear a rub and headed downstairs. Damn, that woman didn't even wipe the floor for me. I grabbed a rag and cleaned out the cargo bay and tossed the piss-soaked towel straight out the truck. In the cab, Fatty Chien was already waiting in the next parking spot. He rolled down his window and shouted across the gap. Less than a meter. Brother Yi, did you know all along that boss was gonna leave? If only I actually knew. I'm no fortune teller. Can't see the future. I wasn't about to admit it, not even to Fatty. I tossed a few loaves of bread across through the window. Snack on these for now. I'll make you something good for lunch. Let's roll. Haha, you got it, Brother Yi. Fatty caught the bread and transferred 10 years of his lifespan to me. The two trucks tore off together. As we drove, I pulled up the requirements to upgrade to a level 4 truck, still going with the balanced route. Space Stone ×1, Silence Devices ×100, Smart Chips ×5. A Space Stone. I sucked in a sharp breath. This was an ultra-rare item. Calling it epic tier wouldn't be an exaggeration. In my past life, Biao the Beast paid 20,000 just to get his hands on one, and it sent shockwaves through the entire server region. I actually knew where one was hidden, I just couldn't get to it yet. I closed the panel just as the clingy Kola brought down a bowl of noodles. Master, want to try Kola's cooking? Oh, your first time making me breakfast? Then I've got to try it. After all that fussing with Cold Cutie, I really hadn't eaten enough. The two of us leaned against the window together and watched the scenery. In the distance, a level 5 boss stared back at me from far away. I felt not an ounce of fear, only a restless itch. Killing it would guarantee an epic tier drop. And keep in mind, just one single epic tier item had awakened 2 of my special abilities. Once I had the strength, I'd definitely come back and blow it away. That clueless gatekeeper mech had no idea it was locking eyes with a devil. Along the way, I pushed forward by devouring scrapped vehicles. The pace wasn't fast. Ding. Devoured level 2 heavy truck. Highway coins +10. Defense plus 15. Ding. Devoured level 2 sports car. Highway coins plus 8. Speed plus 12. Black iron chest times 1. I had no intention of grabbing the first clear reward. At the starting station, the rankings were based on the combined total across 100 merged regions. A level 4 truck could easily hit 400 or 500 kilometers an hour. There was no way I could catch up. Just then, the person who'd kicked me out of the Big Shot group chat yesterday pulled me right back in. The group had dropped from over 30 members down to 28. Kuin the Tyrant, Triple Burial, and Black Sakura were all still there. Thanks to the sacrifice of a few of our top players, we've bought ourselves a way out. Let's observe 3 minutes of silence together. Reading the messages, I couldn't help but find it laughable. This had nothing to do with how many people died. The mech boss left on its own schedule. Everyone, I've stationed people 500 kilometers before the finish line to block the road and collect tolls. Send up your team rosters for free passage. Each top player will. Plus a road toll coordination fee. The one talking was the boss of the Green Cross Society, Green Tea, a woman who'd slept her way to the top. Fine. We Wild Wolf Gang will set up a roadblock at the 200-kilometer mark too. Our cut will be half of what the Green Cross gets. After all, sweet little Green Tea's already taken her shared. The group chat scrambled to chime in, and just like that, 5 roadblocks were drawn up. Being a solo runner is brutal. Already saddled with loans to pay off, and now getting bled dry layer by layer. There's just no way to survive. A handful of us, me and Sanzong included, objected, but the roadblocks went up anyway. In the end, everyone chipped in and sent me a total of 30 road coins in hush money. The big shots had eyes everywhere. Someone spotted Lung Meng in my car for a full hour before she came out, and pretty soon they all assumed she was my mistress and put her straight on the whitelist. This time I didn't play hero. I didn't smash a single roadblock. The first time I took out Sang Biao's roadblock, nobody thanked me. Instead, everyone turned on me, eyeing me like prey. The people I saved later turned on each other, and more of them died than Sang Biao ever killed. Some acts of kindness, when they fall into a world gone mad, only become kindling. So this time I just stayed out of it and let things run their course. The 1,000 kilometers passed quickly. The guards at all 5 roadblocks spotted my car from a distance and opened up ahead of time to greet me, bowing as I passed. That was the reputation I'd earned. One man who'd gone toe-to-toe with the Axe Gang and never once lost. Fatty and I arrived safely at the starting station. The whole trip was peaceful, and I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. What I didn't know was that an enforcer had fended off a tier 4 dark abyss creature for me, a terrifying beauty spider. In the distance, that enforcer cursed under her breath through gritted teeth. Damn enforcement golden eyes. Takes your grandma's gifts and still gives me grief at every turn. Not a single decent one among the enforcers. And I had no idea any of it had happened. Ding. Congratulations, you are the 350,812th person to reach the station in the eternal night. No reward. Whoa. Master, what a huge station. Cola pressed against the window, gasping. A skyborne mothership hung majestically overhead. A 1,000-story tower pierced straight into the clouds. Malls and science museums lined up one after another, and crowds streamed endlessly through it all. A complimentary reception NPC stepped forward and gave a slight bow. Welcome to the new Blue Star departure station.